Audio 1. Artificial Malevolence. A ghost in the AI machine. The future divided by 0. The probability of fire. Miller and Elizabeth Crane, with their 12-year-old daughter in tow, rode the elevator from the 3rd floor of Saks Fifth Avenue in Buckhead to the parking deck below. Elizabeth had just been fitted for an evening gown to be unveiled at their charity event on Saturday night. When they reached their floor, the elevator pinged pleasantly, and the doors opened. The Cranes made their way across the deck toward their dark blue BMW, footsteps echoing lightly. Tiny slivers of light from the sinking sun paced out the shaded concrete in front of them. Miller's mind, as always, was running through the 100 things he'd forgotten to do earlier, or the 100 he still needed to get done today. He remembered he needed to call the valet service and their caterer to change the event time. Also, his assistant, Doris Burkett. Halfway to their car, Miller suddenly stopped in his tracks. He realized he'd forgotten to pay the woman for the fitting. Instead of handing her his credit card, he'd absent-mindedly given her his business card. "Shit," he muttered. Elizabeth looked back, concern crossing her face. "What is it?" she asked. He turned sharply, eyes darting toward the elevator. "I totally forgot to pay for the fitting. Listen, I'll run back up and pay her. You two wait for me in the car, okay?" At the exact moment he pressed the up button on the elevator and Elizabeth pressed the start button in the car, the vehicle exploded. Miller literally jumped at the blast, then spun around just in time to watch the car, and Elizabeth, disintegrate in 1,000 pieces. Flames engulfed the vehicle and rolled toward him, deadly blue and green at first, then huge blooms of red, gold, and silver sparkles, leaving streaks of soot on the ceiling above. "Jesus Christ!" was all Miller could yell, his eyes burning with heat, soot, and terror. He sprinted toward the inferno, desperate to rescue whatever might remain of his wife and somehow pull Emily from the wreckage. Elizabeth was killed instantly. The entire front half of the car had been blown apart, sending shards of metal, glass, and rubber flying in every direction. His ears ringing, nearly deaf, he hopped through the debris to the rear of the vehicle, where he saw Emily, unconscious, blood pouring from her scalp, her left arm mangled and hanging from her body like a tiny tree limb snapped in a windstorm. Emily's small frame had been flung like a rag doll from the back seat into the side panel of another SUV parked next to them. Blood streamed from the right side of her head and face, and from her ruined left arm, pooling red on the concrete. For a moment, the world fell silent. Time frozen. Emily's wide eyes stared up at her father as he knelt beside her, her face pale and in shock. Her lips parted in a faint cry, but no sound came out. Tears streaming down his face, Miller cradled her in his arms and carried her away from the fire, just in time to hear another blast erupt from the car, hurling more flames, smoke, and debris in every direction. "Hold on, baby," Miller begged, his voice cracking. He tore off his jacket and wrapped it tightly around her mangled left arm. Watching her eyes flutter, eyelids opening and closing in a desperate struggle to stay conscious, her strength fading. Holding her in one arm, he pulled out his phone, dialed 911, and frantically relayed what details he could of the explosion. Several shoppers, bags still in hand, came running to help. He looked up at them, pleading. "Anyone here a doctor? A nurse?" One elderly man spoke up. "I was in the army. Where is she hurt?" Miller showed him the gash on her forehead and the mangled arm. The man removed his coat and t-shirt and worked with Miller to apply pressure to the wounds. Others began stripping off scarves, jackets, anything to use as compresses. Miller thanked them over and over, holding Emily so tightly he could hear her shallow breaths and faint heartbeat. He pressed his forehead to hers, both of them trembling. "Emily," he said, "stay with me. Look at me." His voice was raw with fear and love, shrouded in helplessness. Every second, every heartbeat, felt like an eternity. Behind him, the inferno roared anew, flames billowing higher, hot and relentless, his car now a hulking death trap. Then the vehicle next to his erupted in a monstrous explosion, fireballs surging outward from the gas tank, engulfing the air with a burning, acrid stench that reminded Miller Elizabeth was gone from this earth, and that he had only one purpose left. The distant wail of sirens grew louder, piercing the suffocating aftermath, tires screeching as emergency vehicles raced up to the 3rd floor. Flashing red and blue lights flooded the parking deck. Fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars arrived in trained sequence. First responders leapt from their vehicles and hurried to assess the scene, surrounding Miller and Emily in a grim, precise dance of training. They knelt beside him and requested he carefully pass Emily to them. They laid her on a stretcher, cut away her clothing with scissors, and began redressing her wounds. One paramedic checked her heartbeat and pulse, another shone a flashlight in her eyes, and a third prepared a blood bag. Drifting in and out of consciousness, Emily's tiny body shook uncontrollably as they wrapped her in heat blankets and applied a tourniquet to her mangled arm. Her dark red blood dripped from Miller like mud from a warm creek. Suddenly, a deep voice cut through his fog. "Sir, sir, I need you to step back." Miller looked up unsteadily and saw a uniformed police officer motioning for him to move away from the scene. The officer gently but firmly took Miller's elbow and guided him from the wreckage. "We've got her, sir. You appear uninjured, but the medics will need to check you out." Miller blinked, confusion clouding his mind, walking slowly toward the medics. His body felt hollow, his chest tight, as if all the air had been sucked from the world. As they checked his heartbeat, pulse, and breathing, sopping up blood and searching for wounds, a police detective stood beside him, studying the remains of the car. Hair disheveled, shirt half untucked, square jaw stubbled with brown and gray. He stood quietly for a moment, observing the scene, then turned to Miller. He met Miller's eyes and nodded calmly. "She's in good hands. Come with me now. I'll have an officer drive you to the hospital. The EMTs gave me a thumbs up. They know their business." He signaled to a uniformed officer to guide Miller away. Miller stumbled with the officer toward the squad car, a forlorn silence drowning out the chaos around him. He looked back once before stepping into the back seat and watched the ambulance speed away, tires screeching, sirens wailing. The detective followed him to the police car and leaned in just as Miller slid into the squad car. "She'll be okay," he said. "We'll find who did this. Can I have your full name and telephone number?" Detective Thrush wrote down the information on a small notepad and leaned in. "I'll be in touch," he told Miller, and closed the door. Miller Crane sat mutely, blood, oil, and soot covering him from hair to shoes, staring out the window as the police car rolled forward. The scene faded behind him, the chaos of the afternoon carving its mark into whatever was left of his shattered world. Descent into darkness. Miller called his assistant, Doris Burkett, from the back seat of the police car on the way to Grady Hospital. With tears in his eyes and a broken voice, he tried to convey to her what had happened, but the events were so traumatizing and so horrific that all she understood was that there had been a horrible explosion of his car, and Elizabeth and Emily were both gravely injured. The fact was that everyone at Interflow had already heard about the explosion from the local news, which had cut in on all channels. A pall fell over all 3 floors of the Interflow offices. Those who knew Miller and his family the closest rose from their desks and made their way to their friends, hugging each other, sharing tears, and whispered speculations on what was happening and what it portended for the future. Doris called Miller's top lieutenant at Interflow, George Leonard, and he joined her at Grady Hospital. They rode the elevator to the 2nd floor and made their way to the waiting room for the emergency rooms, where Miller was sitting, alone at a table, disheveled with matted hair and blood-stained knotted clothes, his face covered in soot and drops of blood, tears in his eyes. 2 policemen stood in the doorway, alternately drinking coffee, talking, and keeping an eye on him. Miller stood and hugged his colleagues as they approached, but could not force himself to speak. Instead, he looked deep into their eyes with boundless sorrow and dread and began to sob. Doris put both hands on his cheeks and whispered in his ear that it would be okay. They were here at his side, and they'd get through this together, whatever it took. Her voice a whisper, broken with emotion. George put a firm hand on Miller's shoulder, providing the comfort that only a man centered in his own faith and strength could provide. In time, a doctor appeared from the doors at the end of the hallway. His mask was pulled down below his chin, and there was blood on his blue smock, small beads of sweat on his forehead. "Mr. Crane," he said, voice quiet but steady. "Emily is fine. All of her vitals are in the normal range. We had to remove her left arm below the elbow. The entire part of that limb had been shattered, and it was unrepairable. Any attempts to reconstitute it would submit her to dangers from infection, blood loss, and shock. It was the only way to treat the injury. She has a significant gash on her right cheek, but no permanent damage to the tissue or bone beneath it. It should heal without issue and can be evaluated for cosmetic surgery when the time is right. We have her heavily medicated right now, and she will be sleeping comfortably until tomorrow morning. At the right time, our team will share more details and discuss options for her full recovery. What time tomorrow morning? Miller asked. It will depend on her numbers, but my guess is it would be after 10. We can call you if you'd like, when we feel it is safe to wake her. For now, the best thing you can do is to go home and clean up. It's good that you have some close friends with you. Try to. Get some rest. I convey the deepest sympathies of everyone here on our team for this tragedy. For now, you need to take care of you. She'll draw strength from your composure and attitude. Here is my card. Call me if you ever want to talk about anything. He nodded at everyone, then turned abruptly, back down the long, glassy hallway toward the patient. That night, after Doris and George left his home, Miller Crane sat motionless beside the shimmering pool of his luxurious, meticulously manicured backyard, the water's surface reflecting the dim evening sky, flickering with reflections of a half moon and some faint stars. But he saw nothing. His body was hunched forward, elbows resting on his knees, eyes staring blankly into nowhere, into nothing. The world around him was silent, save for the distant hum of the city, a hum that felt like the muffled voice of a universe indifferent to his suffering. His cell phone lay on the concrete by the poolside, ringing, vibrating and leaving the double tone of a text message. Call after call went unanswered. His mind was filled with so many images, memories, and heartaches that when the lights under the pool came on, they appeared to be the blurry light of a distant galaxy. He closed his eyes, and images flashed in his brain. The explosion at the parking deck, the strangling deadly ribbons of red, gold, and blue fire, reaching from his car, his wife, to the ceiling, his daughter clinging to life, and to a future forever changed, damaged in ways that no one could know. Miller had been raised a Methodist, went to church every Sunday without fail. Daisy Crane had her sons memorize a Bible verse every day, to the point that Miller believed he could quote you chapter and verse on demand, as long it was from the one divine definitive source, the King James Bible. But Miller's curiosity and odd mental precocity too often made Wednesday night Bible studies dissolve into absurd debates. Once, after taking turns reading the verses of Genesis, chapter 7, Miller raised his hand and questioned the teacher how Noah could have built a boat big enough to hold 2 of every animal, when a modern boat would need to be 5 times larger. Not through yet, Miller continued. And where did Noah store the food and the mess left after? And how did he capture the flying animals, like birds and insects? And just for context, there are over 7 million known species of insects. Where did all the extra rain come from? And where did it go? They were nonsensical questions, meant to get a rise from the poor, aspiring spiritualist, and, maybe subconsciously and rudely, embarrass him, for no reason other than to show off in front of the class. For all of Miller's brilliance, good looks, and good nature, he had a streak of mischievousness and danger in him, and he would fight against it his whole life. Vengeance belongs to the Lord, the good book said. Leave room for the wrath of God. The God of Moses can always make more room. His mind flickered through so many flashes of memories, lost loved ones, betrayals, moments of deep pain. All the suffering, all the grief, each a thread woven into the tapestry of his life. He thought of the words from the ancient Buddhist, "Suffering is the truth, and the truth is suffering." He remembered the teachings he once studied, seeking to have a deeper understanding of why he was here on this earth, why, in fact, anyone was here. Hell, why was there even an earth that supported life? The Buddha taught that attachment was the root of suffering, that impermanence was the only constant, but the permanence of loss was now a part of him. Why? A voice inside him asked. Why do we endure this? Why is life so random? Children stillborn, born with no limbs, born with a fatal disease which will doom them to only a few months or years of meaningless existence, and burden the parents with a lifetime of grief and dread? Perhaps pain has some importance in the grander plan. Perhaps without pain, there is no joy. How ludicrous to even think it. Miller Crane, at heart, was religious only so far as he believed that every person deserved the same courtesy, generosity, and assistance that you'd give your own children. The golden rule, in a word, from the New Testament. If a man needed all miracles explained to their complete satisfaction, then they'd never be a true believer. But what is a parable? What is a metaphor? And what is cold, unwavering truth? Is it only in the eyes of the beholder? Or is it also available to the 10-year-old cow-licked boy reading Leviticus 19:18 in the second to the last pew in the First Methodist Church of Suwanee, Georgia? Then more meditative whispers. The serenity of Zen masters advised him, let go of attachment and you will find peace. Peace in murder? He remembered the Hindu notion of karma. What you sow, so shall you reap. But he'd never understood how innocence could be caught in that unyielding cycle. And the contemplative words of Mother Teresa. To keep a lamp burning, we have to keep putting oil in it. But what oil was left in the soul of the doomed? The old monk's voice came softly, echoing from a distant memory. The true battle is within. To find peace, you must surrender what you cling to most. But what if surrender meant giving up everything, including hope? His trembling hand reached up to his face, awash with tears. But they kept coming, hot, salty, relentless. His chest heaved, shudders racking his frame, causing his head to shake to pull out even deeper depths of the despair that consumed him. He thought again of life's fleeting nature, the teachings from the Taoist text. Life is but a fleeting wave on the vast ocean. Did all of this toil, heartbreak, and pain mean nothing in the end? Was there any meaning at all? The questions clawed at his mind. Is this the true nature of existence? Suffering and death? Is it all random chaos? Or is there some divine order I cannot see? His mind was constructing a battlefield. Visions of revenge, visions of forgiveness, mystical realms whispered by monks in distant monasteries, angels unseen, spirits calling from the void. Miller Crane began running through 1,000 memories of Elizabeth and Emily. How he had courted Elizabeth at Berkeley, the time they drove to Baja, Mexico, with $100 to their name. The endless days of joy, alternately teaching Emily, correcting her, pushing her to excel, but always wrapped in a deep, never-ending love. He remembered their afternoon at Beasley's Spring with Emily's friend Reese. Emily had dropped the bag of sandwiches on the way to the picnic table, spilling them all over the grass and dirt, but they just laughed and set them on the table. Brushing the dirt and insects off their lunch, they ate every bite. He was crying uncontrollably now, a guttural deep well of emotion, like parts of his being were being melted from his heart, and he groaned out loud, wailing for his deceased mother to comfort him. Tears burst free, pouring down his face in streams of loss. Then he clenched his fists, and trembling, fell headfirst into the pool, releasing his air to find peace at the bottom of the pool. He knew that at some point he would have to start the process of guiding his grief and despair to another part of his mental protectorate, develop a plan to move forward, to not give up on life, as cruel as it can be, and set in motions which, though they might conflict with his cobwebbed sense of morality, would lead to Emily to a normal, loving life, laughing freely again, with the same smile she shone so sweetly at Beasley's Spring. Sitting silently at the bottom of the pool, he made a truce with his soul about the path that now lay ahead of him, his commitment to turn this mangled, smoking human tragedy into some form of peace, the kind of peace that sometimes surprises people at a beautiful sunrise. To direct his anger and anguish into a search for truth, accountability, justice, and, if it came to it, revenge. Miller pushed himself to the surface and emerged just his head into the cooling night air, his hair slicked back from the pool water. There were no tears in his eyes now, nothing in his saddle-brown eyes but the power contained in a proton and a neutron when they are in an undisturbed state, the power Einstein called the strong nuclear force. He knew there would be time for grief, and it would be needed if he were to ever heal in his own life. But now there was only one single, chaotic image in his view, and he knew in that same soul that he placated at the bottom of the pool that he was the one man on this earth that was qualified to untangle it and save what was left of the good in his friends, and the world they inhabited, and to set adrift those that ordered, assisted, held silent, or just told themselves that it was not their problem. Confucius once said, "Before you embark on a journey of revenge, dig 2 graves." Light in the darkness. Miller Crane hesitated outside the hospital room, his hands trembling as he took a quick look at the photograph of his wife, Elizabeth, tightly clutching Emily, with the sunset of Honolulu in the background. He stood outside Emily's room, suit rumpled, eyes red-rimmed from tears and lack of sleep. The sterile, antiseptic smell of the hospital clung to him like a doctor's smock. He took a deep breath and entered Emily's room. Inside, the room was bathed in soft morning light, filtering through thin curtains. His daughter, Emily, lay quietly in the bed, bundled in a thick blanket. Her small face was still pale from the trauma, a thick bandage covering the right side of her face, her closed eyes betraying the exhaustion beneath. Her left arm, a stub from just below the elbow, lay in a sling, hidden beneath the blanket. Her sleeping expression was so peaceful that Miller thought about not waking her. Eventually, he stepped forward to her, and with his voice barely above a whisper, spoke to her. "Hey, sweetheart," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "It's Dad." Emily's eyes fluttered open, and for a moment she looked confused, trying to piece together where she was, until her father's face came into focus. Her eyes widened slightly, and a flicker of recognition and hope crossed her face. She was still heavily medicated, but the ER doctors had cleared her for limited visitors. He fought back tears as he sat carefully on the edge of the bed, reaching out to take her small right hand gently in his. Her fingers felt cold, but as he held them, warmth bloomed in his chest. "I've been waiting to see you," he whispered. "Your mom. She would have wanted to be here too." He pulled out the photograph and handed it to Emily. Looking at it, they both burst into tears. "She loved you so much. Remember this, Emily. Your mother will always be with you, hugging you from a much better place, sharing her love and wisdom, giving you peace when the world seems cruel and unfair." Emily blinked a few times, tears pooling in her eyes, her voice hoarse and trembling. "Daddy, I'm scared." He swallowed hard, the overwhelming guilt and heartbreak tightening his throat. "I know, honey. I'm scared too, but you're brave, braver than you know. The doctors say you're getting stronger every day. That's because you're a fighter, and nothing can keep you down. Soon you'll be running the marathon." Miller smiled, and Emily cracked half a smile back at him. It was a running joke that Emily kept alive, the desire to win a gold medal in the Olympic marathon. A runner from Sweden had won the gold a few years back, and the finish was so exciting that Emily grabbed onto the memory of the race like it was a tattoo on her heart. At an Olympic viewing party at their house, she jumped up and announced, for everyone to hear, "I'll win that race one day." The crowd laughed and acknowledged her ambition, giving her high fives around the room. Nothing separated her from the gold medal other than years of training and unrelenting focus. But now, half of one arm was missing. She looked down at the stub of her left arm, the end tucked under the hospital blanket, then back up at her father, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Will I ever play the piano again?" Miller's face twisted with pain, and a flood of sadness washed over him, but he fought back the tears and nodded firmly, showing her a weak smile. "Yes, sweetheart. Maybe it'll be different, but we'll find a new way. There are some amazing things happening now with technology. We'll connect a new arm and hand, better than the real one, and I can guarantee you'll have the best in the world. When you're scared or feeling sorry for yourself, think of your mom. It's okay to cry, Emily. It's natural. Just try to remind yourself that your mother is looking over you, ready with a big hug and a smile. It will always be the three of us on this journey. You'll always be Emily, darling. Nothing can take the most important things away from you: your spirit, your smile, your brilliance, and your dreams. You'll run your own marathon one day and win the gold medal. I won't let you forget your dreams. Your grandmother once learned every hymn in the revival hymn book overnight so she could fill in for her teacher at church. Soon, we'll start on our own revival." He could see Emily shed a tear, then turn her head into her pillow, crying, but clearly falling back to sleep. Miller pulled the window curtain closed, sat back beside her, and held her hand as she drifted off. He picked up a Bible that someone had left on a corner table and took a seat in the corner chair. He opened the Bible to a random page and read until his eyes watered over from grief, love, and weariness. It opened to Psalm 34-18. "The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit." He closed his eyes, a single tear streaming down his cheek, and fell asleep. Back to the shop floor. The elevator hummed smoothly as it ascended to the top floors of the sleek, glass-clad skyscraper in the middle of Buckhead, Georgia, within spitting distance of Peachtree Street. From the window, Miller glimpsed the city skyline, the shimmering skyscrapers, the neon gray streets, and the endless pulse of civilization, though his mind was on another planet. Miller called Doris while in the elevator, and she answered reassuringly, her voice sharp, composed, reliable. "Mr. Crane, good to hear from you. Are you coming back today?" He paused briefly, then answered with a faint, almost absent-minded reply. "Yeah, I'm on the way up in the elevator now. Just here for a quick look at some things. Refresh my memory on what I really do here. Honestly, Doris, I just need to check a few things before I get fully back in the game." Doris hesitated, then asked him, "Of course. Anything I can do?" "Yeah. Do you still have a copy of the merger addendums with Velocity, or have they already gone over to all the lawyers?" A brief pause. "Let me check," she said. "I believe they're still with us, but I'll confirm. When you find them, please make a copy of them, translate them into Dutch, and upload them to the Firebird cloud. I want everything backed up, including the original, then move to Firebird." "Got it. Anything else?" Doris asked. Miller left her hanging, silence on his end, his mind pulling in multiple directions. He looked around the floor as he made his way to his corner office, facing the east. Interflow's modern, minimalist office was filled with natural light, glass walls and digital displays flickering softly with data streams. His employees, some attractive, some brilliant, some still trying to figure out who to suck up to, others already looking for another job or avoiding certain colleagues, were surrounded by a few who were legitimately trying to get things done. Despite data from workplace analysts, Miller did not accept the assertion that the open concept was a tactical layout to organically organize and cultivate productive relationships. Workers were surrounded by a cacophony of quiet conversations and laughter, a background hum of gray noise where no one had any real privacy, and even in meetings, folks were supposed to speak in whispers. Some pretended not to notice Miller as he walked briskly toward his corner office. Others saw him so rarely they didn't even recognize him. Some acknowledged his presence but couldn't care less. Others were truly hard at work, staring into flat, soulless monitors, pecking furiously at keyboards with headsets and microphones, embalming them in the digital matrix, a reality of tattered mouse clicks and corporate speak that buoyed Interflow's stock price, or kept tasks in motion they thought. Management expected. Mindless recitations like, "We'll have to socialize this," "Let's take this offline," or synergy, disruption, quick wins, 30,000 foot view, touch base later, I'm not really technical, deep dive, with intention, and everyone's favorite, "Let's circle back." Miller met Doris in front of her desk. He put both hands on her shoulders and looked deeply into her light blue eyes, then nodded for her to follow him to his office, where he closed the glass door. Not even in his office was there true privacy. It was soundproof and scanned for bugs weekly. But with glass walls and the city view, every gesture could spark a rumor swaying stock prices like a baby's cradle. They moved to the far corner where his bookcase offered a palisade from prying eyes. Miller had recently hung a 16 by -8 movie poster of Blade Runner, first iteration. Miller and Doris came together and hugged tightly, neither talking, just sobbing emotionally and deeply. Miller pushed away for a second. Doris wiped a single tear from his cheek, then her own, signaling for him to follow. It was a strange journey that had brought them together. "How are you, Miller?" Doris asked, separated now by only a few inches. "I don't know, Doris. I'm not in a great place, but I've given a good bit of thought to how I might attack my grief and my smoldering hate for the folks who did this." "Well, Miller, perhaps being back in familiar surroundings, being forced to interact." "Yes, Doris, it's good to be back. I'm doing okay, actually. Right this minute, hearing your voice, walking through the office." He hesitated, then added softly, "In a minute, please call all the executives and tell them I don't want to see anyone today. I'll stop by to see them at the right time. Tell them I'll only be in the office for a minute today, then I'll be leaving again. Just checking in, nothing more." "Understood," Doris said, her tone sharpening with her usual professionalism. "I'll take care of it." Miller stood, wavering in the middle of the office, trying to internalize his personal tragedy with the strong but complicated connection with Doris. Doris nodded and made her way out of the office, leaving a waft of pleasant perfume. Miller stepped to the large window of his office, gazing out over the Atlanta skyline. Stone Mountain keeping its unshakable sentinel directly due east. The sun was only half in view, shimmering faintly through a cloudy sky. His thoughts drifted, far from the meeting with Roger and Interflow's financial health, to memories of Elizabeth and Emily, fleeting sparks of a life that now felt decayed, like a ghost disappearing in an enveloping fog. Then he sat behind his desk and fired up his keyboard to connect to their private cloud. He looked at the source management notifications and check-ins over the past couple of weeks. After doing a fresh compile on his personal server, he dug into the specifics of the latest updates, paying particular attention to the API endpoints that interfaced with the module that provided the failsafe key. Some at Velocity had refactored the messaging module, though the kernel of the failsafe had not been touched. This key piece provided a route to set a flag to remove any encryption on return data. A fresh look at the code reminded him of the one time Interflow had been hacked. Architected with state-of-the-art security in multiple standalone layers, all intruders had been blocked and their actions and IP addresses passed to the control center. In most cases, the IPs were not accurate, or came from a server hosted in a corporation or university. Tracking down and prosecuting these hacks was almost impossible. Blocking them was the principal function, and that was almost perfect. He remembered the one time that someone got through. They had accessed their source library and modified the encryption algorithm to always pass back the same message. He's like a cockroach. You can't kill it. This was the unique signature of the hacker known as the cockroach, a person or entity who remained hidden in the dark web, a ghost. Miller was pretty sure that whoever was behind it was a genius. Deeply flawed and mischievous, but capable of genius-level coding and intrusions. He pulled up the blocks of code that provided the backdoor into the firm's network. Fortunately, this intrusion turned out to be the worst. The cockroach was the end of the devilry, or at least that is what they thought. They fixed that broken window, and, so far, there had been no more attempts from the cockroach to slip through another one. To some extent, it was a harmless prank, designed to promote his brand without anything else nefarious. After exactly 24 hours, the hack disappeared. It just happened to be July 4th. Miller added some notes to the recent code check-ins, providing some guidance on how modules could be streamlined or moved to common libraries for reuse, passing on praise for each coder's ingenuity and dedication. With the sun beginning to set, he logged off his computer and pushed back from his desk, fatigue and restlessness enveloping him, but confident that the enhancements to their main product were moving forward in fine fashion without his involvement. He remembered a coding trick that his professor at Berkeley had shown him in one of his coding classes, involving recursion, the ability for a piece of code to call itself endlessly, unless the right condition was met. The professor showed them how to configure it to be an infinite number of executions based on the increments and logic of each call. This trick was built into Interflow's cryptography modules, though it had other hooks that were equally complicated and elegant. He turned to look out the expansive window behind him, where he could see Stone Mountain, 20 miles in the distance, its western edge slowly lighting up by the sunset, painting the gray granite a speckled gold, swamped. In the week prior to the bombing, Miller's younger brother, Dakota Crane, and his slim African-American assistant took several guests on a swamp tour and boar hunt in the deep, dark swamps south of Baton Rouge. As dusk settled over the dense, misty swamp, Dakota and Sammy Hayes guided their airboat at a slow wake, returning to home base through the network of bayous, around them only the eerie silence and broken calls of nocturnal creatures awakening for the night's hunt. With 2 dead boars floating securely behind them in the 20-foot airboat, the hunting party turned dangerously relaxed. There was Ethan Murphy, owner and CEO of Paradigm, on the boat, along with his wife, Grace Murphy, an impressive specimen of the fairer sex, petite and slender, in tight-fitting faux hunting gear. Noah Davis, Paradigm's VP of mergers, acquisitions, and everything else too complicated for Ethan to understand. And finally, Sammy, Dakota's skinny, quirky African-American assistant, dutifully manning the wheel at the rear. Everyone was feeling the thrill of a successful hunt, mastering their fear over what they knew, or what they imagined, the most dangerous backcountry of Louisiana, the deepest underworld of America, with just a couple of rifles and an aluminum boat. Ethan and Grace were filled with excited adrenaline, looking forward to savor that first taste of 1966 Spanish wine and share their tales of adventure, cleverness, and courage. Dakota had arranged a roasted rack of lamb for the occasion, mechanically turning slowly over the oak fire pit. Cajun music played quietly in from the kitchen. Dakota Crane, Miller's younger brother by 2 years, stood 6'3", a wrestler's physique with broad shoulders and a square jaw, cheeks lightly marked with a reddish-brown beard, the look and persona of an authentic hunter, a man who had faced danger and not backed down, a force of calm and confidence in the midst of the slithering, creeping, lurking shadows of he swamps, an ecosystem layered with lethality and peril awaiting at every turn. Part of Dakota's business, the successful part, was his hunting guide service, taking people deep into the swamps, bayous, and jungles of South Louisiana to hunt wild boar, deer, alligators, pythons, turkeys, ducks, geese, and even an occasional coyote. By themselves, making their way over open spaces, when they had the element of surprise on their side and their minds focused on the task at hand, nothing in the bayou was a serious threat. But in thick woods and swamps, in fading light, out of range for a cell phone, they could find themselves instantly underarmed. Every creature that swam, crawled, climbed, and howled could catch a visitor by surprise and attack them with a viscous will to defend its turf. For the bigger carnivores, the unwelcome and unprepared visitors might make a memorable dinner. From the moment Dakota tried to start the engine for their return, an ominous silence fell over the boat, and then the entire swamp. Dakota primed the engine, checked the gas gauge, unscrewed and screwed back the battery connections, but the engine was not responding. "It'll come around," Dakota assured them. In fact, he had no idea if the engine would ever start again, but he knew as the guide that keeping the customers calm and confident in their guide was an important part of the gig. He primed and pulled the ignition cord repeatedly, but the airboat remained unresponsive, its engine refusing to roar to life. The realization dawned heavily on Dakota and Sammy that they might have a long night ahead of them. As the sun set and the shadows overtook the light, the swamp come alive with danger, creatures that had evolved over hundreds of thousands of years to embrace the night and use it to their advantage against all other moving things, big or small, loud or silent. Sammy pulled the 2 oars from beneath the back seats and handed one to Ethan and his friend Noah. "Might as well make some headway until we can get the engine going. We're in no danger here. Dakota and me have spent half our life in dark swamps or thick desert sandstorms. We'll be fine. I would keep your hands inside the boat." They heeded his advice diligently and made sure not to hold on to the sides of the boat. Dakota unzipped the case on his .308 Winchester rifle and set it on his lap, while Sammy moved to the front of the boat and checked the bullet clips attached to the rear of his belt and the ammo in his Glock 10mm. The stillness of the murky water around them was shattered as shadows lurked beneath the surface. Noah accidentally hit a tree limb when pulling back his paddle, and a swarm of bats flapped overhead in an unnerving frenzy, scattering leaves and casting chaotic shadows across the marsh. From within the shadows of creeping cypress trees, the gleaming eyes of alligators could be seen surfacing, ominously gliding closer, drawn by the scent of fresh boar meat. Tension rose swiftly among the group. Grace's gasp broke the mounting silence as she clutched Ethan's arm, pointing towards the unsettling ripple of a massive alligator nearby. Meanwhile, Noah Davis, usually composed, paled as he noticed a nest of water moccasins writhing at the edge of the water near the airboat's hull. Panic threatened to overtake her as Ethan hurriedly debated their options, trying to mask the growing edge in his voice. Dakota, maintaining his calm, swiftly instructed Sammy to keep the group steady and quiet. He reached into the rifle bag and switched out its night scope, not giving him much of an advantage, but at least evened things out a little when tracking nocturnal animals, at home in their own habitat. As the boat moved quietly through the trees, a feeling of urgency surrounded them, aware that they were minute by minute losing whatever dominance that previously had over the primal chaos of the swamp. Sammy, after a few minutes searching through his gear, passed Grace a flashlight and told her to keep a slow surveillance on the water and the trees as they slid through the black water. Sammy pulled out a flare gun and inquired of Dakota, "We've got 3 flare guns in this bag. Any harm in shooting one out, just in case some other poor soul is out here in this part of the swamp? Someone fishing or trapping, maybe?" Dakota nodded in agreement. "What the hell? Can't hurt." So, Sammy fired the flare, spewing pink and white smoke. It flew through the treetops out to the dark blue sky, then disappeared from view. Dakota had been watching the largest of the alligators as it stalked them. He knew that the best course of action, when not immediately in danger, is to leave wild creatures alone. It's not entirely true that they are more scared of you than you of them, but just the same, your odds typically improve when you avoid a direct confrontation. But at this point, it was clear that the granddaddy gator was moving in on the fresh meat, drifting undefended at the back of the boat. Just then, the long brown and gray spotted neck and ghoulish head of a copperhead appeared above them, slowly slithering above Grace's head. Grace illuminated it with her flashlight, gasping and hand trembling. Miller noticed it first, but soon, everyone's eyes were transfixed on the ghostly demon. Dakota unholstered his machete, and, with the precision of a Korean barbecue master or a samurai assassin, swept his machete across the neck of the nemesis. Its head dropped right between Grace's feet, and she screamed with an otherworldly terror. The head of the snake continued to flick its tongue and open its mouth to reveal the fangs of a snake gone from this earth, or just now coming to grips with its predicament. The body of the snake was now trying to coil up on itself, wrap around the tree limb, due only to the millions of years of evolutionary instincts, head or no head, in an effort to slough off the last few coils of Earth's warmth. Dakota reached up, the snake's torso dripping with blood, and grabbed it firmly, yanked it firmly out of the tree, and threw it into the bog. The ripples of alligators could be seen heading in for the feast. Sammy watched Dakota dispatch of the snake. Then he too fell into a mode of action. He lined up the sight on his Glock on the brain of the massive gator, their prehistoric loiterer, then shot him right between the eyes. The sound boomed and echoed throughout the swamp. The gurgles and flight of swamp animals could be heard scurrying in retreat and flying to safety. But they knew it was only temporary, and they'd be back. They bayou creatures had all night, and nothing better to do. Dakota stepped carefully to the back, to help Sammy take apart and put together each part of the ignition system. Sammy tried something that he'd seen work on an old base boat one time, when his uncle's boat had grounded and then began taking on water. He removed the gas line connection completely, blew hard into the spark plugs, and gave the starting rope another serious pull. With a triumphant roar, the airboat finally sputtered back to life, its engine purring, bringing back a welcomed breeze and the warmth of hope into the chilled atmosphere. Dakota just looked at Sammy and smiled. "You son of a bitch." "Just a wild guess," Sammy said. "Let's just hope it holds up till we get back." Sammy guided the airboat skillfully, weaving through the night-shrouded labyrinth of the bayou, putting as much distance as they could between them and the lurking menaces of the swamp. As they finally reached the safety of the base camp, hearts pounding, but spirits intact, the group's gratitude was palpable. Ethan, Grace, and Noah having faced both the thrills and the raw dangers of the wild in a way they'd never forget. Dakota's life would never so simple again. The long goodbye. Doris Burkett made the arrangements for a small gathering of Miller and Elizabeth's closest friends to remember her, in lieu of a formal funeral. Elizabeth carried a card in her wallet, certifying that her body should be donated to medical science. In this type of demise, there was nothing left to donate to anyone other than her God in heaven. An attractive, formally dressed group, they interacted awkwardly, nevertheless. Most had never been to the Cranes' luxurious home in Buckhead, and the opulence surrounding them, from the reclaimed cobblestone driveway circling a tasteful fountain, to the 12-foot ebony front doors, to the impeccable decor and expensive artwork placed as though the house were a museum, now felt cold without Elizabeth's warmth and charm. The expansive living room held about 20 friends and family, all in their best, men in dark suits and crisp ties, women in elegant formal dresses. Miller Crane stood tall in an austere black suit and tie, his face composed but eyes clouded, distant, as if a piece of his soul had been lost, the tide of joy permanently receded. His shoulders were straight, but his mind drifted like flotsam in a Nantucket storm. Loss was a heavy cloak he wore gently today, knowing tears might unleash sobs from the room. Well deserved, but not what he wanted. His father, Jebediah, had drilled into him that crying was for grandmothers and little girls. If a person was unhappy with an outcome, be prepared to change it the next time. A taciturn hardware store owner in the small town of Suwanee, Georgia, Jebediah could dismantle and rebuild anything, usually improving its mechanics. A popular mechanics devotee, he taught the boys the mechanics of car engines, woodworking, and electronics, the quiet satisfaction of making the complicated simple, deconstructing, and reassembling. Jebediah could see the beauty in a well-tied knot, a gearbox oiled and turning with precision. But ghosts and demons from his own turbulent childhood and 2 years of service in Vietnam had left an indelible, deep, undressed wound of anger and fire that could come out of him at any time, placing all family members in harm's way at any time, and for any inexplicable reason. Daisy Crane saved what little ass the 2 boys had left. Next to Miller, Dakota stood quietly, his sturdy frame in an understated black suit and gray tie, straining across broad shoulders. His piercing brown eyes scanned the room, his rusty brown hair and beard well trimmed for a change. His presence at Miller's side a divergence of forms. Growing up, the remarkable difference between Miller and Dakota was always a topic for discussion in Suwanee, Georgia, perhaps when boys were idle at the barber shop, trading barbs, or sometimes at late-night poker games, or even standing outside the church, just around the hickory tree, where they could speak their mind. As youngsters, cockeyed Greg Simmons would weigh in on the matter, sitting upright in the barber's chair at Suwanee Smooth Cuts, his voice muffled and low. Dakota inherited none their parents' features. Miller, on the other hand, is their spitting image, and he seems to have taken on part their odd ways of speaking. Miss Taylor at the post office said that she heard Dakota was adopted. Sounds crazy, but I'm geared to believe it. The barber, Catfish Taylor, an institution in Suwanee for 40 years, had looked at Greg in the mirror, dismissing his conjectures, focused only on the balance of Greg's hairline. "You have to admit," Greg continued, staring at himself in the mirror, "he has all the markings of a stray dog, maybe brought in to be some sort of guardian. A guardian for Miller and a protector from their crazy parents? Their father's got something wrong in the head, and their mother, well, she probably speaks in tongues. It's something to think about. Anyway, he has hardly ever said a word to me, but everyone knows not to cross him. He picked up Pete Kunkel and threw him across a car hood once, just because he was poking at the back of Miller's head. Nah, he doesn't come across as friendly stray dog. Best to keep your distance." The barber tried to combat the hair lick in Greg Simmons' scalp, mute, keeping to himself whatever rumors he'd heard and opinions he might have. In Miller's great room, Doris Burkett mingled gracefully through the gathering, reddish-brown hair etched with tiny slices of silver, eyes wise with experience. She offered quiet comfort, stepping up to Dakota with a charm that barely hid her swoon over his rugged physique and piercing gaze. As she made her way to other guests, her lingering perfume stirred a mutual attraction. Over by the bar, Roger Tenzin fidgeted, nodding at his colleagues, eyeing Miller's bookshelves of leather-bound classics and detective novels, worlds where all questions had answers, and good most often triumphed over evil. His ill-fitting suit and uneven hair marked him as out of place amid the gloom. The only time you could get him in a full suit was at a wake or a funeral, and his one black suit was too large for his modest shoulders. Miller also tried to make the rounds, gracious but distant. Walking by the bookshelves, he acknowledged Roger, then stopped to gaze at a photo of Elizabeth, Emily, and himself before Pinnacle Balanced Rock in Arizona, a set of impossibly stacked boulders mirroring their precarious life. In the back corner of the room, sitting at Miller's glossy black Steinway, a young boy was plodding through Summertime. His mother, alerted to the sound, walked briskly across the room to silence him. "Kev, this is not the place." But for Miller, it was the perfect place. He put a hand on his shoulder and urged Kevin to continue. "I love that song. The room could use some beautiful music." The boy paused. "Mr. Crane, is Emily okay? I heard about the explosion. I really enjoyed playing piano with her." Like a cymbal crash, tears began to well in the eyes of those who surrounded the young musician. Miller assured Kevin that Emily was strengthening, and they'd play Georgia on My Mind soon. Then he excused himself up the stairs to recompose his stoic mask. In his room, eyes closed, the photo lingered in his mind. Balanced rocks, fragile eternity, a mirror to his unstable world. He composed himself and made his way back down the stairs, moving purposefully now, no sign of distress. As a fresh round of hors d'oeuvres arrived on past silver trays, Miller steered Dakota to his adjacent office and study. "Dakota," Miller said, voice strained yet controlled, I need your help. Sure, anything. I'm afraid this is no small thing. If you agree to help, you may need to put your business on hold, at least for a little while. I'm working with the Atlanta PD, the GBI, and the FBI on the bombing, but each day I become increasingly convinced that with my resources and your expertise, I might have an advantage in uncovering the truth with greater clarity. Not in partnership with law enforcement, but relying on the other knowledge and experience we bring to the effort. Totally unlawful, Dakota, but laser-focused and merciless. Dakota's brow furrowed. Dog Miller, this isn't like you. You've always been the cold, calculating one in the face of danger and risk. Never intimidated, always ready with the right answers, but cautious and willing to wait out any fish on a line. I will do anything I can to help you, Miller, but you need to think long and hard before going down this path. Whoever was behind this are evil. They will not hesitate to kill again, without a thought about collateral damage. Yeah, I've crossed that bridge. The bomb was meant for me. They missed this time. I'm thinking they won't the next time. I'd rather go on offense, but like I said, it's out of my lane. Dakota, to say I'm in a bad place right now would be to understate it by country mile. I have done nothing but think about how I should move forward. A big part of my life has been taken from me, and I have a 12-year-old daughter with half an arm. But you have been outside the wire and understand fear, stealth, and lethality. Dakota stepped to Miller and embraced him. Who would want to kill you? Much less your whole family? It makes no sense. I know. I've been trying to piece together every possible angle. I mean, I can see kidnapping, as heinous as that would be. Or blackmail. But just outright, cold-blooded murder. I can't think of a single person or enterprise that would have a motive. But the thing is, Dakota, this time they killed my wife and maimed my daughter, but they missed me. How long before they correct that mistake? Dakota looked down, then out the window, mentally digesting what his younger brother had just said. Listen, I'll need to know exactly what you have in mind. You're right. I have been outside the wire. You're a genius, Miller, but this is one job that I'll have to lead. I'll need to have every scrap of intel from every source and some idea on what's in your mind. I'm flying back to Baton Rouge after the funeral tomorrow. I'll text you a link to my private cloud repo where you can upload everything you know and everything you're thinking. I'll review en route to Louisiana. The two brothers looked at each other without expression, minds aflame with the common fire of family. Facing the music. The next morning, Miller Crane arrived at the Interflow offices before dawn. For some reason, he decided to go through the Krispy Kreme drive-thru on his way to work. He'd passed it 1,000,000 times, but had only stopped by a couple of times, usually after his team had delivered spectacularly on a requirement, sometimes when he was just filled with melancholy and needed some warm, sugary sweetness to change his mood. But this morning, the fresh donut sign was on, and he could almost smell their warm, almost gooey sweetness. So he went through the drive-thru and picked up a couple dozen glazed, along with a box of coffee. The FBI was scheduled to meet with him at 8 a.m. in his office, so maybe it would improve the mood. As he arrived in the lobby, the building felt hollow, lights dim, the security desk unmanned, the usual hum of AC and footsteps replaced by an unnatural quiet. He rode the elevator alone to the executive floor, stepped into his corner office, set the donuts and coffee on a buffet table, and stood motionless at the window, watching the first pale of sunlight creep across Midtown Atlanta. The skyline looked the same, cold as stone. At 7:45 a.m., the receptionist buzzed. "Mr. Crane, 2 FBI agents are here to see you." He exhaled slowly. "Send them in." Special Agent Elena Morales entered first, mid-40s, dark hair pulled into a neat bun, navy blazer over a white blouse, eyes sharp but not unkind. Behind her came Special Agent Daniel Roswell, late 20s, red hair cropped short, freckles across his nose, tie slightly crooked. Both carried slim leather portfolios and the quiet gravity of people who had already seen too many mornings like this. "Mr. Crane," Morales said, extending her hand. "I'm Special Agent Morales, FBI, Atlanta Field Office. This is Special Agent Roswell. We're very sorry for your loss." Miller shook their hands, motioning to the small conference table near the window. "Thank you. Please sit." They settled into chairs. Roswell's eyes flicked to the buffet table against the wall, where Miller's fresh box of Krispy Kreme donuts lay half open, alongside a box of coffee. He cleared his throat. Mind if I grab one of those? He asked, gesturing toward the box. We've been on this all night. Miller managed a small nod. Help yourself. There's fresh coffee, too. Roswell rose, poured himself a cup, added cream, and selected a couple glazed donuts. He returned to the table, taking a careful bite, as Morales opened her portfolio and set down her phone to record the conversation. We won't take much of your time this morning, she said. We're still in the early stages, but we wanted to speak with you directly. First, our deepest sympathies for your wife, Elizabeth, and for what your daughter Emily is going through. Miller's throat tightened. He nodded once, unable to speak. Morales continued gently. Can you walk us through yesterday afternoon? Anything you remember leading up to the explosion? People you saw? Unusual behavior? Anything out of place in the parking deck or earlier in the store? Miller recounted it calmly, mechanically. The elevator ride, Elizabeth's gown fitting, the walk to the car, his sudden realization about the unpaid bill, turning back toward the elevator. The exact moment the BMW erupted. The flames. Emily's broken body. He spoke without inflection, as though reciting someone else's life. Roswell finished his donuts, wiped his fingers on a napkin, and leaned forward. Thank you. That matches the initial witness statements and security footage. We're pulling everything we can from the deck's cameras. Morales made a note, then looked up. Mr. Crane, we must ask who might have wanted to harm you or your family. Any threats, disputes, business rivals, personal enemies, even something small or seemingly unrelated. Miller shook his head slowly. No threats. No enemies I know of. Interflow does high-end encryption and cybersecurity. We have some military contracts, high-end banks, and investment firms. We've never had a direct threat. Some. Harmless hacking, but nothing dangerous. The merger with Velocity is in progress, but other than a million details, it's been moving forward relatively without drama. No bad blood anywhere that I can see. Roswell exchanged a quick glance with Morales. We'll need to speak with your business partners. Mr. Tenzin, Mr. Leonard, Mr. Buffington, others in leadership. Purely routine. Of course, Miller said. Anything you need. Morales closed her portfolio. One more thing. We'd like to see some basic financials from both Interflow and Velocity. Also, some selected meeting notes. She passed a piece of paper to Miller with a numbered list detailing the requests. Miller looked at the paper, puzzled by some of the requests, then nodded. I'll get this to the right people and get you paper copies of everything. Nodded. Morales reached into her pocket and slid a business card across the table. My direct line. If anything comes back to you, any name, any detail, even if it seems insignificant, call me, day or night. Miller took the card. Thank you. Morales hesitated, then added, we can arrange protection if you feel it's necessary. For you, for Emily, for the office, safe houses, security detail, whatever you need. Miller looked out the window at the waking city. Not yet, he said quietly, but I appreciate it. Roswell stood, brushing crumbs from his tie. We're making progress on the forensics. Bomb composition, detonator type, residue analysis. We'll have more in the next few days. In the meantime, try to rest. We'll be in touch soon. They shook hands again. Morales gave him a small, professional nod. We're very sorry, Mr. Crane. Truly. Then the agents packed up their cases and left, leaving Miller seated at the table, staring at the business card in his hand. The office around him was silent, except for the sudden white noise of the AC coming to life and the high-pitched whir of his laptop drive. Somewhere down the hall, a phone rang, but went unanswered. He turned the card over once, then slipped it into his wallet, a long-buried Old Testament Bible verse, spilling into his inner dialogue, Amos 5:12. But let justice roll on like a river, righteousness like a never-failing stream. At 9 a.m., Miller was due for a meeting with Roger Tenzin, the CEO, and Chris Buffington, the corporate attorney. He got to the Rainforest meeting room early and walked to the window. There was a prime view of Atlanta to the southeast from Interflow's northern perch in Buckhead, just blocks from the vibrant city's heart. Late afternoon light slanted across the skyline, turning the glass towers of Midtown into blades of gold and copper. From this height, Atlanta looked almost peaceful, sprawling, restless, and alive. He had always loved the contradictions of Atlanta's history. A city born as a railroad junction in the 1830s, it had been burned to the ground by Sherman in 1864, only to rise again from the ashes with stubborn Southern pride. The rails that once carried cotton and troops now carried freight containers and passengers for UPS and Delta, the twin engines of modern commerce. Coca-Cola had sweetened the world from here. Home Depot had taught a nation how to build. And in the shadow of those gleaming headquarters stood the churches and streets where Martin Luther King Jr. had preached, marched, and changed the soul of a country. Atlanta had never been content to stay small. It kept pushing outward, suburbs bleeding into exurbs, reaching the Tennessee line to the north and the Alabama border to the west, a vast, restless organism of cul-de-sacs, office parks, and megachurches. Urban grit and suburban comfort lived side by side, sometimes uneasily, often beautifully. It was a city that remembered its scars and still chose to grow. Miller's gaze drifted east, where Stone Mountain rose like a gray sentinel against the horizon. He smiled faintly, remembering the family trip to hike up Stone Mountain. The sun beat down on the granite dome as Miller, Elizabeth, and the then 10-year-old Emily made their way up the steep walking trail. Elizabeth had insisted they skip the tram and hike it. "Real mountain people don't cheat," she'd teased. Emily, ponytail flipping, bounced up the mountain like a spring, shouting back at them every few minutes, "Come on, y'all, let's go." At the summit, they collapsed onto warm rock, breathing hard, laughing. The view stretched forever. Atlanta, a hazy silver smudge to the west, the green quilt of Georgia rolling out in every direction. Below them, carved into the sheer north face, the massive Confederate memorial loomed. Jefferson Davis, Robert E. Lee, and Stonewall Jackson on horseback, giants in life and death, frozen in granite. They ate lunch at the Summit Grill, burgers, hot dogs, and sweet tea, sitting at the outdoor patio with a cooling breeze whipping their hair. On the way down, they came to their senses and agreed to take the tram. Emily pressed her face to the glass as the massive figures of the carvings slid past. So close she could see the chisel marks in the stone, too young to understand the historic significance and cultural complexity of the landmark. Miller exhaled slowly, picturing his vanquished wife, smiling at him in jeans and a work shirt, hair pulled back, a smile that brought comfort to the travelers, his mind hiking his way through layers of grief to the present. Stone Mountain losing focus, the memory fading. The streets of Buckhead below kept moving. Cars crawling along Piedmont Road, planes lined up in the sky, descending toward Hartsfield-Jackson, the distant gray swell of Stone Mountain standing guard. Atlanta had survived fire, war, segregation, and explosive growth. It had learned how to carry its contradictions without breaking. He hoped he could do the same. Somewhere out there in those dark streets and shining towers, there were clues to the people who had taken Elizabeth from him and maimed his daughter. He had no intention of letting the city forget what had been done on the oil-stained grit of its alleyways. He turned away from the window, the ghost of Elizabeth's smile lingering in his mind like the last light of a summer afternoon. Just then, the door swung open quietly behind him, and Roger Tenzin entered, an embodiment of the ultra-geek archetype, mismatched in appearance but sharp in presence. His $2,000 sport coat, immaculate and fitted, contrasted sharply with his slim jeans, dirty Converse All-Stars with frayed laces, and his Grateful Dead t-shirt. He looked like he'd rolled out of a hackathon, or an overnighter in a basement startup, not the CEO set about to change the future of digital transactions and artificial intelligence. Roger approached Miller with an awkward, almost apologetic smile, hands stuffed into the pockets of his jeans. Without a word, he gave a little nod, as if to say, "Sorry about the look," before speaking. He looked up at Miller, eyes never leaving Miller's gaze. "Hey, Miller. Listen, I know things are rough, and I just wanted to say, please take all the time you need. Honestly, just don't worry about the merger right now. You've got a lot on your plate." Miller didn't turn away from the window. His voice was measured, distant. "Thanks, Roger. I appreciate it. I mean that. But I'll get through this, one way or another." Tenzin shifted, rubbing the back of his neck, eyes momentarily glancing out the window. "I'm just saying, if you want an emergency pause, I can get it. As much time as you need. You don't have to pretend everything's normal, because it's not. Not for any of us." Miller finally turned back to Roger, his gaze cold and tired. "We'll see. One step at a time, Roger. I do appreciate your understanding, though. Right now, I feel like staying busy is healthier than being alone. Silence settled between them for a moment. Then Miller shifted gears, voice sharp and deliberate. So, what's the status of the merger with Velocity? The proposed merger between Interflow and Velocity, valued at an estimated $4.2 billion as of August 19, 2025, represented a strategic powerhouse in the evolving landscape of AI-driven security and intelligent systems. Interflow, an Atlanta-based leader in defense and healthcare tech, brought expertise in military-grade encryption protocols and secure networking, hardware, tamper-proof routers for edge deployments, medical AI applications like wearable health monitors, and predictive diagnostics for trauma and triage. Velocity, headquartered in Silicon Valley, brought prowess in general AI models, versatile large language and vision systems, and embedded AI bots, compact, low-power neural networks integrated into everything from smart home appliances to unmanned military drones. Together, the combined entity, tentatively branded VeloFlow Dynamics, aim to create end-to-end solutions where AI isn't just smart, but fortress secure, targeting a $150 billion addressable market in secure AI by 2030. This all-stock private deal, announced amid rising geopolitical tensions and AI regulatory scrutiny, would position the new company as a dual-use innovator, bridging consumer gadgets with national security imperatives, seamlessly combining life-saving diagnostics with always-on messaging. Tenzin's face lit up, excitement briefly flickering as he leaned forward. Chris Buffington, Interflow's corporate attorney, quietly rapped on the glass door, then proceeded without hesitation into Miller's office. "Hi, Miller. You doing okay?" Chris asked, to which Miller nodded a simple okay. Buffington was a quiet man and had very little use for small talk. Crisp, black hair with specks of gray, put together like a wrestler, he kept the ship on course, identifying icebergs and attack submarines before they were in range, making no compromises with the firm's legal exposures and opportunities. Not blessed with the gift of gab, either by design or by choice, he could say more in a single expression than others might say in an entire meeting. He ran the legal department at Interflow with a quiet but masterly efficiency. What he lacked in personality, he made up for in competence. His language was as concise and to the point as anyone Miller had ever met. The closest thing to a computer in this building that walked on 2 feet and didn't have to be plugged in. Miller always wondered why, given Buffington's muted nature, his department was filled with so many beautiful young lady lawyers. Or, not so much wondered, rather admired. Roger dug in on the legal landmines. Any missing or purposely confusing documents? Hidden doors somewhere? Unusual golden parachutes? Buffington opened his laptop and pulled up some documents for them to review, adding a preface. Things are moving faster than expected. Velocity's legal team is almost done with the blending of their IP crossovers, the quantum computing algorithms, the AI that handles the transaction. Speed. All seem to be in the green, waiting for a couple executive sign-offs. My main concern is the integration of protected code logic. I'm aware of the nasty reveals. You know, you show me yours? Buffington looked at his 2 bosses as they read the synopsis letter on his laptop. The letter was precise, concise, and to the point. And yes, Buffington added, there is the Death Star of Miller's little secret code packet. What he keeps referring to as the fail-safe key code. It's a holdup, but I'm sure Miller has his reasons. Tenzin nodded, pulling a thick stack of papers from his shoulder bag, hands trembling slightly. We've got a good team on that, Tenzin said. We've managed to bundle most of the proprietary code, from both sides, though there are a few challenging patents still under analysis, linking Velocity's quantum tech with our modest AI footprint creates more neural connections than we originally planned. But I think we're close. Just make sure the Velocity lawyers don't get too thirsty, okay? Chris Buffington looked at Tenzin, expressionless. Miller's eyes narrowed as he dissected one of the diagrams. What about the external risks? The blending of systems, intellectual property that might have offshore access, key questions we need to answer now, not later. Tenzin's enthusiasm waned for a moment, nodding. Serious now. We're covered there. Chris has contracted the best IP and patent lawyers in the South to double and triple check every connecting gateway. The main thing is making sure we control the flow. Digital, legal, physical. We can't trust anyone really. Roger ran a hand through his beard and turned to address them both, abruptly changing the subject. Chris, we feel the car bomb that killed Elizabeth was clearly meant for Miller. To consider otherwise would be naive. Whoever is behind it, they've opened their missile doors and made it clear that they are willing to cold-bloodedly murder innocent families in the street. We are working closely with the FBI, GBI, and Atlanta PD on the why and who. You should know that I've approved Miller to multitask some of our resources to follow digital clues into places where the FBI might not be able to reach. Everything is being stamped and directed by me, and I'll take the hit if we get caught crossing a line. Buffington looked back and forth at each of them, expressionless, before speaking. I'll need Miller to securely message me with any action that he takes, just so I can construct a portfolio if something does go wrong. The information will stay in a new siloed Cloud Lake. You'll get no pushback from me on anything you're doing, but I may be able to suggest alternative actions that achieve the same objectives without the legal risk. Great, Chris. You've done a great job with this extremely complex merger. Once all this is over, I've got some 2-for-1 coupons for you at the Misty's Hamburgers. It was meant as a joke, and they both smiled briefly. Roger Tenzin was so smart and eccentric, it was often hard to distinguish his humor from a simple statement of fact. Chris Buffington snapped his laptop close, shook Tenzin's hand, and went back to his duties. After Buffington left the room, Roger reached out to Miller and gave him a full-chested hug. The two of them looked at each other. Two men from worlds so different they could be from different galaxies, yet bound by stakes they couldn't afford to lose. Then Roger nodded at Miller and made his way awkwardly out of the room. Miller reached into his coat pocket, pulled out his phone, and called Doris. "Doris," he said into the receiver, voice low but firm. "Mr. Crane? Did you get all of that?" "Yes, Mr. Crane. I've logged everything. Should I keep it with the others?" Miller paused, glancing at a nearby bookshelf. His eyes settled on a collection of classic leather-bound volumes, noting one in particular, the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe, which he gently pressed back into the bookshelf so that all bindings were in sync, before responding. "No," he muttered. "Let's create a new folder. Have any creative ideas for a name?" Doris laughed softly, her voice tinkling through the line. "How about The Emperor's Robe?" Miller allowed himself a faint, weary smile. "Perfect. And Doris, listen, I'm going to be offline for most of the day, but I may need you to handle some things later. Maybe later tonight. Much later. Understood. Be well, Mr. Crane." "Thanks, Doris. I'll be in touch." Velerosity. The Velerosity campus sprawled across 200 acres of rolling North Texas prairie north of Dallas, a gleaming citadel of glass, steel, and solar panels that looked more like a futuristic research park than a corporate headquarters. Low, angular buildings with sweeping curved roofs were connected by elevated walkways and lush native landscaping. Bluebonnets, an Indian paintbrush blooming in careful rebellion against the surrounding dry grass. Autonomous electric shuttles glided silently along dedicated lanes, while drone delivery pods hummed overhead like metallic bees. The main complex rose at the center, a 5-story atrium of black glass and white titanium, its reflective surface turning the Texas sky into a shifting mirror of clouds and contrails. Inside, the atmosphere was electric with quiet intensity. Open-plan workspaces stretched beneath skylights, filled with standing desks, holographic displays, and ergonomic pods where engineers and coders worked in focused silence or animated clusters. Large screens on the walls streamed real-time data, drone telemetry, AI training metrics, global supply chain maps pulsing in cool blues and greens. The air carried a faint ozone scent from the massive server farms buried beneath the complex, mixed with the aroma of fresh espresso from the 24-hour cafe bars. Everything felt deliberately calm, yet beneath the surface hummed an almost predatory efficiency. Rex Watts, CEO of Velerosity, moved through this world like a man who had invented the rules and then decided to break half of them for fun. Brilliant and eccentric, he favored tailored Italian suits paired with limited edition sneakers and often conducted meetings while perched on the edge of a conference table, barefoot, tossing a stress ball between his hands. He was known for showing up at 3 a.m. with new ideas scribbled on napkins or suddenly declaring, no meeting Wednesdays, so his teams could think like children again. Employees both revered and feared him. His mind moved at dangerous speeds, and his temper could flash like summer lightning when someone failed to keep up or made a costly mistake. On the top floor, President and Chief Financier Lars Godin occupied a sprawling corner suite that felt more like a Scandinavian sanctuary than a corporate office. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the prairie horizon, but the interior was pure Sweden. Pale birch walls, minimalist furniture with clean lines, and soft recessed lighting that mimicked the long northern twilight. Large photographs of mist-shrouded fjords, snow-dusted forests, and the green-gold shimmer of the aurora borealis hung in heavy black frames. A single dramatic oil painting of a red wooden stuga beside a frozen lake dominated one wall, a quiet reminder of the homeland he had left decades earlier to chase American fortunes. Lars felt most comfortable behind his massive live-edge walnut desk, his silver hair perfectly combed, ice-blue eyes focused on multiple holographic displays floating above the surface. Two of his executive assistants, both strikingly beautiful, poised, and impeccably dressed, moved quietly through the space. One, a tall blonde named Freya, was charged with arranging fresh coffee and lingonberry pastries on a buffet along one wall of the office. The other, a dark-haired and elegant lady named Jen, would often take residence in a chair beside Lars to walk him through contracts and financial statements. Lars treated them with old-world courtesy, addressing them by name and thanking them for every small task, yet there was never any doubt who commanded the room. Here, in this carefully curated space, high above the Texas plains, Lars Godin felt both powerful and strangely at peace, two feelings he knew would soon be tested as the merger with Interflow moved into its final, most dangerous phase. Outside his windows, the sun dipped lower, painting the prairie gold. Inside Velocity's humming heart, the machine of ambition continued its relentless turn, unaware that the shadows gathering around it were growing longer by the hour. Operation Rat. The early morning mist had barely lifted from the mid-sized Eastern European city, but overhead, a swarm of ominous figures darted through the sky with precision and purpose. The air hummed with the mechanical buzz of 100 suicide drones, their paths converging in a synchronized ballet of impending devastation. "Operation Rat, comms check," crackled the voice of the operations leader, resonating through the headsets of operators scattered across multiple locations. Each team, steely-eyed and focused, reported in with military precision. Team 1 at checkpoint, on schedule. Team 2 is 1 minute from checkpoint, comms good. Team 3 just now at checkpoint, comms good. Team 4 at checkpoint, comms good. Team 5, cameras in place and focused. 1 drone offline, investigating, comms good. Operations to all teams. We are green. Attack. 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 We are green. With this command, the drones descended on the unsuspecting city in an orchestrated blitz across strategic targets. Group after group hurtled toward the airport, power plant, and busiest vehicle bridge, each loaded with explosive payloads ready to detonate on contact. They spiraled through the sky, diving with unerring accuracy and erupting into flames that tore through their targets with ruthless efficiency. Meanwhile, in a darkened control room bathed in the glow of massive video screens, the operation unfolded with clinical detachment. One man stood apart from the others, clad in a crisp white dress shirt, his bald head reflecting the light from the screens. His code name was Fat Man. His eyes darted from screen to screen, watching the chaos like the conductor of a deadly symphony. Around him, 20 operators manned their workstations, exchanging high fives in muted celebration as each target was successfully obliterated. On one monitor, a view of the attack streamed from a surveillance drone, displaying the chilling image of an elderly woman appeared, trudging across the doomed bridge with a cart of vegetables. A lone drone locked onto her moving figure, diving with lethal intent. In an instant, an explosion ripped through the bridge, silencing her quiet journey and leaving nothing but dust and flames in its wake. A large truck had been crossing at just the wrong moment. The driver slammed on the brakes as he saw the bridge disappear in front of him, but it was too late. All he could do was sit helplessly as his cab slid off the gaping, the void in the concrete being too much, before plunging headfirst into the river, sinking quickly to the bottom. A bunch of bananas were left floating in the river, surrounded by oranges, pears, and an entire fruit and vegetable stand. From behind the rows of glowing screens, a tall, thin man in a sharply tailored suit emerged, codenamed Little Boy. With deliberate strides, he approached Fat Man, who remained unwavering. "Ready?" the thin man queried, his voice a low murmur, barely audible over the chaos broadcast on every screen. "Ready?" came the calm reply, a chilling declaration amid the orchestrated destruction. In that moment, 3 drones breached their final objective, targeting a passenger jet labeled Air Baltic. They surged forward, aligning in synchrony, engines screaming as they were drawn into the jet's turbines. The explosions were instantaneous and catastrophic, shredding metal and sending the aircraft into a slow, spiraling descent. The thin man, his task complete, offered a brief approving pat on his colleague's shoulder before retreating into the shadows. The man in white remained, his focus unyielding as he surveyed the unfolding from whence it had come, an orchestrated tableau of devastation. From his vantage point, the screens displayed a city marred by destruction, a landscape marked by plumes of fire where life had once thrived. Laying to rest. The day of Elizabeth Crane's burial dawned with a solemn stillness, the muted gray sky heavy with coming rain, as family and friends gathered at the serene grounds of the Sardis United Methodist Church in Buckhead, Georgia. The air carried the scent of fresh flowers, mingling with morning dew, an atmosphere of mourning and quiet celebration of a life well lived. Miller Crane stood by his 12-year-old daughter, Emily, joined by her friends Kevin and Ginger, whose gentle presence offered silent support. The service, held in the modest yet elegant church hall, was intimate, reflecting the Methodist values Elizabeth cherished: good works and selfless service. The minister spoke warmly of her dedication to community volunteerism and local charities, painting her as a beacon of kindness whose compassion touched many lives. Miller's close friends and colleagues sat in quiet contemplation. Roger Tenzin, masking his usual awkwardness, shifted uncomfortably, while Sandy Tamberlane, striking in her elegance, cast a lingering glance of unspoken sympathy toward Miller, the man she secretly had a crush on. George Leonard, the manager of Miller's cybersecurity department, reflected on poignant memories of Elizabeth's warmth, which he deeply respected. Dakota Crane stood distinct among the attendees, his formidable physique matched by unwavering emotional support. Doris Burkett, Miller's composed assistant, was a vision of dignity in midnight black, offering quiet strength. Miller, mining the images of Bible verses he had memorized as a child, constructed his own prayers, eyes closed, music, visions, and words swirling upwards toward the peace that only faith can provide. As the ceremony closed, the congregation sang "How Great Thou Art," a hymn of hope and renewal, voices uniting in solace. The group moved in procession toward the gravesite under ancient trees, leaves rustling softly, wrapping them in nature's embrace. The ceremony concluded with a final farewell as Elizabeth's casket was lowered, surrounded by flowers symbolizing love and gratitude. Seconds after the service ended, a thunderstrike shattered the silence, startling everyone. They glanced southwest at a thick, black cloud rolling in. Miller scooped up Emily, guiding her friends to his car, Doris helping to shield them from the storm. Hail pelted down, double B-sized at first, then olive-sized, bouncing off windshields, hoods, and unprotected attendees dashing for any car with a seat, some piling onto the other's lap. George Leonard, muttering to himself as if conversing with a ghost, spoke aloud. Neuroplasticity, brain plasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize neural connections for learning and memory. He pressed the button to lower his car window, sticking his hand out, grounded like a friend of Zeus, with childlike wonder. The chauffeur and his host, Miss S. Taylor, stared as if he'd just escaped from an asylum. Miller, with Emily in his lap, squeezed her tightly, wiping a tear from her face. She looked up and kissed his cheek. Lightning struck the pond in the cemetery's center, rivulets of electricity spreading like 100 hands soothing a grandmother's shoulders. Emily kissed him again, and Miller squeezed even harder. A matter of no consequence. Miller Crane and Doris Burkett were in Miller's kitchen, drinking coffee, when the doorbell rang, a digitally sampled version of the tones from the old TV comedy The Addams Family, echoing through the house softly and repeatedly. Not once had anyone found it the least bit humorous, including Elizabeth, but Miller liked it, so it stayed. Miller went to the door, opened it, greeted Detective Thrush, and welcomed him into the house, escorting him down the hallway to the study. Surrounded by hardbound books and pieces of art, the furnishings were sparse, textured, and warm, quietly speaking wealth. Detective Thrush examined the room, then nervously looked out the window. "How are you holding up, Mr. Crane?" "Doing my best, Detective. Please call me Miller. This is Doris, my colleague. My partner is right behind. Elisa." Thrush nodded, then asked them, "Is there anywhere I might be able to light a smoke?" Without hesitation, Miller responded, "You can smoke here. It's the smoking room, after all. Doris, perhaps you could find an ashtray or a saucer." Doris returned with the same saucer and cup that she'd just used. Red lipstick on the edges of the cup. Like every detail of an investigation, the detective took note of the lipstick, but made sure that his expression was emotionless, impossible to read. "Thanks, Doris," Miller said, and Detective Thrush took no time lighting his cigarette. Miller said, "I have to collect as much information about everything as possible. No one in my immediate domain is in the realm of suspect, but many people in our firm and our firm's partners might look at it that way." "Some of it may be personal," Thrush said, looking at Doris. "Oh, no. Don't exclude Doris. We're a team. No secrets here. None. She is a trusted ally and provides me with an important backup when I struggle to remember arcane details at work and in daily travels." Miller looked at his watch. The trawling net of sunset was ever present. "Shit, I told the attorney I'd call him before 6. Doris, can you grab my phone? It's somewhere in plain view. Maybe in the bedroom?" Doris returned and handed Miller his phone. Miller started to dial, then realized he was staring at a dead screen. "Damn," he said. "Phone's dead. Must have forgotten to charge it." Miller looked at Thrush. "I was drunk and stoned. Doris, can I borrow yours?" Doris stopped him. "I don't have my phone, Miller. Remember? No phones." Miller looked out the window. "I've got to call this guy, Thrush. It's Liz's lawyer. Would you mind if I borrowed your phone? Just one quick call. I promise. You can call him for me if you'd like." Thrush pulled his phone out of his jacket, unlocked it, and handed it to Miller. Miller walked outside by the pool, Thrush's phone in hand. Away from prying eyes, he moved fast, unlocking the device with the passcode glimpsed earlier, then plugging in a slim USB adapter from his pocket, masked as a charging cable. Interflow's custom malware toolkit, honed for quantum-secure breaches, uploaded in seconds, a stealth tracker to ping locations, log calls, and mirror data to the Firebird cloud. He tapped rapidly, executing the payload, staring at the screen as confirmation flashed. Installed. Silent mode engaged. Miller hurriedly made the call to Liz's lawyer, a scripted voice app to sell the ruse, yelled for effect, hung up, and placed a second dummy call to log activity. Satisfied, he locked the screen, returned to the study. Miller left the door open to let out some of the smoke that was now beginning to hang in the air, a bluish haze, then handed Thrush's phone back. Miller looked at him closely, as if trying to size him up. Detective Thrush was not alarmed. "We think the bomb was intended for you, Miller." "Yes, obviously." "Any reason why someone would want to kill you?" "No person I can think of, but we do a lot of business with people around the world. I'm struggling to figure out how eliminating me would change anything about existing agreements or Interflow's premier product line." Detective Thrush put out his cigarette in Doris's saucer and looked at her for a moment, admiring her stately beauty one second and sizing up her loyalty the next. "Doris, do you have any idea who might want to kill your boss?" Doris looked at him as if staring into a painting of a ghost. "No, I don't. I can't say everybody loves Miller, but he's a pretty good guy. Certainly no one at the firm has bad feelings about him. Miller's a serious leader who asks how he can help staff rather than belittle them. He recognizes hard work, asks about families because he cares. No birthday goes unnoticed, because I'm in charge of that." Doris laughed. "Sometimes he'll even sign the card and add a funny note." She looked at Miller. "Hit or miss?" Miller shook his head, feigning disappointment at the shared secret. "No, there is no one," Doris continued. "I don't know anyone with anything but warm feelings about Miller." She thought for a second, smiling wryly at him. "He can be a little intimidating, Detective. That's the worst I can say." "You know what, Doris?" Thrush responded. That's just what everybody else has said. Have you guys gotten your stories straight? It was a joke, but under the circumstances, it landed poorly and awkwardly. Detective Thrush stepped over to the bookshelf. You're a Sherlock Holmes fan? Miller responded warmly. Yes, no doubt. Who wouldn't be? What you do in this world is a matter of no consequence. It was a quote from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's A Study in Scarlet. The question is, Miller said, what can you make people believe that you have done? Detective Thrush walked over to the book containing the phrase, pushed it back against the bookshelf wall until it was fully square with the others. Miller looked at Doris. They both were thinking the same thing, and they both broke a small grin. Stranger and stranger, Doris said. Samantha West closes the case. The bustling chaos of Heathrow Airport swirled around Samantha West as she methodically made her way through the crowded terminal. Her disguise was perfect. A short blonde wig, nondescript airport uniform, hair tucked under a cap, blending seamlessly among the thousands rushing to their gates. Her eyes scanned the crowd with sharp focus, every movement and face filled with urgency. Strangers walking with purpose, some brimming with excitement, others with dread. And for a few, betrayal, disappointment, and failure. Her target was a nervous man, Zach Kleinman, who was making quick, erratic strides through the terminal, clutching a metal briefcase as if it were a lifeline to another life, or just to preserve the one he had. Dark, unkempt hair, a suit without a tie, face bearing the wear of someone who'd run miles in his mind. His eyes darted constantly, nerves stretched to the breaking point. Samantha pressed forward through a side hallway, waiting for just the right moment. Then, from a concealed corridor, she suddenly appeared, pushing a wheelchair. With perfect timing, she rammed it from behind into Kleinman's knees, causing him to stumble and fall back, the briefcase slipping from his grasp. As he bent for it, Samantha, quick as a striking snake, stabbed a tiny syringe into his neck, injecting just enough propofol to render him temporarily unconscious. He stiffened, eyes widening as dizziness clouded his mind. His legs buckled, and he slumped into semi-consciousness. Samantha caught him carefully, lowering him into the wheelchair. She grabbed the briefcase from the floor, tossed it into his lap, and shot a quick, reassuring smile at nearby travelers, including a suspicious woman on her phone, remaining calm, confident, in complete control. She spoke to a nearby security guard, matter-of-factly. He's my uncle. He's not doing well. Then, she expertly wheeled the chair into a quieter hallway. Winding down the corridor, she turned sharply, kicked open a door, and pushed Kleinman inside. The room was a nondescript office, gray walls, a long table, and a small monitor blinking on the desk. Standing inside, Torrance Neal, flanked by two consultants, looked up as Samantha entered, anticipation in their eyes, waiting for their prize. She glanced at Kleinman, still groggy but stirring, and cracked smelling salts under his nose. His eyes snapped open, wild and uncertain. Before he could bolt, Samantha stepped forward and struck him sharply on the neck with the barrel of her pistol. He dropped like a rag doll, collapsing and trembling in shock. Kleinman's wide eyes locked onto the gathering men as they closed in, lethal intent in their movements. Torrance, guys, I can explain. It's not what you think, he stammered, voice trembling. Samantha didn't hesitate. With clinical precision, she drew her revolver, a silenced beauty gleaming coldly, and pressed the barrel into his cheek. Unlock the case, Kleinman. Her finger caressed the trigger as she eased back the hammer. Panic flushed his face. He fumbled the combination with trembling fingers, then popped open the briefcase. Inside, stacks of banded cash, bonds, and gleaming jewelry spilled out, evidence of secrets kept and lies protected, the illicit shimmer of unseen deals and betrayal. Samantha shot Torrance with a quiet, demanding look, then nodded subtly and turned to leave. Her heels clicked softly toward the exit. Wait, Torrance called, voice strained. Your payment, what about that? She paused, glancing back with a knowing smile. Taken care of, she said coolly. Don't try to reach me. I'll be in touch. Her hand reached into her pocket, removing the wig with deliberate elegance to reveal long, flowing blonde hair. With a fluid motion, she slipped off the blue uniform jacket, unveiling her true form. Exquisite, commanding. The consultants stared, momentarily stunned by the agent who just closed another chapter in her deadly game. Her heels echoed as she vanished down the corridor, leaving a trail of secrets and betrayals in her wake. A ghost, already gone. Card tricks, magic, and dreams. Light seeped softly through the hospital curtains, illuminating Emily's small, fragile figure lying quietly in her bed. The bandage covering half her face was stained faintly with recent tears. A whisper of blood and lingering anxiety, yet her bright eyes shone with resilience and innate brilliance. Her left arm, now missing from the elbow down, rested in a simple sling, a symbol of loss and survival. Miller Crane entered her hospital room quietly, followed by a man Emily had never met. Miller's presence was both commanding and tender, his face etched with grief and exhaustion, but his eyes warm as he stepped to her bedside. At the end of the bed stood Xander Mills, a tall, bald, slender man with a prosthetic left arm attached at the elbow, just as Emily's would be once she was ready for surgery. Miller's brother Dakota had served with Xander in Afghanistan, carrying him from a destroyed Humvee across a battlefield reeking of burning vehicles, fuel, and flesh. Dodging mortar rounds and machine gun fire, Dakota zigzagged over a mine-strewn hill to a rock wall where medics stabilized Xander, hooking up a blood bag and tourniquet before a Blackhawk whisked him to the forward surgical team. They anesthetized him and performed the all-too-familiar amputation with practiced precision. Xander stepped forward, his calming smile meeting Emily's gaze. His prosthetic arm was a marvel, sleek, seamless, almost lifelike, with a subtle sheen catching the light. Covered in soft, realistic material, it mimicked bulging muscles and veins, undetectable as artificial without close scrutiny. His expression carried the quiet assurance forged by battle and recovery. Emily's eyes shifted to Xander, sizing him up with innocent curiosity, then alertness, darting between his prosthetic and his face, her brow furrowing slightly. Xander extended his prosthetic left hand, gently grasping her right. Its warmth startled her. She'd expected cold metal. "So, Emily," he said softly, "want to see something pretty cool?" He placed his hand on her shoulder, a soft reassurance. "This is what's possible now. Look, see how smooth?" He flexed his fingers, showing power and precision. No stiff hinges, just the right strength, and it looks real. Emily nodded, a tiny smile breaking through, tears swelling. It was the most beautiful thing she'd seen since waking post-surgery. She reached out, touching his fingers, mimicking their movement, giggling softly. "It feels warm," she whispered. Xander reached into his pocket and pulled out a Rubik's Cube. He held it up, confirming she knew what it was, then twisted and flipped it with both hands, as naturally as if both were real, solving it in a minute, each side a solid color. "Not bad, huh?" He grinned. Emily beamed, the first real joy since being admitted. "How'd you do that?" "Nothing to it, Emily. Just a few simple rules. I'll show you sometime." "Show me now," she demanded. But Xander paused her. In time. First, other tricks. He pulled out a deck of cards. He fanned them face down. "Take a card, hold it to your chest, and think about it hard. Don't tell me, just picture it. Now put it back in the deck, anywhere, snug. Still remember it?" "Yes," she laughed. Xander cut the deck with his prosthetic hand, shuffling smoothly like a blackjack dealer. "Still thinking of your card, Emily?" "Of course." "Good, because this is the tricky part, and I might accidentally show it early, so keep it in mind." He shuffled again, then cut the deck. "Black or red cards?" "Red," she said. "Red it is." He set half the deck aside on her table. "Clubs or spades?" "Spades." "Spades it is." He placed the clubs aside. "Of the 13 spades, top 6 or bottom 7?" "Bottom 7." "We'll remove those." He set them aside. "Face cards or non-face?" "Face cards." "Jack and queen or king and ace?" "King and ace." "Awesome. Jack or queen?" "Queen." "The queen of spades?" "Sure, Emily. You can change your mind." "No, I'm sure. The queen of spades." Xander took the last card, grasping it lightly with his prosthetic, and laid it face down on her chest. "Tap it and say, 'Magic card, magic card, come out to dance.'" Laughing, she did, "Magic card, come out to dance. Still remember your card? Yes. What was it? The Queen of Spades. Turn it over. It was the Queen of Spades. Her face glowed with delight, wonder, and confusion. How'd you do that? I want to know. All in good time. Listen, Emily, I'm grabbing a soda and heading out. My wife's got a to-do list, so it's off to the grocery store. Take care of yourself. Recovery won't always be great. There will be days of doubt, pain, or feeling sorry for yourself will come. But they'll pass, and I can tell you this, every day will be better than the last. You'll play piano. Again, perfectly. I've seen it with your exact injury. Follow your doctors and your dad, and you'll be good as new. I'd love to stop by again, maybe for lunch. Once you get your new arm, I'll show you tricks only special people like us, with magic hands, can do. But you must promise the magician's oath. Never tell how it's done, especially not to your dad. Deal? He extended his prosthetic. She grabbed it. Deal, she said, shaking his prosthetic hand, eyes sparkling like it was Christmas morning. Xander smiled, kind, but no nonsense. It's only the beginning, Emily. You'll paint, write, play piano, chase what makes you happy. You're strong, but your future will make you stronger. Things that seem impossible now will become normal. Emily's eyes welled, not with sorrow, but wonder. Her small hand squeezed his artificial one gently. Thank you, she whispered, courage sparking like light in a dark cave. Miller watched, seeing hope amid loss. As the afternoon sun settled over the room, the three, father, girl, soldier, connected not just by technology, but by resilience and an unbreakable spirit. Miller put an arm around Xander's neck. Thanks, Xander. You're the best. I don't need to tell you, but it never hurts to hear. I'll call you later, okay? Okay. Love you, Miller. Emily, your uncle saved my life and your father my arm. He's a true hero. Follow his lead and you'll be one too. Ciao. Xander walked confidently out. Miller gave Emily a long hug, and they cried until laughter broke through. Room service at the street. Regis. Samantha West moved swiftly through the lavish lobby of the street. Regis, her heels clicking softly on polished marble, the briefcase of cash swinging at her side. She'd slipped into Atlanta under a false identity for an emergency operation tied to a family she'd grown close to during the 9/11 investigations, a job below her usual pay, driven by loyalty and a brief, ill-fated affair with the children's father years ago. Her sharp eyes scanned the corridor, tense and ready. Just as she reached the elevator bank, 4 men stepped out of the shadows, guns drawn, and aimed silently at her. In unison, they stepped into her path, forcing her to halt. One of them, the broadest, most confident, pulled a pistol and pressed it coldly into her back. The elevator doors closed behind her, with a faint ding, trapping her inside with her captors. An elderly couple, innocents caught in the crossfire, looked on in frozen horror as the men rudely pushed them out of the elevator without saying a word. Samantha, keeping her tone cool and sarcastic, broke the silence. Going to 17? She asked, a voice sharp, dripping with disdain. The man behind her chuckled, a crude smile curling on his face as he pressed his pistol deeper into her spine. What a coincidence. Yes, 17, please. As the elevator accelerated upwards, she took in her captors, calculating their tactics, their weapons, their weaknesses. Using the reflections from the polished mirrored bronze which encompassed the front walls, she could see their pistols, some in plain view and some clearly tucked under their coats. It was a tight space for Samantha and the 4 large men, and while the tight space presented risks, it also provided opportunities. On floor 15, Samantha's finger pressed the button for 16. Instantly, the man behind her raised his gun, pressing it against her head. Hey bitch, it's 17, he hissed. A spark of defiance lit her eyes. Without hesitation, she spun around in a blur of movement that blurred the line between skill and instinct. Her knee shot up, smashing into his elbow, forcing the gun's barrel away. Her hand shot out, knocking the smirk off his face, twisting, then breaking his wrist, allowing her to grab his gun. Her other hand seized the pistol from the adjacent man's holster. She spun and kicked the knee man's knee, breaking his kneecap with brutal precision, leaving him defenseless and moaning in pain. In the next 15 seconds, she unleashed a rapid series of martial arts strikes: karate, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, aimed at any target: elbow, palm, knee, testicles, nose, center of the breastbone, that would render them defenseless, unconscious, or dead. The last standing man scrambled backward, blood streaming from his nose and face, clutching his ribs. Samantha turned and struck him with a piercing sidekick, slamming his head against the back wall and leaving him crumpled to the floor, bordering on consciousness. Samantha paused only long enough to snatch his phone and put it in her pocket. She stood over the stunned, injured men sprawled across the elevator floor and voiced a command. "Phones," she demanded, firing a warning shot through one man's suit coat and another shot just inches from the top of one man's head. They clumsily complied, and she took the phones with her, getting in one last insult to add to their injuries. "Who's your bitch now?" she asked, just as the elevator opened at the 16th floor, which a muted ding. She hit the elevator's emergency button, kicking off the screeching blare of the alarm, then hastily made her way to the exit stairs and hopped up to the 17th floor. She walked down the hallway to room 1730, where she pounded her fist loudly and yelled, with a poor Latina accent, "Room service for Mr. Raymond." A few seconds later, the door swung open, still latched. Samantha showed Ted Raymond the briefcase, and just as he unlatched the door and swung it open, Samantha swung the briefcase across the side of Ted Raymond's head, forcing him to his knees with a grunt, scrambling his thoughts. Without hesitation, Samantha pressed her pistol under Raymond's chin. "I have your money," her voice a deadly whisper. "Where are the kids?" Samantha asked, grasping his collar, raising him to his feet, placing the cold metal of her pistol to his neck, so he could feel the cool, lethal, and dispassionate reality of the gun. Trembling, he led her to the bathroom. She followed him, touching the back of his head. Then he pushed the door open. The children, Katie and Kirk, were cowering behind the shower curtain, visibly frightened but unharmed. "Follow me," Samantha directed, motioning for them to step out of the shower. At the door, she turned and demanded Ted Raymond to throw her his phone, which, still shaky, he did. Samantha aimed her pistol, complete with silencer, right at Raymond's face. He held his hands up and tried to back away, pleading for his life, but there was nowhere to run. Feeling a rare moment of sympathy, she fired a shot just between his legs, 6 inches below his belt, and demanded he freeze. She walked to the bedside table and ripped the handset from the phone, then shot it for good measure. He looked up just in time to watch her not miss with her second shot, smashing through the thin bones in his left foot, causing him to collapse to the floor and wail again with pain. "Shh," she warned him. "The next shot will be your last." As she exited the room, she spotted a housekeeper's cart across the hall. She grabbed a towel, unfolded it twice, placed it under the bottom of the door, and slammed it shut, effectively locking it from both sides. She led the children down the hallway toward the service elevator. She ushered the kids inside and pressed the button for the basement. When doors opened at the basement service exit, they were immediately enveloped by the smell of bleach and detergent, along with the whirring of industrial-sized washing machines and automated sheet pressing and folding machines. She led the children through the room, everyone too busy to give them a second look, then directed them into the parking deck and to the back seat of her brand-new, sleek black Mercedes SL, gleaming with unmatched power under the garage lights. The powerful engine roared to life, and she tore out of the parking deck, leaving the would-be kidnappers behind, in multiple flavors of distress. This job fell short of her normal minimum pay, but she really liked the kids, and she'd had a brief affair with their father, even though it was some time ago, back when both of them were unhappily married. She looked at the kids in her rearview mirror, both of them still frightened half to death, alternately looking out the window and at the floor between their feet. "So, how was your day today?" she asked. Miracles at play. In a sterile, brightly lit conference room, 5 doctors huddled around a sleek glass table littered with 3D printed arm prototypes, holographic schematics, and a tablet displaying a young girl's medical chart. "She's just 12, Dr. Lena Patel said. Lena was a biomechanical engineer with small, sharp eyes. She seemed to always have a tablet stylus tucked behind her ear. She continued, "And apparently, she's very smart and inquisitive. She loves playing the piano, sketching horses, coding 2-dimensional video games, and playing chess. I think we need to plan for the prosthetic to be lightweight, under 500 grams, as she's still growing, and we can't stress her shoulder joint." "Doctor." Patel tapped at the hologram. zooming in on the elbow socket. The joint mechanism here is critical. Too stiff, and she'll lose most of her dexterity. Too loose, and it won't hold up during normal play. George Leonard, Miller Crane's top cybersecurity engineer and the leader of Interflow's deep code cadre, was the only non-doctor at the brainstorming session. His team at Interflow delighted in calling themselves the Elves of Mordor, and they referred to their basement workroom as the Cooler, a nod to prisoners serving out their prison time, and a warning about their customized workspace with a temperature set to hover around about 70 degrees. The odd-shaped room, clearly not originally designed for any type of office work, was filled with legacy pinball and video machines, a couple air hockey tables, and a pool table missing a 3-ball. George Leonard was probably the most normal, grounded person in Miller's immediate orbit. The son of a Navy pilot and a housewife, the Leonard family moved 6 times before finally settling down in a small community just north of Atlanta. Along with his gracious and wise mother, George had 2 younger sisters, Kat and Kate. The family, for all appearances, could be right out of a normal Rockwell painting. His parents encouraged discipline and generosity over raw learning, and with those qualities as guiding principles, George took quickly to anything that required pure brain power: crossword puzzles, mind teasers, mathematics, physics, finance. He'd coasted through all the advanced placement classes in high school and entered Vanderbilt University on an academic scholarship. Late to discover the intricacies and elegance of programming, he quickly found himself excelling in all things software, with an advanced understanding of the underlying electronics and technologies. Whenever Miller felt the need to bounce an out-of-the-box idea off someone, he'd always reach out to George, who'd assiduously and carefully evaluate the idea in the full context of the entire business realm, as well as the financial and technical implications. He was as solid and steady as Roger Tenzin was unpredictable. In the hospital meeting room, the air hummed with quiet intensity, the faint buzz of a wall-mounted screen showing a rotating model of a left forearm. Dr. Leena Patel leaned forward, asking for, and getting, their attention, pointing at the hologram. Dr. Marcus Reed, and brain surgeon with graying temples, rubbed his chin, eyeing the prototype with the carbon fiber frame. What about a hybrid joint? Titanium core for durability, but with a polymer sleeve to reduce weight. We could integrate a myoelectric sensor array to pick up her muscle signals for finer control. He picked up the prototype, turning it over. Problem is, the battery life on these sensors is still only about 18 hours. She'd need to recharge midday, which could be disruptive. Across the table, Dr. Aisha Khan, a pediatric physiatrist, shook her head, her hijab catching the light. Disruptive is an understatement. A 12-year-old won't tolerate downtime, especially not at school or during play. Can we streamline the power system? Maybe a kinetic charger that harnesses her arm's motion? She gestured animatedly, hands and fingers moving as though playing a piano. The fact was, Dr. Aisha Khan was classically trained and could play everything from Bach's English suites to Elton John's Honky Cat. She loves the piano and likes to write code, so there's energy to tap into there. Dr. Tom Wynn, the team's prosthetics designer, scribbled notes on a digital pad, his brow furrowed. Kinetics are tricky at her size. The components add bulk, and we're already pushing the weight limit. What if we prioritize modularity instead? Design a base arm with swappable modules, one for sports with reinforced grip, another for fine tasks like sketching with a precision stylus attachment. He slid a rough sketch across the table. A sleek arm with interchangeable wrist units. Dr. Elena Morales, the child psychologist, had been quiet until now, her fingers tapping rhythmically on her coffee mug. Functionality's only half the equation, she said softly, her voice cutting through the technical chatter. This is Emily we're talking about. She's self-conscious and already feels different after the accident. The arm needs to feel like it's part of her, not a clunky tool. Can we customize the exterior? Let her choose colors, patterns, maybe even a glow effect for fun. If she loves how it looks, she'll wear it confidently. The team looked at each uncertainly, jotting down notes. Custom casings are doable, 3D printed, low cost. We could even involve her in the design process. Let her pick a chess piece or music motif, or something artsy. Leena Patel glanced again at the hologram, adjusting the wrist's range of motion. Something about it was puzzling to her. But we still need to nail the balance between strength and finesse. Emily's not just a patient. She's a kid who wants to live without limits. The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of their task settling in. The holographic arm spun slowly, a silent ghost ripped from a small girl, emotionless, missing the one thing that could make it real, a soul. George Leonard got in a few observations, partly because he didn't want the group to think he was just a warm body, with nothing to add to their solution, and partly just to show off his understanding of the problem and proposed solutions. He began, "For those of you who don't know me, I run the cybersecurity and AI team at Interflow. If there is something that you can imagine, for example, where AI can enhance the arm's capabilities, my team can build it. Keep in mind, the arm will be connected to the cloud at all times and can be charged anywhere there is a USB interface or wireless charging unit. Once the cloud connection is established, there is no limit to what Emily can train her new arm to do. I don't really know much about the amazing and complex work that each of you do, but my team is pretty good at building things that will test the designer's imagination, only in code, with no moving parts. I just ask that you keep me in the loop as I try my best to do the study and research needed for me to be at least conversant in your domain. Anyway, I'm very impressed with everyone's understanding of the medical, mechanical, and psychological dynamics of this problem, and I'm very confident that we'll put together something for Emily that not only will help Emily to fulfill her dreams, but something that could be a transformative option for others facing similar dispiriting challenges." Dr. Reed broke through the quiet, leaning back to rest his back on the wall, addressing George and Dr. Patel, at least initially. He drew the contours of a brain on the whiteboard. Imagine the human brain not as a supercomputer, crunching numbers in a sterile server room, but as a vast living city teeming with billions of residents, neurons, the brain's fundamental building blocks. There are about 86 billion of them, each one a tiny electrochemical spark plug, constantly buzzing with activity. These neurons don't work alone. They form intricate networks, called neural pathways, like the sprawling highways and back alleys of a metropolis. A pathway is a chain of neurons linked together, carrying electrical and chemical signals from one part of the brain or body to another. When you learn to ride a bike, for instance, a new pathway lights up. Neurons in your motor cortex fire to your muscles, creating a road for balance and pedaling. Over time, with repetition, that road widens and strengthens. Myelin, a fatty sheath, wraps around it like insulation on wires, signals traveling at the speed of light, so fast that everything seems to be in real time, the only way it could possibly work. But here's the magic. These pathways aren't static blueprints. They're plastic, reshaping with every thought, habit, or trauma, like a city rebuilding after a storm. Dr. Patel tapped her tablet and the holograph disappeared. The other doctors stepped closer, not wanting to miss a word of the exposition. At the heart of these pathways are synapses, the bustling intersections where neurons talk to each other. Picture two neurons as neighbors separated by a narrow alley. The synapse is that alley, a microscopic gap, about 20 to 40 nanometers wide, bridged by chemical messengers called neurotransmitters. When an electrical impulse races down one neuron, it triggers a burst of these chemicals. Dopamine for reward, serotonin for calm, flooding the gap and flipping a switch on the receiving neuron. It's not a simple on-off switch like a light bulb or a computer gate. It's probabilistic, fuzzy, influenced by emotions, fatigue, caffeine, alcohol, or stronger drugs. A single neuron can connect to up to 10,000 others via synapses, forming trillions of these junctions across the brain. This creates the web of consciousness. Learning a language strengthens Spanish synapse highways. Forgetting a name lets them fade into overgrown side streets. Synapses are where memories encode, not as files, but as patterns of strengthened or weakened connections, a process called long-term potentiation, like etching grooves into a vinyl record. George checked his phone. There were 3 texts queued up and 33 emails. Dr. Reed continued. He was on a roll now, and all of the great observations from his last presentation were coming back to him. Now, compare this organic orchestra to a computer. The brain's storage capacity dwarfs silicons in sheer potential, but they're worlds apart in how they work. A high-end computer might boast 64 gigabytes of RAM for quick access and terabytes of SSD for long-term storage. Precise, binary bits flipping like dominoes in a straight line. The brain? It holds an estimated 2.5 petabytes. That's 2.5 million gigabytes of data, enough for 3 million hours of HD video, stored not in folders, but distributed across that synaptic web. Memories aren't saved sequentially, they're associative, like a spiderweb where tugging one strand vibrates 10 others, a smell, triggering a childhood flashback, or a song evoking a face. Computers excel at speed and accuracy, billions of operations per second, but they're rigid. Delete a file, it's gone forever. The brain is error-prone yet resilient. Synapses can rewire around damage, neuroplasticity, backing up memories in overlapping pathways. It's energy efficient too. The brain sips 20 watts, like a dim bulb, while a supercomputer guzzles megawatts for similar thinking. In essence, your laptop is a filing clerk in a library. The brain is the library itself, alive and improvising, where storage isn't about space, but stories woven into the very fabric of connections. Dr. Reed turned and looked away from them, out the window, where it was beginning to rain, like he was looking for something else to say. But he was done, so he turned to George and shook his hand. This is not rocket science, George. It's much more complicated. Let's not screw it up. George nodded, impressed by the lecture, then wrapped things up. Amazing stuff. I'll put together meeting notes from my AI agent and put together a project plan for the next steps. I'm thinking next we should work on a modular hybrid mock-up with myoelectric sensors and a kinetic backup. Lena, you handle the connection joint specifications. Okay, Tom, please start on the swappable modules. Aisha, please work out a training plan to get her adapted as soon as possible. And also, let's loop Emily in for the aesthetic design. We've got 2 weeks to get the first level plans to Lena's team in Vallejo. Please lock down. As they gathered their notes and prototypes, the screen's glow cast a long shadow, a reminder of the girl waiting for a new arm and a new shot at being whole. The healing power of friendship. Kevin stepped quietly into the hospital room, his eyes adjusting to the soft glow of the machines surrounding Emily's bed. His mother stood in the hallway, just out of view. His friend, the beautiful olive-skinned girl with big brown eyes that sparkled like chocolate drops, lay propped up against a stack of pillows. The bed was slightly inclined, and Emily's dark hair was splayed out behind her. A bandage covered the right side of her face, and her left arm was hidden under the covers. "Hey," Kevin said softly, trying not to startle her. Emily's eyes fluttered open, and a faint smile crossed her lips when she saw him. "Hey," she replied, her voice weak but warm. Kevin walked closer to the bed, his eyes taking in the sight of his friend's injuries. "How are you doing?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. Emily's smile faltered for a moment before she shrugged. "I'm okay, I guess," she said. "It's just been really tough." Kevin nodded sympathetically. "I miss you so much at school," he said. "And I miss playing piano at your house in Buckhead. It just isn't the same without you." Emily's eyes welled up with tears, and Kevin's heart went out to her. He knew she was thinking about her mother, who had died in the car bomb that had injured Emily. After a moment of silence, Emily pushed back the covers, revealing her left arm, which ended abruptly just below the elbow. Kevin's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't look away. Instead, he gazed at the stump, his expression soft with compassion. "It's weird," Emily said, her voice barely above a whisper. "One minute, everything is fine, and the next. This happens. It's just so random and unfair." Kevin nodded, feeling a lump form in his throat. "I know," he said. "Life can be really cruel sometimes." Emily looked up at him, her eyes searching for understanding. Kevin met her gaze, and they shared a tender moment, two friends bonding over the unfairness of life. Suddenly, Kevin's face brightened with a smile. "I heard that some of the smartest people on Earth are working on creating a new arm for you," he said. "One that's just like the one you had before." Emily's eyes lit up with hope, and she smiled weakly. "Really?" she asked. Kevin nodded. "Yeah, I heard it's going to be amazing. You'll be playing the piano in no time." Emily's smile grew wider, and Kevin could see the spark of determination in her eyes. "I promise I'll come visit you as much as they'll let me," Kevin said, taking Emily's right hand in his, "until you're out of this place and back on your feet." Emily's eyes filled with tears again, but this time they were tears of gratitude. "Thanks, Kevin," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "That means a lot to me." A nurse walked in and smiled as she saw the two sharing a tender moment. "Time for more therapy, Emily. Who's your friend?" "This is Kevin," Emily said, looking at him. He's my best friend at school and a great musician. Awesome, the nurse said. Nice to meet you, Kevin. We've got some exercises for Emily. Hopefully you can come back soon to visit. She won't be here much longer, and she's getting better every day. With that, Kevin waved goodbye to Emily and backed out of the room, solidifying a silent pact of support and friendship. Garbage in, garbage out. The security team from Netcom was bringing the new security system online at Miller's Buckhead home on West Paces Ferry Road, only a few blocks west of the governor's mansion. Dale Tanner, the owner of the operation, stood beside Miller in the library as they watched the final areas being cleaned up and redressed to hide all the cameras. Miller had demanded, even before starting the renovations, that Netcom construct temporary scaffolding around his entire home and most of the roof, drape black, thermal blocking layers of mylar over the scaffolds, hiding any and all work. Netcom workers had just completed the changes to secure not only the local network, but also to connect Miller's AI programs, which oversaw the entire system, using self-learning to embed the cadence and details of every vehicle or person that came and went, day and at night. Miller, with George Leonard and his tech lead, Jack Sawyer, completely rebuilt a new integrated system of cameras and listening devices, which covered sensors and optics of every inch of the property, both inside and out. George had suggested Miller keep some of the old cameras in place, wired up to loop on old videos. At George's suggestion, they made small changes to the encryption routines on the legacy system. Any hacker would be put at bay, but if persistent, with sophisticated decryption tools given free access, all they would see would be a bank of day after day of videos, events from the past, like a rerun of Three's Company. The new cameras would be in different locations and installed stealthily, making them undetectable. George and Tanner enhanced the security systems at the front gate, adding thermal imaging, facial recognition, and tag retrieval to compare against the image vault of the Fulton County DMV database. Jack's committed to keeping the elves on task as George time-sliced his work with Miller and duties at the firm. In addition to being an expert in reverse engineering of most computer languages, Phaser had black belts in multiple martial arts. He was not a man to be quarreled with. Rumor was that he had 2 felony arrests in Charleston, North Carolina, priors that mysteriously had disappeared. A survivor of an abusive childhood, he had battled to control his boiling point his entire adult life. The crew encircled Miller at this home office desk, indicated that the work was complete and all systems online. Miller thanked them, then tapped a toggle on his tablet to connect the cameras, microphones, and thermal video captures to the AI neural network trained in the realm of property security. In addition to the AI actors, the system would alert Miller through an app on his phone and built-in home systems to squawk whenever certain rules and sequences crossed the preset thresholds. Once an alert was triggered, his phone would provide a multi-screen, real-time view of the exact spot that triggered the alarm. Miller pulled out a tablet from a hidden drawer inside a second drawer under the desktop and typed in the passphrase, activating the entire system, linking all neural pathways to each other, bringing online all cameras and sensors, and linking the real-time failover data centers in Atlanta and Nashville. The system included client software, which ran on multiple other devices, including the phones of Miller, George, Dakota, Doris, and Emily, though it would be a few weeks before he walked Emily through the features. The startup sequence ran a series of tests on every component, displaying on the tablet a matrix of 40 rows and 6 columns, all with green check marks. Miller audibly exhaled, assured that the system was working as designed. He shook Dale Tanner's hand and cleared him to remove the scaffolding. He sat at the library desk, took out his phone, opened the security app, and tapped the camera icons to watch Tanner's crew remove the tarps and begin the process of disconnecting and removing the scaffolding. Miller called Doris from his car as he made his way to the hospital. "Hello, Mr. Crane." "Hi, Doris. The new security system is online now." "Yes, I see it. Looks like you have multiple angles of all areas, with zoom and panorama. And I like the AI specialization neural network, trained on real-life security, not just in code, but based on real people. Seems to have some interesting possibilities." "Yeah, it will be interesting to see where it goes. There are risks, Doris, as you probably have already figured out." "I understand exactly. I'll observe and update, and let you do the driving." His new home security system online. Miller hopped in his Audi for a drive to the hospital. At a red light, Miller glanced outside, toward the sidewalks crisscrossing the intersection. The streets of Atlanta were buzzing. Joggers, fast walkers, lovers kissing at stoplights, oblivious to the universe of lurking dangers. Others walked with purpose, eyes dark with illness, loss, or heartbreak. A broken life could never be fully mended, Miller thought, only treated with time, chemicals, and human warmth. He turned to watch an elderly lady as she was helped to cross Peachtree Street by two girls with nose rings, tattoos, and death metal t-shirts. Broken hearts not fully mended, he wondered, but perhaps hearts still open to hope, and open to the goodwill of strangers and the love of friends and family. At the hospital, Miller joined two doctors and a scientist in Emily's room. Miller urged Emily to sleep, but she was too curious to not listen to whatever it was they were planning, as it surely involved her, and her missing left arm. "Mr. Miller," Jiv Singh said, shaking his hand. Jiv headed up the prosthetic engineering department at Boston's top human automation firm. "I've reviewed your schematics," Jiv said. "It is impressive work. I've spent some time with my team identifying anything that may not be technically possible or could be done in a better way using existing technologies. The mobile connectivity unit is quite impressive. I'd ask you how you did it, but as you manage cybersecurity at Interflow, I'm sure that it's classified or too complicated for me to understand." "Thanks for understanding, Jiv. I've heard nothing but good things about you and your team. Please revise the schematics to the specs that can be built and optimized. This is your area of expertise. We just happen to have a couple of guys at Interflow that have worked with prosthetics at a previous job and had workshopped numerous enhancements that could be built into devices, provided, of course, the provider had the budget to afford them. The team is led by George Leonard, so mostly it's his work. He's much smarter than me." One of the doctors spoke up. "Yeah, I doubt that. But either way, it's an impressive first draft at a groundbreaking device. We look forward to working with both teams to install and test the features whenever they are ready." Jiv spoke up. "Thanks, Dr. Ellison. We've already built and tested the core mechanics, as much of it we could construct with only slight variations on previous work. I'm hoping to have a proof of concept ready in a couple of weeks." Miller turned to Emily. "Hear that? We'll soon test your new arm, a companion with AI logic, connected to knowledge libraries. You'll train it, talk to it, ask anything, and get answers instantly. It has a mic and speaker, which you can turn off for privacy." Emily asked them, "What is AI?" Miller smiled and leaned down to Emily to give her a kiss on the forehead, whispering to her, "I'll explain soon, and we'll repair the scar on your cheek too. We'll make it disappear. In fact, perhaps before the week is out if you want. I love you, babe." "I love you too," Emily said, tears in her eyes. "Daddy, please tell Kevin that I'm doing fine. He can stop by anytime." Miller nodded. "Will do, honey. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?" Emily nodded, the tears now flowing down her cheeks. Hunting bear. Miller asked Doris to schedule a meeting at his lake house on Lake Burton. The invites included Dakota, George Leonard, Samuel Cooley, Doris Burkett, and Jack Sawyer, also known as Phaser, the tech leader of Interflow's elves. In addition to being a first-class programmer, Jax had double black belts in multiple martial arts. Dakota's assistant Sammy was also invited, but Doris couldn't reach him. He had either gone dark or was so deep into the woods that he had no cell service. Miller's lake house was a small, snug place, seldom used, filled with cobwebs and fake hunting heads. Elizabeth had designed each room with a theme. One was for fishermen, one was for hunters, one was for Indian warriors, one was for cowboys, and one was for cooks. There was a small stone path and a thin but lengthy pier, surrounded by fish jumping in the reflective, calm surface of the beautiful lake. Doris had cooked and arranged for an exquisite buffet for the dinner guests, to enjoy at their leisure. In addition to all her other skills, Doris was a first-class cook, who could cook Carolina barbecue as well as South Indian vindaloo. Miller talked with Dakota in the kitchen as she was saucing up the ribs. "So, Dakota, you say you know of this one person, K-12, I think you called him. That was the best spy and operator you'd ever heard of. Any idea who K-12 is?" "No idea, Miller. I did some research and reached out to several well-connected folks at the CIA, but nothing. Crickets. One of them said he heard a rumor that she was stateside, maybe south of the Mason-Dixon, but just a rumor. Miller and Dakota struggled to stay focused on the task at hand as they watched Doris bend over to apply the sauce to the ribs basting in the oven. Miller said. I may have some ideas. We'll see. But Sammy's in, right? Dakota looked at Miller, and he could see in Miller's eyes that his brain was spinning like the gears of a mechanical clock, running through scenarios that only his mind could envision. Yes, Sammy's in. Not much in military tactical experience, but I've seen him face down a 200-pound charging wild boar, beat a rabid coyote to death with a tree limb, hit a fleeing pheasant at 100 yards. He was born and raised in those swamps, and it has sharpened his awareness and dampened his fears. Doris wiped the moisture from her forehead with a cloth, eyeing the Crane brothers. There were questions about the names of the two Crane brothers. Some from their hometown even insinuated that one or the other had been adopted. The Cranes named their first son Miller, after his mother's maiden name. The journey and detours that led to Dakota's name took more unexpected turns and deliberations. Jebediah believed that his great-grandfather was part Indian, the son of an Indian princess and a horse thief. Exiled from an unforgiving tribe, he spent winters in New Orleans and summers in Minnesota. None of this narrative was completely true, but their son Dakota took on the name proudly, particularly when he grew in height and stature, changing the looks of boyish charm to masculine respect from both the ladies and the alpha males that roamed the hallways of Suwanee High School. Dakota would struggle to overcome the challenges that came from his stature and nature. He never forgot the time in his senior year when he tackled the biggest, baddest running back in North Georgia. His nickname was Night Train. It was an apt nickname, as he was black as night and ran the football like a runaway train. The meeting was in the state playoff. The game was tied, and the clock was dwindling down. Night Train took a pitch around Dakota's left sideline, and Dakota took off like a missile, hoping to at least knock him out of bounds. As he approached Night Train, he lowered his head, and the two of them crashed helmet to helmet. Dakota fell back to his butt, temporarily stunned, half concussed. But Night Train was out. He lay half in bounds and half out, motionless, like a corpse in rigor mortis, his hand still clutching the football tightly. Dakota went to his knees and looked at him, scared half to death. A huge silence fell over the stadium as the medical staff ran out to surround him. Dakota slowly made his way to feet, and after a minute, closed his eyes and said a prayer. Night Train would be all right, but the moment never left Dakota's memory, even after seeing all the carnage overseas. Dakota could do nothing about his name, his looks, or his statuesque physique. He lived his life by the holy word and the warnings of the mystics. Buddha told him, "Don't be deceived by illusions and promises, including happiness and fulfillment. The greatest victory is over oneself, not over others." Miller called the meeting to order once everyone had finished their dinner. Miller introduced everyone and shared a little about their backgrounds and current roles. He had spoken to each of them prior, so they had a good idea why they were here. Then he began his speech. "Folks, the bombing was not random. It was intended for me and the rest of my family. Elizabeth was killed instantly, and just by the grace of God was Emily spared, though she lost half of one arm and has a big gash down the right side of her face. Some wounds will heal, others will remain with her the rest of her life, a daily reminder of the moment of horror. You can imagine the emotional toll on her, and to a lesser extent, on me. Emily is just a child, going into 7th grade, a gorgeous diamond of a girl, beautiful as she is smart, blessed with many talents. The tragedy eats a part of my heart and soul every day, but I'm committed to Emily. This is my main mission in life, to do everything in my power to make her whole. But I must confess, I've been in a bad place lately. I have no fear of those who may be pursuing me, only a fear of myself, what I might do, what lines I might cross, who might be damaged in my quest to find the truth and, yes, bring justice to whoever was behind it, all the way up the chain. Listen, I've decided to embark on a mission to bring to justice the people who killed my wife and maimed my daughter. It's not a mission of mercy, nor is it designed to make Christians out of infidels. To be honest, I can't tell you today where this mission will go and when it will be over. It's an entirely selfish undertaking, putting the scales of right and wrong back to balance. We're meeting here today for simplicity. It makes no sense to explain the plan to everyone alone. As much as I maintain an internal hate for the folks behind Elizabeth's death and Emily's injuries, I will try to be judicious whenever I can. But trust me, you won't hear a peep from me if you have to defend yourself or inflict damage on the web of criminals that ordered and planned the bombing. My brother Dakota spent 6 years in the Marines, mostly in intelligence and cybersecurity. We're very close, and you can be sure that Dakota will smash through a brick wall to protect the innocent, but always to complete the mission at hand, whatever it might be. Newton's third law states that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Forces always occur in pairs. Miller stepped back a few steps so he could lean on the bar. Leonard George cleared his throat and spoke up. All cyber assets need to be approved by me, just so we don't step on each other. Everyone here is very capable. I don't want us to be accidentally tracking another team member. Miller gave a half smile, then continued. There is a detective who is also working on this case, James Thrush. I slipped some tracking software on his phone and car, but both signals died 30 minutes after he left my house. He's much more clever than he looks. He impressed me that he knows what he's doing, but at all costs, we mustn't tip our hand to him, or anyone in law enforcement, because he is an honest man and will put an end to the mission with no regrets. Dakota will head up any other clandestine activities, but everyone here knows my style. A team is only as good as the ideas of the members, and you folks are brilliant, best in class, and trustworthy. All I ask is that you be honest with yourself and the team. If you have doubts or decide you want out, as I expect some of you will, speak up. I encourage it. If I see things spinning out of control, I will be the first to shut things down. It is day to day. We'll all know more about whether this is the right thing to do, and whether we're the right players to do it once this ball starts rolling. Please go on with your lives. Me and Dakota will contact you when duty calls. Any concerns? Jack spoke up. Do I get to shoot any of Dakota's Black Ops rifles? Everyone in the room laughed, providing a brief moment of levity. Dakota answered him. Catch up with me this afternoon, Jax. We'll see what you got. Then count me in, motherfucker. Lost in a crowd. Miller returned to the office that Monday for a critical meeting with Velocity's president, Rex Watts, and CEO Lars Godin, alongside both companies' lawyers, to finalize the merger. Rex, a short, impeccably styled man in his late 50s, a self-proclaimed Mensa member with slicked-back black hair and piercing hazel eyes, spoke like a Wall Street hedge fund manager, exuding an air of being the sharpest mind present. Lars, a brilliant but eccentric Swede pushing 65, had funded Velocity's startup. With solid white hair, ice blue eyes, and a Viking-like jawline, he seemed straight out of a dark-aged Nordic saga. Miller found Lars captivating. Rex aloof. Lars had inherited a fortune from his father, who had owned part of a rare earth mining firm. Bright but impatient, Lars enjoyed the arenas of action more than deep reflection. He received his master's in engineering from KTH Royal Institute, minoring in computer science. Married and divorced twice, his thirst for action pervaded his business strategies, bringing him to the attention of Rex Watts when he was looking for a partner with deep pockets. They were a productive but uneasy pairing. Brawn balancing brain. The Tron meeting room was understated, with real leather chairs and a dark oak table from South Georgia live oaks. A large, framed black and white drawing of the old Spy vs. Spy cartoon overlooked the room from the front wall. On the back wall was a photo of Edison, standing next to Tesla, neither of them smiling. Miller entered a few minutes late, Doris Burkett and George Leonard a step behind. He greeted each attendee with a nod or handshake. Roger Tenzin, Interflow's CEO, was decked out in his only wardrobe, well-worn jeans, rock concert t-shirt, or occasionally a t-shirt with some undecipherable symbol or phrase, matched with a $500 sport coat, almost always black or navy blue. He was a bad motherfucker, and you'd better come provocative if you wanted to challenge him on matters integral to their business. Or, for that matter, which of the live Grateful Dead albums best captures their essence. He was so smart and rich, he had no room in his mind for formalities or protocols. Roger Tenzin was comfortable in his own skin. Miller, eccentricities aside, thought he was the smartest man he'd ever met. Roger Tenzin was born in the misty embrace of Seattle in 1985, a city where the perpetual drizzle seemed to mirror the introspective fog that often clouded his young mind. His father, Harlan Tenzin, was a vice president of tooling engineering at Boeing, a role that immersed him in the intricate world of designing and manufacturing the specialized tools that shaped aircraft components. precision instruments that turned raw metal into the backbone of aviation giants. Harlan was a stoic man, pragmatic to a fault, who spent long hours in the factory, bringing home blueprints and stories of engineering triumphs that captivated young Roger. His mother, Janie, was a dedicated pediatrician at Seattle Children's Hospital, her days filled with the chaos of healing sniffly toddlers and diagnosing rare childhood ailments. She balanced her demanding career with a warm, nurturing home life, often regaling the family with tales of her patients' resilience, instilling in Roger an early appreciation for human vulnerability. Family dynamics in the Tenzin household were a blend of intellectual rigor and quiet tension. Harlan and Janie encouraged Roger's insatiable curiosity, filling their home with books on physics, history, and emerging technologies. Dinnertime conversations revolved around quantum mechanics or the ethics of innovation, far beyond the typical chatter of Little League scores or schoolyard antics. Roger, with his prodigious aptitude for complex subjects, devoured these discussions like a sponge. By age 10, he was dismantling old radios and reprogramming basic computer games on the family's Commodore 64, his mind racing ahead of his peers. Yet, this brilliance came at a cost. At school, Roger struggled to blend in. His encyclopedic knowledge of aerodynamics or ancient civilizations made him a standout in class projects, but his blunt, analytical approach to social interactions often left him isolated. "I slight 5 feet 7 inches," he was told more than once that he had a Napoleon complex, not because he insisted on being in charge, but due to his proclivity to correct teachers mid-sentence or dive into esoteric debates during recess, oblivious to the eye rolls and whispers. Basic social dynamics eluded him. Subtleties like sarcasm or small talk felt like foreign languages. His parents worried, with Janie gently coaching him on empathy through role-playing games at home, while Harlan urged him to toughen up and focus on his strengths. Despite the friction, the family unit was tight-knit, bonded by shared hikes in the Olympic Mountains and annual trips to science museums, where Roger's eyes lit up like the exhibits themselves. The family uprooted to Phoenix in 2002, a year before Roger's high school graduation, when Harlan accepted a promotion to oversee tooling operations at a Honeywell aerospace facility. The move from Seattle's cool, overcast skies to the arid heat of the desert was jarring, but it marked a turning point for Roger. Enrolling at UC Berkeley in 2003, he plunged into a triple major: computer science, mechanical engineering, and the history of science and engineering in post-World War II America. Berkeley's vibrant, intellectually charged campus was a revelation. Here, his quirks were assets, not liabilities. He thrived in late-night coding sessions and seminars, dissecting the Manhattan Project's legacy or the rise of Silicon Valley. His history studies fueled a fascination with how wartime innovations, like radar and early computing, shaped modern society, blending his technical prowess with a narrative lens. Roger's relationships during these years were a patchwork of hits and misses, reflecting the duality of his personality. On the surface, he was immensely likable, charismatic in bursts, with a dry wit that could disarm a room and a genuine passion that drew people in like moths to a flame. Friends appreciated his loyalty and his knack for explaining complex ideas in accessible ways, often turning study groups into impromptu TED Talks. Yet, his actions frequently isolated him, underscoring his sense of being inherently different. He'd cancel plans last minute to chase a coding breakthrough or dominate conversations with monologues on ethical AI, leaving others feeling overlooked. Romantic entanglements fared no better. A brief college girlfriend, a fellow engineering major named Lila, adored his intensity at first, but grew frustrated with his emotional detachment, once quipping that dating him was like romancing a supercomputer, brilliant, but no off switch. These patterns reinforced Roger's self-perception as an outsider, brilliant, yet adrift in the human equation. A pivotal moment came during his junior year with a science project that encapsulated his passions, Echoes of Enigma, a multimedia simulation blending computers, science, and history. Inspired by Alan Turing's wartime code-breaking work at Bletchley Park and Nikola Tesla's visionary experiments in wireless transmission, Roger built an interactive program using early AI algorithms to emulate the Enigma machine's encryption. Users could crack historical messages from World War II, while overlaid narratives explored Turing's contributions to computing and Tesla's influence on electromagnetic innovations that powered post-war tech booms. The project incorporated historical artifacts, scanned documents, simulated radio transmissions, and even a rudimentary neural network to predict code variations, foreshadowing Rogers' future in AI. Presented at Berkeley's undergraduate research symposium, it earned him accolades and a summer internship at a nascent tech firm, solidifying his path toward founding Interflow. In retrospect, Echoes of Enigma wasn't just a project. It was a manifesto of Rogers' inner world, where machines bridged the gaps humans couldn't. Deeply interested in human rights and the plight of the needy, he had joined a counterculture group at Berkeley and was arrested more than once in nonviolent sit-ins at a power plant in Sacramento and an immigration enforcement detention center near San Jose. At social gatherings involving the firm, clients, or friends, he often showed up with a new partner, some beautiful, often exotic, ladies, or men from his private circle. Miller didn't know what to make of his private life, and he had no interest in questioning it. Roger called the meeting to order. "Thanks, everyone, for joining us in Atlanta. We're here to finalize decisions and address any impediments to the merger. First," Roger continued, "the intellectual property exchange. Mr. Davis, where are we?" Bill Davis, Interflow Senior Counsel, spoke. "Both firms have agreed on the IP to share, and we're ready to sign." "Awesome," Roger said. "So we can wrap this up today?" Davis nodded. "I'll meet Velocity's counsel post-meeting to sign." Rex Watts interjected. "One thing." "Yes, Rex?" Roger asked. "In the core security code, there's a missing block, the fail-safe key." Roger cleared his throat, glancing upward as if seeking answers. "Miller, you know what he's talking about?" Miller met Lars's gaze, then Rex's. "Yes, it's critical, but not needed to compile and test the solution. It's an enhancement we'll release after full testing." Rex pressed. "So it's in a different system for versioning?" "So to speak," Miller said. "I don't understand. I've got part of it in my head, still refining for an elegant solution. You want elegance, right? Once we merge?" The table stared, stunned, as if Miller had insulted them. Rex frowned. "We'd kind of like to see it, as it's central to the solution." Lars erupted. "So we're merging with a firm that keeps code in an employee's head? Fucking great." Roger intervened. "Let's not overreact. The failsafe isn't needed for the cryptography to work. It protects everyone if it falls into the wrong hands." Miller added, "With respect, your AI agents and bots change daily, sometimes hourly." Rex countered, "Expected for an AI platform." "And you've claimed a foolproof firewall between this merger's code and your subsidiaries in Cyprus, Belarus, and Israel," Miller said. "How do we know IP won't leak to unapproved entities?" Lars snapped. "It's walled off by law. Sharing that code with outside parties is illegal." Miller leaned back. "Then it's a matter of trust, as Billy Joel might sing." Silence fell. Some digested the tension. Others looked confused or annoyed. Roger corralled the group. "All right, let's let the lawyers handle signatures. I'm treating everyone to lunch at the Capitol Grill. I can't think clearly on an empty stomach." He grinned. "My father, a Nashville DA, wanted me to be a lawyer. I tried, but I'm better at deals than arguments. Ones and zeros, you know." Roger pulled Miller aside on the way to the elevator. "Mind if I take a look at the AI agent for Emily's new arm?" Miller looked at him, surprised and amused. "Absolutely, Roger. I'll pass you the link to the code repository. It's in a dedicated cloud vault since some of it has PII in it." "Awesome, Miller. Just a curious bystander. No plan to introduce bugs." "Understood. I appreciate your interest, Roger." The dragon in our midst. On the Tuesday following the heated Velocity merger meeting, Atlanta's morning calm shattered. A car bomb detonated on Peachtree Street, the historic downtown artery, tracing a path from underground Atlanta to the northern suburbs and beyond. The empty vehicle parked beside a middle school bus, idling at the light. What triggered the bomb was unclear, but when it went off, screams and chaos exploded everywhere within earshot. Cries of horror and mercy pierced the air. Glass sprayed from shattered windows, and smoke billowed over mangled vehicles. The rear of the bus was blown into twisted, smoking metal, killing 4 children, who a moment earlier were peacefully looking at pictures and chat messages on their phones. An older couple walking across the street were hit by a piece of flying metal, nearly decapitating them, but leaving them dying in a pool of their own blood. Dozens more lay injured, some writhing and yelling pain, others eerily still, some in a state of complete shock and terror. Within minutes, sirens wailed, and the first responders swarmed the scene. Miller Crane was driving his Audi RS GT to Interflow's office when his phone buzzed. Doris Burkett's name flashed on the dashboard screen. He tapped to answer, her voice taut with urgency. "Mr. Crane, there's been another car bomb downtown, Peachtree Street. Last report relayed at least a dozen people injured or killed in the explosion. The bomb appeared to be in an empty parked car. No one was inside. A MARTA bus took the brunt of it, along with multiple passengers inside. Police are cordoning off the area. News says the entire downtown area is a mess. Downtown traffic is closed down, and cars are backing up on the downtown interstates." Miller's grip tightened on the wheel, his pulse quickening. "Any claims of responsibility? Witnesses?" "Nothing solid yet," Doris replied. "Just breaking reports. Possible shrapnel device-like." She hesitated, the unspoken weight of Elizabeth's death hanging between them. "I'll keep monitoring." "Thanks, Doris. I'm almost at the office. I'd like to meet with George Leonard in my office once I arrive." Miller pulled into Interflow's garage, his mind racing. Another bomb, so soon after Elizabeth's murder, felt too precise to be random. He strode to his office, where Doris and George Leonard, Interflow's cybersecurity lead, waited. George, nicknamed Gandalf for his eccentric brilliance, was already tapping at a tablet, pulling up news feeds. "Miller," George said, looking up, his eyes sharp behind wire-rimmed glasses. "This is bad. The blast profile, shrapnel, remote detonation, sounds like the one that killed Elizabeth. I've got Jax pulling traffic cam data, but it'll take time." Doris, poised despite the tension, added, "Social media is exploding. Eyewitness videos show a fireball and debris everywhere. No groups claimed it yet, but the timing, so close to the merger talks." She trailed off, her brow furrowed. Miller paced, his jaw set. 2 car bombs in 3 weeks, both in Atlanta, both precise. This isn't coincidence. Someone's sending a message. It may be tied to Velocity or Interflow. George, can your elves dig deeper? Cross-reference bomb signatures with anything in our threat intel. George nodded, typing furiously. "Already on it. I'll check for patterns in the dark web too. Chatter about explosives or hits on tech firms. If this is corporate sabotage, we'll find a trace. But Miller, our AI security system, could it have missed something? A hack?" Doris leaned forward. "The system's airtight, but the risks we discussed. Someone with enough skill could exploit a gap. If this ties to the merger, Velocity's overseas subsidiaries might be a weak point." Before Miller could respond, his phone vibrated, Dakota Crane's name on the screen. He conferenced his brother in. "Dakota, you heard?" "Yeah," Dakota's voice rumbled, steady but grim. "News alert just hit. Peachtree's a war zone. This feels personal, Miller, like they're circling you. What's the play?" "We're digging," Miller said. "George is scanning for connections. Doris is tracking updates. It's too close to Elizabeth's bombing. I need you to reach out to your contacts, K-12, anyone. If this is the same group, we need a lead." "On it," Dakota said. "K-12's a ghost, but I'll shake some trees. Stay sharp, brother." As Dakota hung up, Miller's phone buzzed again. "Detective James Thrush," Miller answered, his voice clipped. "Thrush, what's the word?" "Miller, you've seen the news?" Thrush's tone was urgent. "Peachtree Street bombing, 5 dead, dozens hurt. Early forensics suggest it's similar to the one that killed your wife. Same MO, shrapnel, remote trigger. I'm not saying it's confirmed, but the overlap's striking." Miller's blood ran cold. "I need a full briefing on my case, Thrush. Can you come by my house tonight?" 8 o'clock? Thrush agreed. "I'll bring what I've got. Stay safe, Miller." Hanging up, Miller turned to George and Doris, his eyes burning with resolve. "Thrush sees a pattern. So do I. Whoever's behind this, they're not done. George, prioritize the elves' analysis and focus part of it on Velocity's foreign ties. Doris, keep real-time updates coming. We can't be just reacting. We must start to hunt." George adjusted his glasses, a spark of determination in his gaze. We'll find the dragon in our midst, Miller. Count on it. Doris nodded, her fingers already flying across her phone. I'll pull every report, every post. If there's a clue, we'll have it. Miller leaned against his desk, the weight of another tragedy pressing down. The dragon was out there, breathing fire, and he'd be damned if it will take more from him. A ghost in the machine. Miller sat at the desk in his Buckhead home office, the dim glow of his laptop casting shadows across the room. The screen was black, a terminal window alive with white text as he typed furiously. Python scripts, natural language processing queries, and link commands flowing into the AI search agent he built months ago. His fingers danced, driven by a restless need to uncover the truth behind Elizabeth's death and the recent Peachtree Street bombing. The term K-112 flickered in the agent's responses on his screen, a cryptic breadcrumb that sent a jolt through him. He typed faster, chasing the lead. After a long sequence of commands, he hit enter. The screen erupted, scrolling madly as if a dam had burst, lines of data, logs, and fragmented reports flooding past. Miller stared, rubbing his stubbled face, his heart pounding. Minutes later, the deluge stopped. He leaned closer, eyes scanning the output, a mix of amazement and unease settling in. K-112 appeared again, tied to encrypted chatter from a dark web node. He pulled out his phone, typed a command to copy the final paragraph of the agent's response, shaking his head, disbelief warring with determination. The doorbell chimed, snapping him back. He closed the laptop and strode to the door, admitting Detective James Thrush. Guiding him to the study, Miller gestured to a leather chair. Thrush, his face etched with fatigue, sat and pulled a notebook from his coat. Miller, the second bombing's given us a clearer signature, Thrush began, his voice steady but grim. Shrapnel, remote trigger, same MO as the one that killed Elizabeth. But things just got messier. The FBI's taken over. It's officially terrorism now. I'm no longer lead investigator. Miller's jaw tightened. Who's running it? Rachel Camden, FBI. No nonsense, sharp as a tack, but tight-lipped. Won't share much with me. I've got contacts in the bureau, but there's a limit to what I can pass along. Miller nodded, leaning back. I understand, James. Thanks for the heads up. Anything else? Thrush hesitated, then flipped open his notebook. We've got fragments from the Peachtree bomb. Same composite as the first. Likely a single group, but no claims yet. Camden's team is chasing overseas leads. Ukrainian, maybe Israel. Could be corporate, could be ideological. Too early to say. Miller's mind flashed to Velerocity's foreign subsidiaries. Rex Watts's insistence on the kernel code. He kept his face neutral. Keep me posted, no matter how small the detail. I'll do the same. Thrush's eyes narrowed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Ah, Watson, it's a wicked world, and when a clever man turns his brain to crime, it's the worst of all. Indeed, James, Miller replied, catching the Sherlock Holmes reference. You have my number. I'll share what I can. Something tells me you're holding this tiger's tail tighter than us gumshoes, Thrush said, rising. They shook hands, Thrush's grip firm, but his eyes distant, swirling with 1,000 thoughts. He left, the door clicking shut behind him. Miller returned to his laptop, the screen still frozen on the AI agent's output. K-12 shadow lingered, the veil and danger of a ghost partly revealed, pulling him deeper into the hunt. The next morning, Dakota flew in from Baton Rouge and joined Miller at the hospital. Emily's cosmetic surgery for the scar on her cheek was scheduled for 8 a.m. They did their best to lighten her mood and provide an air of strength as she prepared to go under for the first time in her life. During the surgery, they grabbed a table in the cafeteria and began running through all of the tentacles of information that had come to light, both from ungoverned events and their own probing. Miller took the occasion to let Dakota in on what he had discovered about K-12. Dakota stared, as if staring into a dark hallway of endless doors, disbelief in his eyes. Wait, so you've already contacted her? Yes. And? She'll be joining us at the lake house Saturday. You bastard. Shit. I need to do some shopping. What? Hey, if I'm going to be face to face with the ghost, I need to look good. Miller smiled. You don't need any help. Just try not to drool on her. How did you do it, Miller? How'd you get her on board? I hacked into one of her fake social media accounts and shared photos, videos, and descriptions of Elizabeth and Emily, and details on the second bombing, and I appealed to her humanity. Oh, and I offered her some generational wealth, along with a threat to blow her cover if she refused. She was not happy about the hack. The tunnel connection went dark. Then an hour later, she emailed me back with her demands for the job, which were all doable. You have any trouble taking orders from a lady? Dakota smiled. As Colonel Jessup once said, there's nothing better than saluting a lady who outranks you in the morning. Miller shook his head. I'm beginning to think twice about this. He threw out his hand and they exchanged a bro shake, reinvigorated and determined. Mists on the lake. The next morning, Miller Crane's Lake Burton Lake House hummed with anticipation as the group gathered in the cozy, rustic living room. The walls were lined with fish and game replicas native to the area, along with a few photos of friends and family. Miller loved to fish as a child, but had little time for it as an adult. He'd only hunted a few times when Jebediah demanded he and Dakota join him in the North Georgia woods, hunting deer. Driving out to the middle of nowhere at 5 a.m. and sitting in a deer stand all day, being shushed if you made a sound, was not his idea of a great way to spend a Saturday. He was no vegetarian, but he just never got the hunting bug. Miller had invited Dakota Crane, George Leonard, Jack Sawyer, also known as Phaser, and Sammy Hayes, who'd flown in from Baton Rouge with Dakota. The air was thick with purpose as the team assembled to hunt the masterminds behind Elizabeth's death and Emily's maiming. Dakota clapped Sammy on the shoulder, introducing him with a grin. This is Sammy Hayes, my right-hand man from Baton Rouge. We've dodged gators in the swamps and ducked bullets in the streets. Back in 18, Sammy took down a meth dealer's guard dog with nothing but a tire iron and sheer grit, not the first or last time he saved my ass when things went south. Sammy, a wiry ex-boxer with a scar across his knuckles, nodded modestly. Dakota had briefed him on the bombings and K-12 during the flight, as Sammy had no business keeping him in Louisiana for the next 2 weeks. Miller stepped away to call Doris Burkett, confirming K-12's status. Doris, is K-12 still on track? She's coming, Doris replied, her voice crisp over the phone. But her flight is delayed, maybe 2 hours. Thanks, Doris. Keep me posted. Miller hung up, rejoining the group. With time to kill, Sammy proudly unveiled his victuals, a platter of fried trout and bream, fresh from the lake, or so he claimed, alongside creamy grits, turnip greens, and cornbread. The group broke bread, passing plates as the aroma of southern comfort filled the room. George, adjusting his glasses, praised the crispy fish, while Jax, ever the joker, declared Sammy's greens better than my mama's. Laughter eased the tension, binding the team over shared food and purpose. After lunch, a light knock sounded at the door. Miller opened it to reveal a stunning blonde, striking from head to toe, blue eyes sharp as a cat's, a body lithe like a cat burglar's, dressed in sleek black. Her expression was unreadable, a mask of cool detachment. Samantha West, folks, Miller announced, stepping aside. The room stilled. Dakota, never one to miss a moment, approached her, extending a hand. Dakota Crane. Heard whispers of you, K-12. Mythic feats, disappearing acts. They say you slipped a CIA black site in Kabul without a trace. I did 6 years in the Marines, cybersecurity mostly, but I know a legend when I hear one. Samantha's lips twitched, not quite a smile, as she shook his hand. She crossed to the fridge, grabbed a Corona Light, opened it with the bottle opener on the refrigerator door, then hopped onto the kitchen counter. Sipping her beer, she listened as Miller briefed her on the bombings. Elizabeth's death, Emily's injuries, the Peachtree Street attack, and the team's capabilities. With George's elves, Jax's coding prowess, Dakota's field skills, and Sammy's tactical grit, they formed a formidable unit. Samantha set her bottle down, her voice low and deliberate. I'm here because I've seen what bombs do to families, mine included, years ago. This isn't just a job. It's personal. Miller's. Persuasive pitch didn't hurt, nor did the money. I bring intel from places you can't reach. The dark web, black markets, rogue operatives. I move unseen, strike fast, and with a certain lethality that can create and solve problems, but always with a mission-first focus. For this to work, I'll need everyone to do things my way. Tell and trust no one. Eyes open, always alert. Assume you're being watched because you almost always are, whether by the bad guys or by people you don't even know, perhaps spotting something out of place, overhearing a phone call. Miller has briefed me on the equipment and vehicles available for the operations. I've picked up a few things that I'll share if needed at the right time. Miller broke in. Interflow's Gulfstream is at our disposal, fully fueled, ready to move. Dakota gestured toward a side door and led her in to see part of what he had procured. There were several sniper rifles, automatic weapons, pistols, and grenades. The cache including a carbon fiber pistol with a long barrel, a sight, and a silencer. Samantha picked up one of the sniper rifles and looked down the sight out the window, running a hand down the smooth camouflage stock, asking Dakota, "What? Are you trying to start a war?" Dakota nodded. "No." And one. She took another look at Dakota, sizing him up, unsure if he was a proper comrade or a threat. Samantha didn't like sloppy. No G.I. Joes were allowed in her world. But she had to admit, he looked like a badass. "Good enough," she said. "You did cyber in D.C.? "Yes, 4 years. Never heard of you. You have a code name?" "Nope, just Dakota." "Well, all right, Dakota. We get started tomorrow. 01000. Samantha walked back into the great room and pulled out her phone. She dialed a number and spoke 3 words. "Break the glass." Then she hung up, pocketing her device. Looking across the room at the back wall, not meeting anyone's eyes, she told them, "I won't be staying here tonight. I'm tired. I'll see you all at 7 a.m. sharp." She looked at her new disordered squad and added, "Aim small, miss small." Then with a nod, she vanished out the door, leaving the team in a quiet mix of awe and unease, beer within hand. Dakota shared a look with each person in the room, and they were all shaking their heads in various versions of a smile. Sammy, in his deep Cajun accent, broke the silence. "That's the best you could do, Miller?" They all smiled and laughed and began passing around some beer. Miller excused himself to his bedroom and called Doris. "Doris, did you get that?" "Yes, Mr. Crane." "Any updates on Rachel Camden?" "Yes, I'm sending the details now to the Firebird Cloud." "You've reviewed it. Any recommendations?" "Yes, I can make some recommendations. Let me compile my observations and add them to the cloud, under my account." "Excellent, Doris. Stay diligent." "Yes, Mr. Crane." "Be safe." Samantha West, her duffel bag over her shoulder, opened her hotel room door, threw her bag on the second bed, and slipped out of her shoes, pants, and top. She looked at herself in the mirror, not admiring her perfect physique. Well, perfect, except for the scar running down the left side of her torso, chest to hip. No, she was staring at her face, peering deeply into her eyes, running through the same metaphysical puzzles and fears that had haunted her ever since she left the agency. How many people had she put in peril, ruined futures for, left loved ones to grieve, never looking back, cold as a new moon, always focused on the mission, lives as targets or assets, not living, breathing human beings, people with families, wives, husbands, children. The memories swirled in her head like bats surrounding a tombstone. Had she so damaged her soul that it was unredeemable? Was there a heaven or, God forbid, a hell? And what accounting would the afterlife make of her deeds? She had tried to make peace with her actions, compartmentalize the mission from the girl, focus on the future immediately in front of her, never looking back, no time for sympathy or regret. But now her confidence was wavering. Had her actions bettered the world or destroyed a part of it? Tears welled, and she looked away. Perhaps Miller's mission offered a path to mercy. Or was it just another crashing wave to drown her soul? She turned to her bag, unzipped it, and pulled out her laptop. Placing it on the desk, she cranked it up, typing vigorously with a purpose. Hunting ghosts. Sunday morning dawned crisp and golden over the cabin, the kind of light that filtered through the pines like a hesitant promise. George and Sammy bustled in the kitchen, the air thick with the sizzle of bacon and the yeasty tang of fresh biscuits. George had donned one of Miller's infamous aprons, tacky as a truck stop souvenir, emblazoned with cartoon chickens clucking around a faded "Home of the Brave" slogan. He flipped eggs with theatrical flair, while Sammy, ever the sous chef, grated cheese with the focus of a man defusing a bomb. Out in the woods, where the underbrush whispered secrets to the wind. Dakota put Jax through his paces. The boy, barely out of his teens, all lanky limbs and wide-eyed hunger, gripped the rifle like it was a lifeline. Dakota moved like a shadow, patient but unyielding, demonstrating the ritual of the shot, the steady cradle of the stock against the shoulder, the unblinking eye wedded to the sight, the rifle a frozen extension of will. "When's your ghost?" Dakota murmured, his voice low as the rustle of leaves. "It'll tug the round sideways if you let it. Factor in the chill. It makes the barrel contract just a hair. And distance, always distance. Breathe out slowly, like you're exhaling your doubts. Then squeeze. No jerk. Just commit." Jax nodded, sweat beading on his brow despite the autumn bite. He was game, eager as a pup chasing its tail, but green as spring grass, his shots cracking wide, splintering bark instead of punching paper. "So," Jax ventured, lowering the rifle as they reloaded, "you were in firefights? In Afghanistan?" Dakota's eyes, sharp as flint, flicked to the horizon. "Yep. And? I guess you killed a few people?" "Enemy soldiers. Yeah." Dakota's jaw tightened, the words flat as spent casings. "I was a fucking Marine, Jax. That's the oath we swear. Hunt the hunters so others don't have to." Jax swallowed, the weight of it settling like damp earth. "You're not a soldier, though, Jax. Not like that. We need you behind your computer right now. That's where you snipe our real enemies. Lines of code instead of lead." Jax chuckled, a dry rasp that didn't reach his eyes. "Fair point, but I get it. The pull of the trigger." Jax clasped Dakota on the shoulder, firm and approving. "Yeah, but just the same, I'd like to shoot something real. Any way you can loan me a couple guns, I'll hit the range on my off hours, get the rust off." A rare smile cracked Dakota's weathered face, wolfish and warm. "Maybe one. Take this one." Dakota handed him his Ruger American Predator rifle. "Good enough, kid. Good enough." By the time they trudged back, bellies rumbling, breakfast was a feast laid out on the scarred oak table. Platters of fluffy biscuits drowning in gravy, eggs sunny side up like winking conspirators, bacon crisp as autumn leaves. They all gathered, Miller nursing black coffee, George beaming like a proud papa, until the trill of Miller's phone shattered the domestic hum. It was the hospital. Emily was cleared for release on Tuesday. Her first prosthetic arm was still weeks out, a gleaming promise of circuits and alloy, but there was no sense chaining her to starch sheets any longer. Miller's relief was a quiet tide, washing the tension from his shoulders as he pocketed the phone. George, ever the tonic for heavy hearts, leaned into his routine. "All right, who's ready for a groaner? How many software developers does it take to screw in a light bulb?" After a long, pregnant pause. "Just one to change it, but first you gotta define light, bulb, and screw." He paused for the obligatory eye rolls, then barreled on. "Speaking of which, I was at a restaurant last night when the waitress hollers, 'Does anyone know CPR?' I yell back, 'I know the whole damn alphabet.' The place erupted with laughter. Except this one guy laying on the floor. Laughter rippled, genuine and frayed at the edges, a brief bulwark against the shadows lurking beyond the cabin walls. But levity, like smoke, dissipated fast. Samantha appeared at the door like a specter in black boots and athletic gear, revealing the curves and solid contours of her body. Laptop case slung over one shoulder, hair pinned back as if to contain some inner tempest. She was every inch the department store mannequin come alive, poised and predatory. Without preamble, she cleared a corner of the table, sweeping aside a half-empty mug with clinical efficiency, flipping open her laptop. As the screen came to life, it cast an ethereal blue on her face. She scrolled through grainy stills, timestamps flickering like faulty memories. All of the men at the table could not help but find themselves staring at Samantha's sculpted face and vivid blue eyes, mentally tracing every curve of her cheeks and lips, hair like a golden rope. "Miller," she said, voice cool as rain-slicked steel, "do you remember anything about the colors? The ones that erupted from the front of the car right at the moment of the blast?" Miller's fork hovered in midair. His mind dragged, kicking and screaming, back the most horrific moment of his life, the world folding in on itself. He closed his eyes, chasing phantoms. Blue. Yeah, some electric blue, like wiring spitting sparks. Green too, maybe, acidic, unnatural. Then it swallowed everything. Fire. Red and gold devouring the night, black smoke choking the deck. Samantha nodded, scrolling again, her fingers dancing over the keys like a pianist playing a dirge. I pulled some footage from the street cam. Grainy as hell, but enough to snag a partial plate on the sedan. If we're lucky, one of the storefront feeds caught the driver parking it. Disguised, no doubt, hat low, collar up, the usual shadow play. But I've got a solid lead on the explosive. C4 variant, laced with something. Exotic. RDX derivatives, military grade. 100% black market contraband in the US. These don't wash up on our shores by accident. They ship the components in pieces, buried in contraband, from somewhere overseas. Eastern Europe, most likely, perhaps Russian-made, funneled through the remnants of the Soviet Union. I may be able to get a mole inside the FBI. My old contact is retired, but they might know someone. As Miller knows, it is amazing what minds can be seduced when you wave enough. Money in front of them, or find a photo of them with a secret lover. This James Thrush guy seems interesting. Perhaps there is more than one way to skin that cat. I'll keep you posted. Dakota leaned forward, elbows on the table like braced rifles. Did you say Eastern Europe? That's a goddamn opera house of shadows, Samantha. Warlords, oligarchs, dark web networks. Where do we even start? Fortunately, she replied, her gaze fixed on the screen. I've got contacts over there too, if they're still breathing. The words hung, barbed and ambiguous, not as a punchline, not a harmless smirk. Just the flat calculus of human survival in a world of assassins. The table fell silent, the joke's echo fading. She snapped her laptop halfway shut, exhaling like a blade sheathing itself. Look, I usually run solo. It's cleaner that way. Stealth in, lethality out, no loose ends. Safer for everyone tangled in the web. But this one's got teeth. I could use backup. Eyes on recon, ears on comms, someone who can handle a weapon, and someone not afraid to get his hands dirty. She looked at Dakota. Dakota, if you're game, we'll hop the jet to Krakow. I'll brief you en route. Profiles, entry points, the works. Her eyes lifted then, skimming the table without landing, a hawk surveying prey. We'll kit out your arsenal first. Pick out what fits the mission. Just for self-defense, of course. The disclaimer landed like a dud grenade. Heavy. Unconvincing. No one dared muster a laugh. Dakota met her gaze levelly, then progressed to Miller and Sammy. Sammy's grin split wide, boyish and electric, like he'd just drawn the winning hand in a high-stakes bluff, eyes alight with the thrill of the chase, the forbidden candy of fieldwork. Miller's face was stone, etched with the quiet math of risks and regrets. Good enough, Samantha, Dakota said, at last pushing back his chair with a squeak that echoed like a chambered round. Good enough. As Samantha and Dakota exited to his room to sort through armaments, Miller guided Sammy to a corner of the room, by the bank of windows overlooking the lake. How you doing, Sammy? Just fine, Mr. Crane. Good deal. Listen, I spoke with Dakota, and he said you might be able to help out in an extremely important, but different way. Okay. My daughter will be released from the hospital on Tuesday. Given all that's happened and all the chaos that lies ahead, it would be great to have someone with your background and nature to be around to give her a solid sense of security and help out with driving and overseeing. Like a bodyguard, Mr. Crane? Well, yes, I guess that's right. Sort of like a bodyguard, but with a smile. I'd like to call it a helping hand. We don't want to alert her to any danger. She needs a chance to go on with her life, but right now, I don't have the time to look after her 24/7. We have a nanny set up to stay with her, but that's only at the house, and her skills don't include, well, they don't include your ability to sniff out danger and maintain a perimeter. I hope this makes sense. Sure, Mr. Crane. Call me Miller. Sure, Miller. Now, I don't have a car, and I really don't have any clothes with me. No problem. I have a rented car. It's a BMW 8 Series. Hope that will be okay. Sammy smiled again, broad as a country porch. Well, it's no Cadillac. But what the hell? Miller laughed. What if I gave you a credit card? No limit. And helped you find some shops where you can pick up some new duds? Well, I guess I say thanks, Miller. When do we start? Tomorrow. Touch base with Dakota. He has some ideas on a few tools to pack in your bag. Just for self-defense, of course. Miller summoned half a grin. Absolutely. So I'm staying at your house? You got room for me? We have 7 bedrooms, so we can probably find a spare one for you. Awesome, Mr. Crane. I won't disappoint you. I know, Sammy. I know. Miller took leave of the house and made his way to the front porch. It was mid-September, and there was a mild chill in the air, a light breeze causing the brown and gold leaves to dance to an undefined tempo. He put his fingers together and pulled them over his head to let out as much tension as he could. He spotted an old lady and a young girl in a small motorboat making their way across the cove. Lake mist laying like spider's milk over the cool water. The girl was dragging her left hand in the water, thrilling to the feel of cool water rushing through her small fingers. A Bible verse from Matthew suddenly came to mind, every word and letter stamped as though the ink was fresh. Therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. The old lady guided the boat across the cove like it was her mission in life, small ripples echoing towards the shorelines. Samantha West grazed his elbow on her way out the door, and she spoke to him at her exit. Aim small, Miller. Miss Small. Then she hopped into her Jeep and disappeared into the woods. Miller's phone rang. Detective. He answered. What's up? Uh-huh. Well, that's interesting. Yes. I can meet you tomorrow. I'm at the lake right now, but I'll be back in town tomorrow. Can we meet at the cable room in the Westin? Yeah, off Piedmont. Okay. Noon? Okay. Thanks. Damaged in transit. The Gulfstream G550 hummed like a contented beast as it sliced through the ether, its cabin a cocoon of polished walnut and supple leather that whispered of fortunes spent and secrets kept. Dakota and Samantha had claimed their seats amid the forward lounge, separated by a deliberate chasm of 4 empty rows. Close enough for murmured conferences, far enough to honor the invisible walls they both erected around their solitude. Their gear, an arsenal of matte black cases and encrypted drives, was stowed in the luggage bay below, secured against the turbulence of both sky and soul. They both opened their laptops on their fold-down trays, screens casting a sterile glow that danced across their faces like digital fireflies. Samantha's mission dossier unfurled before them, a mosaic of grainy surveillance clips, spectral heat maps, and satellite overlays of Krakow's labyrinthine veins. The ancient city, one of Europe's rare jewels left largely unscarred by the Blitzkrieg's fury, a testament to geography's cruel lottery, loomed large in the files. Its Gothic spires and Renaissance arcades had endured the war's physical tempests, though the scars of occupation lingered in the collective psyche, like radon in the cellars. Dakota's fingers traced principal exfil routes from the Baklita Luxury Hotel, a neoclassical bastion nestled in the shadow of Wawel Castle, to the target's fortified villa on the Vistula's misty banks. And the reverse. Should the wind shift? Backup paths snaked through the Jewish quarter's cobbled alleys and the Planty Park's verdant ring, evasion etched in pixels. He bookmarked the U.S. Embassy's coordinates with a soldier's pragmatism, a lifeline amid the unknown. Europe, to Dakota, had always been a barracks blur. Ramstein Air Base's concrete sprawl, where the air tasted of jet fuel and fleeting alliances, the only old-world soil to claim more than a night's layover from his Marine days. In short order, the jet clawed to cruising altitude, 35,000 feet above the Atlantic's indifferent deep blue canyons of ocean. The sky stretched taut and flawless, a cerulean canvas marked by just a whisper of clouds, conspiring for their covert passage. Dakota snapped his laptop shut with a decisive click, the weight of operations prep complete for now. Memories of the many operations he led in Iraq swam in his brain, images slowly exiting like steam from a boiling pot, stress and alertness replaced with a warm, wet towel around his neck. He rubbed the grit from his eyes and took a break from his focus on the code's abyss, then slipped on noise-canceling headphones and aviator shades, transforming into a silhouette of repose. The seat reclined with a pneumatic sigh, enveloping him in ergonomic mercy, then quickly fell asleep. For Samantha, the flight was less smooth. An hour in, she rose from her perch and stretched her lithe legs as a cat might, and moved silently down the aisle toward the bathroom, her hip lightly grazing Dakota's outstretched hand in a feather-like collision, accidental, or so the rational mind insisted. The contact jolted him half awake, a spark in the drowsy haze, and her scent wafted like contraband. Light, exotic, a jasmine-laced veil threaded with sandalwood, and something sharper, like crushed cardamom pods smuggled from a bazaar. It coiled into his nostrils, unbidden, stirring eddies in the blood. Dakota exhaled sharply, regathering himself for the nap's embrace, his mind a vigilant gatekeeper shooing away the phantoms of her form. Instead, he summoned countermeasures. Visions of Krakow's salvific stone, the cloth hall's vaulted arches in the Rynek Guzoni, the serene geometries of street. Mary's Basilica, spires piercing the firmament like prayers petrified, calming fractals of history, untainted by flesh. Only then did the dreams uncoil, serpentine and unforgiving. In the dream's fevered reel, Dakota waded knee-deep through the Atchafalaya Basin's primordial soup, the Louisiana swamp, a living shroud where cypress knees erupted like the knuckles of fossilized giants. Gators lurked in the murk, eyes aglow, their jaws parting in silent invitations to the abyss. In his dream, the air hung thick as regret, redolent of decay and distant jazz, a saxophone's mournful wail bleeding from the bayou's hidden juke joints, evoking New Orleans' French Quarter under a sickle moon. Gas lamps flickered along Bourbon Street's shadowed banquettes, casting elongated silhouettes that twisted into Mardi Gras masks, leering with porcelain grins. Revelry curdled to chaos, beads shattered like gunfire, floats splintered into barricades, and the crowd surged in a tide of feathers and folly, faces melting into the grotesque anonymity of mobbed excess. Then the cut, hard, cinematic, to Najaf dust-choked wadis, where the suicidal insurgents' jagged teeth gnawed the horizon. Incoming rounds whined like banshees, stitching the sand into lethal lace. Dakota's M4 bucked in his grip, muzzle flash blooming orange against the talc-white veil of an IED's aftermath. Comrades fell in slow motion, limbs akimbo, like discarded puppets, their cries swallowed by the rotor wash of a Black Hawk's desperate hover. Blood pooled in the footprints of the living, a crimson map of choices unmade. He surfaced, gasping, the cabin's recirculated air a lifeline yanking him back, heart hammering against his ribs like a prisoner held back by prison bars. 4 rows ahead, Samantha watched the eastern seaboard recede through the oval window, her reflection like a fading image in the glass, poised, impenetrable, yet frayed at seams only she could trace. The hum of the engines was a metronome to her reverie, lulling her into the archives of self, those dog-eared chapters she rarely opened. Samantha West had not always been the scalpel she wielded now. She had been forged in crucibles of quiet violence, her edges honed on the whetstone of betrayal. Born in 1987 to a Rust Belt family in Youngstown, Ohio, where the steel mills coughed their last breaths, Samantha's world was a collage of dysfunction. A father lost to the bottle's siren call. After the layoffs hit, his rages blooming like black mold in the cramped ranch house. A mother adrift in Valium hazes and chain-smoked regrets, her hands more accustomed to wringing than embracing. The hearth was a battlefield of unspoken wars, dinners silenced by the clink of ice in tumblers, holidays unraveling like cheap tinsel. Amid this entropy stood her younger brother, Elias, 8 years her junior and adrift in the spectrum's fog of autism. Autistic since his first wordless cries, he navigated the world through rituals rigid as iron, lining matchbox cars in precise battalions along the baseboards, scripting monologues from Star Trek episodes with savant precision, his blue eyes locking onto patterns where others saw chaos. Samantha became his sentinel, her childhood a vigilant orbit, decoding his meltdowns into maps of unmet needs, shielding him from the school's cruelties and their father's thunderclaps. Elias was her anchor in the storm, a pure frequency amid the static, teaching her the geometry of empathy in a home that knew none. High school, that pressure cooker of adolescent alchemy, amplified the fractures. At 16, Samantha was a wisp of intellect and quiet fire, top of her class in AP Lit, captain of the debate team, her debates less about victory than dissecting the world's hypocrisies. It was there, in the echo of an empty auditorium, after a late rehearsal, that the shadow fell. An older former student, a 22-year-old adjunct theater coach with a disarming smile and a predator's patience, cornered her amid the velvet curtains. What began as mentorship, lines murmured too close, hands lingering on script pages, escalated to violation in the prop room's dim clutter, his weight a betrayal that shattered her nascent trust like fine china. She told no one, certainly not the fractured pillars of her home. Instead, she buried the fracture deep, a fault line that would tremor through her life choices moving forward. The assault rerouted her trajectory. Debate scholarships abandoned for ROTC's structured rigor, a hunger for control masquerading as patriotism. It armored her against intimacy, turning vulnerability into reconnaissance, lovers into potential threats. Years later, poring over psych evals in Langley, she'd trace it back, the molestation as the hidden wound, birthing a woman who thrived in shadows, where predictability was a myth and self-reliance a sacrament. The echoes pursued her across oceans. Fresh from the farm, her CIA onboarding crucible, Samantha cut her teeth as an intelligence officer in Tel Aviv, the city's sun-baked sprawl, a pressure plate of alliances and ambushes. At 28, embedded in the U.S. Embassy's counter-proliferation desk, she orchestrated asset handoffs in the souks of Jaffa and dead drops along the Yarkon River's banks. But the ghosts resurfaced one humid night in a safe house off Dizengoff Street, after a botched op left her team exposed. A squad of off-duty IDF soldiers, emboldened by Eric and adrenaline, their uniforms shed but not the entitlement, cornered her in the courtyard, their advances a pack hunt disguised as camaraderie. "Just relax, American." One slurred, hands like vices on her arms, the others circling with wolfish laughs. It was a mirror to Youngstown's auditorium. The isolation, the presumption of conquest, the air thick with unspoken permission. Samantha's training surged. A knee to a groin, an elbow to a throat, an improvised garrote from her scarf, felling the ringleader, turning the assault into her exorcism. She vanished into the night, reporting it up the chain as operational friction, but the scar tissue thickened. Tel Aviv taught her that predation wore many uniforms. It was not man, but power's imbalance that stalked the unwary. Yet for all the steel she forged, Samantha's heart was a way station, not a fortress. True love a series of arrivals and abrupt departures, each its own lesson. In college, there was Mark, the poli-sci TA with earnest eyes and a penchant for Kierkegaard. Their nights became tangled in dorm room debates that spilled into the next dawn. He proposed on a whim, a ring pilfered from his grandmother's attic, but she demurred, citing the road ahead, though the truth was the chasm of her silence. Post-Tel Aviv came Javier, a Spanish diplomat she met in a Madrid briefing room, his olive skin charm a balm to her vigilance. They danced through siestas in Granada, whispered futures amid the Alhambra's fountains. But when his career veered to Brasilia and hers to black sites, the letters faded like ink in rain. And Ethan, the analyst from Langley, steady, bookish, with a laugh like gravel under tires, he courted her through debriefs and shared stakeouts. He saw the fractures, kissed the fault lines, but when the infertility diagnosis landed like a verdict, endometriosis, a thief in her womb, rendering conception a biological veto, she withdrew, framing it as professional misalignment. Lovers came in fits and starts. A fleeting affair with a French asset in Prague, passionate but laced with operational paranoia. A year-long tether to a DC lobbyist who mistook her reserve for mystery, only to chafe at its depths. Each union was a reconnaissance mission, mapping the terrain of trust, only to retreat before the bridges could burn. As to marriage, Samantha pondered it in the quiet interstices of ops, a philosophical knot she unraveled like a Zen koan. Was it the molestation's legacy, imprinting men as vectors of violation, love as a prelude to loss? Or the family's entropy, a petri dish culturing solitude as survival? Perhaps the infertility sealed it, a barren branch on the tree of legacy, sparing her the terror of passing fractures to fragile heirs. In the end, it was simpler, sadder. She had married the mission, wedded to shadows where vulnerability was a leak, and flirted with intimacy as a luxury for the unscarred. Love demanded surrender, and Samantha West had long ago traded that currency for sovereignty. To wed was to entwine fates, to risk the blade at another's throat through one's own lapse. A calculus that she always tallied against. She was a nomad of the heart, collecting passports stamped with half-formed affections, each a talisman against the void. Yet in the hush of empty hotel suites, she would always wonder if the unchosen path was freedom or exile, if the solitary wolf thrived or merely endured. In the metaphysical marrow of her musing, Samantha gazed out the jet's featureless window. Atlantic waves blurred to abyssal ink. What was damage, if not the universe's rough draft? Stars born in cataclysm, souls sculpted, then shattered. Elias, her brother of echoes, had taught her to see patterns in pandemonium. His autistic symphonies of repetition, a defiance of chaos, a whisper that order hid between the lines of reality. Was she also a fractal of a divine fracture? Her wounds not diminishment, but apertures to sharper sight? The cosmos, she mused, was no benevolent architect. No, for her it had become a wild artisan, flinging galaxies from supernovae's pyres, birthing beauty from breach. Perhaps her life's ledger, molestations and near misses, familial flotsam and love's literal wrecks, was the forge of her ferocity, a metaphysical mortar where pain alchemized to purpose. In that suspended heaven of flight, she felt a fragile grace, not a healing, but a life suddenly whole from the pieces, a vessel cracked yet resonant, echoing the infinite in its imperfection. The plane banked eastward, toward Krakow's unbowed spires, and Samantha allowed herself a deep, mindless breath, the past full of broken memories, but arriving, nonetheless. Dakota stirred, shades slipping as he blinked into the cabin's soft luminance, the dream's residue clinging like swamp mud. Samantha's laptop hummed on, her fingers paused mid-keystroke, a faint smile crossing her lips, as if she'd glimpsed her own reverie. "Rough skies ahead?" he murmured, voice like gravel from the depths. She stood, stepped into the aisle, and met his eyes, a momentary lifting of the veil which usually surrounded her. "Only the ones we make. The briefing is cued. The route's locked. You good, Dakota?" He nodded, stowing his personal phantoms into his own unique historical footlocker, the cabin's confines shrinking the world from sea and sky to their shared stratagem. "Locked and loaded," he said. "Aim small. No place like home." In the shadowed weeks following Elizabeth's funeral, with the house still echoing the hollow ache of absence, Miller Crane turned his grief into quiet action. Emily's discharge loomed like a fragile beacon, and he knew the road ahead demanded more than his fractured attention could provide. Scouring his contacts current and past, he came across a name from the past. Mavis Bailey, the woman who'd minded Emily during those sun-dappled preschool days, her laughter a balm against toddler tantrums. Mavis had woven magic into ordinary afternoons, finger-painting hurricanes, singing gospel riffs to soothe scraped knees, teaching Emily how to cook breakfast. Miller remembered how Emily's eyes would light up whenever in her orbit. Now 60, Mavis had traded the bayou's wild pulse for Atlanta's steadier rhythm, following Katrina's wrath which drowned her world. Born amid New Orleans' jazz-soaked streets, she'd risen from the lower Ninth Wards with resilient grit, helping a real estate baron in the management of his estates, overseeing everything from shotgun shacks to Garden District mansions. Her life was a tapestry of care. A nurse to elders in need, corralling rowdy neighborhood kids, her empathy a deep well drawn from Creole roots and Baptist hymns. When Miller called, her voice crackled warmly over the line, laced with that unmistakable Crescent City drawl. She had plans, a cruise up the Mississippi, maybe, but his offer, generous enough to fund a dozen jazz funerals, sealed it. "For that sweet girl," Mavis said, "no tide too high." Tuesday morning broke mild and merciful, the late September sun gilding Emory Hospital's brick facade like a hesitant apology. Miller, Doris, and George piled into George Old, but meticulously maintained SUV, the air inside thick with hope. Doris clutched a bouquet of sunflowers, Emily's favorite, bold as her spirit, while Miller fiddled with a playlist of Motown classics on the car's Bluetooth, insisting, "Nothing says welcome home like the Temptations." George gripped the wheel, his knuckles whitening only once as they navigated the Midtown crawl. At the discharge lounge, Emily waited in a wheelchair she barely needed, her frame filled out to its wiry pre-bomb self, the jagged scar across her cheek softened to a faint crescent moon. The prosthetic fitting was weeks away, her left sleeve pinned neatly at the elbow, but her eyes, those fierce, unbowed hazel pools, sparkled with uncontainable glee. "Daddy!" She launched from the chair, propelling into his arms with a force that nearly toppled him. He held her tight, inhaling the hospital's faint antiseptic tang mingled with her strawberry shampoo, a cocktail of survival. The drive home unfolded like a ribbon, unspooling. Atlanta's sprawl blurring past in a haze of emerald oaks and honking sedans. Emily dominated the backseat symphony, her voice a torrent, loosed after weeks of sterile confines. "Tell me about Doris again, Daddy. Did she really sneak you cookies under the table at the meeting?" Doris chuckled from her shotgun seat, twisting to ruffle Emily's hair. "Guilty as charged, sugar. Your daddy was all elbows and no manners. Ate half of the package." Emily's laughter cut through the air, bright as wind chimes, before she pivoted to George with the precision of a pint-sized interrogator. "And you, Uncle George? Were you always building robots, or did you start with mud pies?" George feigned offense, adjusting the rear view with mock gravity. "Mud pies were my gateway drug, kiddo. Led straight to circuit boards and bad sci-fi puns." As they merged onto Peachtree, skirting the invisible scar of that fateful stretch, Emily's gaze darted to landmarks like old friends, the Fox Theater's minaret glow, the varsity's neon siren call. "Kevin swore he'd race me to the counter there someday," she mused, then brighter. "Ginger says her mom's gumbo beats any drive-through. Can we test that?" The chatter wove a fragile normalcy, stitching the city back into something habitable. Emily's questions a bridge from hospital gowns to home fires. The Crane estate rose like a sentinel at Journey's End, its manicured lawns a verdant sea lapping at Georgian columns. George eased the SUV into the long brick driveway, around the fountain to the front door. Before he turned the engine off, the front door swung wide open, and there stood Mavis Bailey, sturdy as a live oak, her silver-streaked braids coiled like crown jewels, dressed in a flowing muumuu patterned with magnolias that screamed an all-in's pride. In her hands, she balanced a tray with lemonade and beignets, dusted with powdered sugar snow, the scent alone enough to summon ghosts of Mardi Gras past. "Well, if it ain't my little hurricane herself," Mavis boomed, her voice a gumbo of warmth and gravel, eyes crinkling behind cat-eye glasses. Emily froze mid-unbuckle, then beamed, recognition dawning like sunrise. "Miss Mavis? From the paint fights?" Mavis set the tray on the porch swing and enveloped her in a hug that smelled of vanilla and vigilance, strong arms cradling the girl's diminished frame without a hint of pity. "The very one, Emily. Heard you been raising all kind of storms. I'm so proud of you for weathering 'em." In the family room, Sammy sat watching TV, a fishing show, his white-socked feet on the ottoman in front of him. Miller called his name, and Sammy turned. "Oh," he exclaimed. "Back already." He slipped on his tennis shoes and made his way toward the foyer, where Miller introduced him. "Emily? This is Sammy. Sammy Sawyer. He'll be staying here for the next few weeks. Sort of your own personal chauffeur." Emily looked at him, all wide-eyed and curious. "Hi, Sammy," she said. "Nice to meet you, Emily," he replied, sticking out his slender, long hand to shake hers. "Daddy, do you think I need a chauffeur?" "Yes, Emily, for now. Just someone to run errands and get you to school and anywhere else you need to go. I'll be home at night, but I need to be in the office for at least a while on most days." He's a good friend of Dakota, his assistant guide for his hunting and fishing business in Baton Rouge. Dakota says he likes to swim with alligators, and he's a pretty good cook. Mavis looked at him like he had just kicked her dog, then joined the conversation. "Well, Mr. Sammy will need my permission to cook in this kitchen. I'll trust him to shop for eggs and take out the trash." Her face emotionless and unmoving. Sammy stepped over to her and gave her a quick hug. "I was hoping you'd say that, Aunt Mavis," he said, displaying his large smile. Emily looked up at him and Mavis. Mavis was not amused. "Okay," Emily said. Upstairs, Emily's room awaited like a time capsule unearthed. Walls awash in soft lavender and gold, the bed a nest of quilts her mother had stitched in stolen afternoons. But Miller and the crew had conspired in her absence. Stuffed animals marshaled in plush battalions along the headboard, a grizzled teddy bear dubbed Sergeant Stubbs at the fore, mylar balloons bobbing from the canopy like defiant party flags, scripted with Home Sweet Hero and Armed and Fabulous. A corkboard brimmed with photos. Emily mid-laugh at last summer's lake picnic, her and Elizabeth building sand forts, even a crayon scribble from Kevin promising BFF status. Mavis guided her in, arm looped gently around Emily's waist, while Doris unpacked the hospital bag with maternal fuss. "This here's your kingdom again, baby girl," Mavis said, plumping pillows with practiced hands. "We'll chase the shadows out, one sunrise at a time." Settling in felt like reclaiming territory. Emily plopped onto her single bed like a soldier home from the war, the softest bed she'd ever felt. "School starts back next week," she said, voice dipping into uncharted waters, the word school a buoy bobbing in the tide. "What if they stare or whisper about this?" She gestured to her pinned sleeve, looking at them for the right answers. Mavis bent down to her, hands cupping Emily's face like a china doll. "Oh, they'll stare, girl. Folks always gawk at what's shiny and new. But you? You're a comet, not a candle. Burn bright and keep smiling." George, standing in the doorway, couldn't resist. "And if anyone whispers, just whisper back that your uncle's got a robot arm on the way from Mars." Doris walked into the room, a beautiful bouquet of roses and daffodils in both hands. "You've got this, Emily. We're your cheering section, goofy uncles and all. Anyway, can I be your favorite aunt?" "Okay, Doris, I like that. My Aunt Doris and my Uncle George, and my new best friend, Mavis." Miller watched the reunion from the corner of the room, throat tightening, doing his best not to break down with sentimentality. He walked across the room and joined them in a group hug. Laughter bubbled up as George demonstrated a balloon sword fight, jabbing air with a helium honk, and Emily's giggles chased the what-ifs into corners, at least for the afternoon. Just as Emily was finishing lunch, the doorbell's chime cut through the silence, a jaunty ding-dong that might as well have been a fanfare. Kevin and Ginger burst in, a whirlwind duo, 11-year-old tornadoes in matching sneakers scuffed from backyard wars. Kevin, Emily's shadow since kindergarten, was all freckles and crew cuts, a wiry bundle of kinetic energy who collected comic books like ammunition. Ginger, his sister by a year, and Emily's sworn blood sister, via a backyard pinky pact, trailed with braids like coiled pythons and a gap-toothed grin. She was the artist of the trio, her backpack filled with sketch pads and superhero stickers. Entering the room, her best friends yelled to her, more excited than Emily to see her back in her normal world. "Emily!" they shouted, almost in unison. "We brought you some stuff," Kevin said. "My mom called it a housewarming gift." He threw a handful of sour gummies on the bed, and they divided them up by color and split them into threes. "So," Ginger launched, flopping beside Emily on the bed, "tell us everything. Did the hospital food taste like cardboard, or was it like alien goo?" Emily snorted, the sound pure release. "Worse, mystery meatloaf. But I snuck extra Jell-O, and there was a nurse that would bring me ice cream sandwiches." Ginger elbowed Kevin aside, setting a handmade card on the bed, exploding with red magic marker hearts, signed by 20 of her best friends. "From the gang," she announced, voice like a cartoon bluebird. "My mom says hi." Kevin, sprawled on the bed dramatically, clutched his chest. "Tragic. Next time we'll smuggle in pizza via a drone. I saw it on TikTok. This cool drone dropped a pizza box on somebody's front porch." The chatter spiraled into glorious nonsense. Ginger unveiling sketches of a 3-armed Avenger, Emily as the star, naturally, with laser elbows, Kevin reenacting a botched cafeteria food fight from their last school day, complete with sound effects that escalated to cartoonish splats. Questions turned tender by increments. "You okay? Really?" Ginger whispered, lacing fingers with hers, meeting Emily's eyes with a nod, fierce and fledgling. "Getting there," Emily answered, so happy to finally be home. "I miss my mommy." They looked at her tenderly, unable to say any words that might make it better, but always ready with their love. Mavis peeked in and dropped off a tray of lemonade and homemade chocolate chip cookies, her smile a quiet benediction on the scene. Home, not as a place, but as this improbable tribe, stitching wounds with whimsy and unwavering witness. One for the road. The Buckhead Westin rose like a glass monolith amid Atlanta's upscale bustle, its lobby a hush of marble and muted music from hidden speakers. Miller Crane stepped into the cable room at noon sharp, the fine dining spot tucked into the hotel's lower level, dimly lit with exposed brick walls strung like old wiring, evoking a speakeasy crossed with a power broker's den. The air carried hints of seared steak and aged bourbon, a far cry from the takeout he'd been surviving on. He spotted Detective James Thrush at a corner booth, nursing a club soda with lime. The familiar rumpled suit, loosened tie, and salt and pepper beard, the look of someone who pursued truth over style. Thrush rose from his seat halfway, offering a firm handshake, a wave to the seat across from him. "Hey, Miller. I appreciate you making some time for me. First time I've been here. It's a lot warmer than the rest of the place." Miller smiled, knowing the place well. Thrush opened the leather-bound menu, just as a server stopped by, crisp in black vest and tie, rattling off specials: pan-seared foie gras, heirloom tomato salad, a dry-aged ribeye that promised to melt like in the mouth. They ordered simply Miller, grilled salmon with asparagus and lemon beurre blanc, Thrush, the ribeye medium rare with creamed spinach, and a side of truffle fries. As the server vanished, Miller leaned in, voice low. "You said you had something on the bombings. Something from the FBI?" Thrush nodded, holding silent as the server dropped off Miller's ice water. Thrush's eyes, hidden behind overworn readers, made a quick peek around the edges of the room, a habit of a cop scanning for tails. "Yeah, off the books. Way off. I was able to get a look at a file from the Spring Street field office last night. They had a search warrant on 2 John Does down in Savannah, low-level operators, men with no priors. Feds tapped their burners and bugged their flop south of River Street. Looks like they are renting a dingy walk-up over a po' boy joint." "Savannah?" Miller said. The name of the town hit Miller like a gut check, yanking him back to weekends with Elizabeth, when life was still a string of perfect days. They'd piled into his old Thunderbird convertible, top down, chasing down I-16 from Atlanta, Elizabeth's hair whipping like a victory flag, her laughter cutting through the salt wind. The city unfolded for them in lazy loops, mornings touring the historic squares, Forsyth's live oaks draped in resurrection ferns like nature's own mourning veils, the air thick with the tang of marsh mud and briny oysters shucked fresh at Tybee Island stalls. They spent an afternoon tiptoeing through rustic cemeteries, Bonaventure's Gothic sprawl where Spanish moss hung heavy, Elizabeth tracing epitaphs with her fingertips, reciting engravings. "Here lies good old Rebel, a slave and a gentleman." Voice soft, respectful, and dripping with emotion. For 100 years, the streets of Savannah teemed with men and women in chains, half dead from the terror of a deadly and inhumane trip in the belly of a sailing ship from Africa. Savannah was soaked with a brutal ledger, etched into its soil. Elizabeth held Miller's hand tightly as they paused before the brick stalls near the Savannah River, soaking in the history and wondering if the history would ever be completely buried. Evenings they took in sunsets from different vantage points, the sun bleeding orange and purple over the salt marshes, the Low Country's tidal flats mirroring the blaze, shrimp boats chugging slowly into port. They'd walk the levees, hands linked, the earthy perfume of Pluff mud and Low Country boil, crayfish, sausage, and corn, clinging to their clothes. Simple escapes, now poisoned by the thought of bombers skulking those same cobbled alleys. Thrush's steak arrived sizzling, steam curling around his beard. He cut it deliberately, chasing a bite with his soda, before continuing. The bugs picked up chatter, what they think is a code name. Rat's tail, or something like that. There seemed to be some references to money transfers to some bank and street. Thomas. Nothing concrete, but it lined up somehow with the most recent bombing. Thrush took a bite from his steak, and it almost melted with sweet, beefy perfection. "Shit, this steak is good. As good as any I've had." Miller smiled and nodded acknowledgement. Detective Thrush continued. The signatures on the 2 bombs were similar enough to be from the same hand. C4 base, remote triggers via burner cell, but not a perfect match. There were variations in the wiring, like the bomb tech was still working through his craft, testing tweaks. The Peachtree Street bomb was cleaner, the one in the parking deck sloppy, as though rushed. We have a description of at least one of their vehicles and a partial plate. Miller's salmon flaked under his fork, the beurre blanc pooling pale and untouched. He set the fork down, appetite suddenly gone. Thrush's eyes tightened, the lines around them deepening. "I can't shake it, Miller. I've been working this off the books because the Bureau's is eyes only. It's totally illegal, what I'm doing, but as you would suspect, I'm hoping I can trust you." "Of course," Miller assured him. Thrush was struggling with the images of the two bombings: adults in pieces, children missing body parts, lying breathless on top of each other. So far, there are 4 dead and a half a dozen maimed. It's a miracle that it hasn't been worse. James Thrush was born and raised in a little community just east of Atlanta. He'd seen the explosion of the city and seen good times and bad up close. Serial murderers dropping kids into creeks, citizens coming together to overcome the stains of racism. But now he was having trouble distancing himself from the shadow of devastation, keeping him up at night, looping in his head like bad tape, pushing him to dig deeper. He pulled a thumb drive from his jacket pocket, sliding it across the table like a gold coin. Here. These are clips from the Phipps Plaza security. They captured a figure in a dark hoodie exiting on foot from the deck 30 minutes prior to the explosion. It's grainy, but time-stamped. And a Saks still image. Same. Build, face dipped under the hood, but shoulders like a linebacker, arms corded under the jacket. Not your average zealot. This paper has what we think is the vehicle description, and what we think may be their tag, or part of it. Miller pocketed the drive, the plastic cool against his palm. Why me? Why not loop in someone from your own department? Forensics say. Thrush speared a fry into the ketchup, dipping it slowly. Because I believe you have some cards that we can't play. Your firm's technical expertise is well beyond what we can do here in Atlanta. Perhaps the FBI has the ability, but I'm of a mind that you bring some skills to the party that might even make the FBI envious. I'm asking for your help if you're willing. All I ask is that you keep me in the loop with whatever you discover and bring me in if you have any suspicious targets, whether transactions, locations, or people. Miller weighed the question, the booth's hush amplifying the distant clink of silverware. Partial truth, then. Enough to bind without exposing methods and assets. Sure, Miller said. Anything we might find. All right, then. We think the bomb residue traces to Eastern Europe. RDX lacing, black market, perhaps Soviet surplus. The expertise screams ex-KGB or Wagner washouts, funneled through the Balkans. I have. Some assets doing recon as we speak. The trail extends to Poland, and perhaps beyond, but nothing more specific. You've trusted me, detective. Now I need to know I can trust you. Are we good, Thrush? We're good, he confirmed. You should know I've engaged the services of an ex-CIA operator. Someone with very high-level skills and contacts. Even at the agency, she was considered a ghost. Thrush whistled low, forking spinach with renewed vigor. Sounds dangerous, Miller. Pausing, signaling for the check, he went on. There seem to be some dissecting circles here, Miller. Demons in Savannah, bombings in Atlanta, old ports, new payloads. Like Holmes said in that Moriarty tangle, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. And your Eastern European angle, that's the improbable knocking. You can trust me. I'll share anything I can. Can you do the same? Miller paused, then nodded in agreement. He took stock of the detective. You're nearing retirement, James. Are you at all conflicted about this case? This is liable to take a while, and it might get messy and complicated. I'd think you'd be a little protective of keeping your sterling record when you do hang up your shield. You'd think so, Miller. But unfortunately, there is more than just retirement hanging over me. How so? I've got cancer. Stage 4 lung cancer. Jesus, Miller said. But every time I see you, you've got a cigarette burning. Yeah. I figure what the hell. My days on this earth are numbered. I might as well make the best of them. Perhaps it's my way of telling God that I still have a little control over my being while I'm alive. My Victoria, Thrush said, looking down at this plate, then back up to meet Miller's eyes. She died of breast cancer 8 years ago. It's a hell of a hand I've been dealt. As this case will be my last, I'd like to find the bastards who are behind this terror and see them face justice. Gives me something to live for, and takes my mind away from own mortality. If there's anything I can do for you, Detective, I have contacts at Emory through our neural AI team. Detective Thrush put an asparagus tip in his mouth and looked at Miller, suddenly introspective. Miller, do you think there's a God? Of course, Detective. At least that's what I believe. Do you think God will forgive people who've done things? Things that, morally speaking, are not always in tune with the good book. The Psalm said, Lord, if you kept a record of our sins, who, O Lord, could ever survive? But you offer forgiveness, that we might learn to fear you." Miller was impressed with his recall, but somber at what the verse foretold. "Maybe so, Miller. Maybe so. Perhaps you could pray for me sometime." Miller shook his head lightly and took in Thrush's search for truth and redemption. "I'll do that, Detective. I'll pray for us both." They rose together, the meal's remnants a scatter of half-eaten scraps, and Miller clasped Thrush's shoulder before they left the front door. "You don't know how much I appreciate you sharing these details with me, Detective. You may be right about some of the deep digital capabilities of my friends, but I'm a programmer, not a spy, nor a detective. Let's keep each other on the right path, and if I need some help from real cops at some point, you'll have it. No questions asked. There is a large noose around this case. Let's slowly slide it tight, safely. No slips until the circle is square." On the drive back to the office, Miller called Doris. She answered after one ring. "Hello, Mr. Crane." "Hello, Doris. I have some new information. Most of it is on this thumb drive that I'm fixing to connect to my phone. Please take it in, inventory it, run some analytics and whatever forensics you can from a digital trail, and store in a folder called Thrush with today's date. Ping me when you have finished your analysis." "I'm on it, Mr. Crane. I'll be in touch." A light ping sounded on his phone before he made it home, indicating that the data had been stored. Through the looking glass, Dakota slipped into the Hotel Copernicus, like a shadow folding into dusk, the lobby's marble expanse humming with midday chatter from the cafe below. He rode the elevator to the second floor, backpack slung low, the high-res telephoto camera nestled inside his backpack, its lens peeking out just enough to zoom across the room, but out of sight. The balcony overlooked the scene perfectly, potted ferns framing the view, brass railings cool under his grip. He claimed a wicker chair in the far corner, feigning a tourist's idle scroll on his phone as the camera synced wirelessly, piping crisp feeds straight to his screen. Below, at the polished oak bar, Samantha's contact hunched over his stool, a short, overweight man named Mitchox. Pushing 60, his black hair was threaded with silver, and his face carved by decades of hard choices and harder winters. He nursed a tumbler of single malt, the amber liquid catching the chandelier's glow, while a cigarette smoldered in the ashtray, its smoke curling like a question mark. Every few sips, his eyes darted to the mirror behind the bottles, scanning reflections for threats that weren't there. At least not yet. Samantha entered 5 minutes later, a study in subtle transformation. Black wig cascading in loose waves to her shoulders, brown contacts muting her sharp green to something earthier, and a padded beltline beneath her wool coat, adding a soft 30 pounds to her frame, curves where edges once cut. She moved with the unhurried sway of a business traveler, leather tote bumping her hip, crossing the lobby in low-heeled boots that clicked soft against the tile. At the bar, she slid onto the stool beside him, signaling the bartender for a gin and tonic with a casual flick. "Micho?" she murmured, voice pitched low and altered, a faint Eastern lilt she'd practiced in the mirror. "It's been too long. How's the family? Still terrorizing the markets in Warsaw?" He jolted, whiskey sloshing over the rim, his free hand twitching toward his coat pocket before freezing. Slowly, he turned, eyes narrowing as they traced her altered silhouette, recognition dawning like the moon in twilight fog. He glanced over his shoulder, quick and feral, half expecting a silenced pistol's cough from the shadows. The bar's murmur felt suddenly distant, the clink of glasses a mocking underscore. "You... here? Now?" he said. "Christ, Lena, what the hell? I thought you retired." She smiled, thin and reassuring, sipping her drink as the ice settled. "Retired? In our line, that's a forbidden word. Too many meanings, all bad. But I'm not here for old times. I need your eyes, Mikosh. To put things in focus, I'm looking for someone, a wealthy but secretive man, a man who's got the cash, the grudge, and the pipelines to bankroll. A black op hit stateside. Bombings, to be precise, no fingerprints. I've got a short list. Arms dealers from the Donbass, a couple ex-FSB agents with grudges against everything American. But you see the money trails no one else does. Help me, Michael, and I'll call it even." He stubbed out his cigarette with deliberate force, grinding the butt to ash, his reluctance a brick wall of paranoia. "Lena, you know better. Names like that, they echo. I talk, I vanish, Like poor Kowalski last month, fishing accident, they said, with hooks through his tongue. He signaled for another whiskey, fingers drumming the bar, gazing at the bar mirror again. Samantha let the silence stretch, then reached into her tote, withdrawing a folded copy of Gazeta Wyborcza, the front page, crisp, unremarkable. She laid it between them like a peace offering, her hand flat on the newsprint. 50,000 American dollars, clean and untraceable. You point me in the right direction, I double it. You'll not only walk away with your secrets, a ghost, you'll be $100,000 richer. Beneath the paper, an envelope peeked just at the edge, crisp bills fanned enough for him to glimpse the green promise without drawing eyes. Micho's resolve cracked like thin ice. He angled the paper toward himself, thumb nudging the flap open a fraction, Benjamin staring back, crisp and accusatory. His swallow was audible, the whiskey forgotten. All right, Lena, one name to start. Anton Yegorov, an ex-Russian, holed up in a manor northeast of here, off the main highway toward Dnipro-Chemis. Secretive as they come, and just as dangerous. Word is, if Putin sniffed him out, it'd be the whole family in a ditch. Inherited the gas empire from Sergei Maganov when the old oligarch fell from a Moscow clinic window in 22. They called it suicide. Anton's real name is Vladislav Maganov, originally from Vladivostok, the heir to his father's business just long enough to empty half of his assets and then to sneak out of Russia in the Black Knight. New name, a second life. He lives off the grid now, but his weak spot is his daughter, maybe 10, enrolled at that elite academy 5 miles east of his home. It's basically a private road, surrounded by heavy trees. He fetches her himself 3 p.m. sharp weekdays, black SUV, 1 bodyguard up front. That's the last I heard anyway, if he's still there and alive. Lena, you're the second person to corner me in the past 2 weeks, apparently looking in the same direction. Of course, I feigned ignorance. They forgot their sweetener. Plus, I'm not the trusting type. Savvy? She nodded once, folded the newspaper, and slid it to him. That's a good plan, Mikhail. Stay low. I'll wire the rest when the play is done. She drained her gin, left a 20 under the glass, and melted into the lobby crowd. Wig bobbing, coat swaying, gone before his mirror check could catch her reflection. Outside, the October chill nipped at Krakow's cobbled streets, leaves skittering like coded messages. Dakota exited the hotel and fell in a half block behind her, backpack secure, blending with the foot traffic. Around them, tourists were snapping photos of the cloth hall's spires, the locals hustling to cafes. At the corner by a tram stop, she slowed, letting him draw parallel under the awning of a closed kiosk. I've got a thread, she said, voice pitched for his ear alone, brown eyes scanning the crosswalk. Yegorov. Gas air, deep pockets, grudge against the old regime. Manners are mark. Recon at 1500 tomorrow. Your tail on the drive, eyes sharp for tails or traps. Maintain overwatch. If things go sideways, you do whatever is necessary for us to make a clean exfil. Clean and quiet. Dakota adjusted his backpack. The camera's weight a reassuring bulk. Copy. Text me when we're ready to split tomorrow. Will I see you at the hotel? She didn't answer, but just kept walking, until she disappeared into the crowd. The following day, they reconvened at 1400 Krakow time. They met in the basement garage, engines purring to life amid the subterranean echo, her in an understated Mercedes SUV, a hulking shadow on steroids, him trailing in a slate-gray Audi, sleek and anonymous. The route carved east from the Bachleda luxury hotel, threading Krakow's medieval heart, past the Wawel dragon spout in the Vistula, under the Baroque arches of the Barbican, before bleeding into Nava Huta's Soviet-era grids, brutalist blocks yielding to rural sprawl. Samantha's X7 prowled ahead, Dakota hanging back a quarter mile, diligently checking his mirrors for any suspicious cars. After a scenic drive in the Polish countryside, the manor emerged like a fortified dream, a sprawling stone pile from the interwar years, ringed by iron lace gates and evergreens, set well back from the pitted road. No signage, no fanfare, just a white brick driveway and multiple security cams capturing video from the eaves and brick column entrance. This was Yegorov's secret lair, the former heir to his dad's frozen fortune, a man who'd traded boardrooms for bunkers after his father's accident painted targets on the family crest. They drove past the gate and rendezvoused a half a mile up the road, in the gravel driveway of a farmhouse. We have a window, Samantha said from her car, her disguise gear bagged in the passenger seat like a waiting skin. He takes a ride at 3 p.m. to personally pick up his daughter from school, always accompanied by his bodyguard. I'll stage car trouble in the middle of the road and get his attention. You provide a sniper and comms overwatch, locked and loaded. I saw Anne. Abandoned tractor trailer a couple miles back in a ditch. I'll conduct the combat and interrogation, mainly to copy all of their phone data and get a logon onto his 2 main banking accounts. I'll put the fear of God in him by implying I'm from the Kremlin. Dakota acknowledged, then backed out and made his back the way they came. He spotted the derelict 18-wheeler, cab caved in, and chassis overgrown with brambles, abandoned on a field's edge. He nosed the Audi behind it, killed the switch on the engine, then shouldered his kit, sniper rifle slung crossbody, Glock holstered at hip, K-bar knife sheathed thigh-high, compact telescope pinned to his belt. The rear door of the trailer groaned under his pull, frame protesting as he hauled himself up to the roof. Flat and dusty, it offered a perfect sniper's perch, a clean line of sight to the manor gate, 300 yards max, wind negligible. He laid out, bipod down, cheek welding the scope, world narrowing to crosshairs and breath. Samantha looped back solo, X7 rolling deliberate past the gates at 2:25 p.m. At the engagement point, she parked her car in the center of the road, stepped out, and popped the hood with a clang. She pulled a smoke canister from her jacket and placed it tight against the radiator grill. It lay dormant, a matte black hockey puck of chemistry, awaiting her touch. She leaned against the car and spied down the road until she clocked a massive black Mercedes G-Wagon, front plates obscured by mud, windows blackened. She identified Anton and his bodyguard, bull-necked and brooding, hands on the wheel. Yegorov sat in the passenger seat, checking his phone. Samantha pulled the top off of the smoke canister, causing it to hiss and bloom, acrid smoke billowing thick from under the hood, a credible radiator belch. She pulled off her coat and tossed it in the footwell. She made her way to the front of the car and leaned over the engine bay, elbows braced, her form arched, rear end taut against the thin fabric of silver ski pants, a deliberate beacon in the countryside beauty. The G-Wagon slowed, crunched to a halt 20 yards back, and flipped on its hazard lights. Anton emerged first, cautious but compelled, taking long strides in polished boots, wool overcoat flapping, face a map of oligarch paranoia. High cheek scarred, the result of some old duel, eyes like chipped flint. Problem? He called in Polish, arms folded, casual. The bodyguard opened his door and stood by the car, his meaty paw under his jacket. Samantha straightened up slowly, then turned, Beretta materializing level to his sternum, muzzle kiss dark and steady. Yes, yours. Anton's hands rose fractionally, surprise etching his features. The bodyguard, fighting his first instinct, froze, somehow sensing that any sudden movement might be his last. From his rooftop blind, Dakota's crosshairs swept slowly across the tableau, thumb safety off, windage dialed, finger feather light on the trigger. He focused on each target, mind and body still as a slab of stone. He made note of each head, as well as the engine and tires of the Mercedes. Aim small, miss small. You, she said toward the bodyguard. Step out, hands up. Take 4 steps and pull out your pistol, using only our pinky finger, and throw it to the ground in front of me. The bodyguard complied, both hands in view, pulling a Makarov clear of his jacket and tossing it to the road at her feet. She scooped it mid-stride, racking the slide empty before securing it in her belt. Phones, Samantha requested, brown contacts steadying on the bodyguard. Unlock them and hand them to me. Her gun was now piercing deeper into Anton's chest. She took their phones, changed their passwords, pocketed them, and guided them with her gun to the X7's rear door. Both of you, take a seat in back, hands where I see them. They piled in, the G-Wagon idling empty, Anton's jaw grinding as he slid in, his 6'4" frame folding awkwardly into the leather. Samantha joined them, her gun now fixed beside Anton's temple. She locked the door using her key fob and started the interrogation. Dakota fixed his sight on the Mercedes engine block. Listen, Anton, or Vladislav, I'm not freelancing here. I'm from the FSB network, a double agent for the Kremlin. Your girl's at school? Sophia? She'll be 10 tomorrow? Cute braids. Loves horses. She's on the list now, but you have the power to change it. Leverage for daddy's sins. I'm familiar with your father's unfortunate accident. I wonder what he was thinking as you pushed out the window. And now you think you've disappeared, farming goats in the Krakow countryside. I prefer to do this without any bloodshed. Give me what I need, and I'll be a ghost, just like you. She pulled her laptop up from the floorboard and opened it. I just need a couple of logins. One to the Sikorsky Bank and one to Course Investments. Bluff or blade, it landed. And Anton nervously recited his credentials for each website, the bodyguard's knuckles whitening on his knee. She typed in the passwords and the dashboards each came up. She quickly changed the password and navigated to the transactions page, revealing offshore shell companies in Cyprus, Belarus, and Israel, crypto wallets fat with ether, funnels to US proxies, wire ghosts matching the bomb's black market bite, transaction logs scrolling like indictments. Good boy, she said, downloading the data. She marched them back to their car at gunpoint, the bodyguard's phone tucked into her waistband beside her own kit. Proceed to the school. I'll follow. Pick up your daughter and act normally. Anything suspicious and I'll blow your cover to the security at the school. Who knows, it might be worth something to them. On the way back to your home, we'll meet at this same spot if you want your phones back. Otherwise, keep driving. Make up a cover story for Sophia. She pointed her gun at the bodyguard. You know, I really like your piece. Maybe I'll ship it back sometime. Anton followed her instructions to the letter. 20 minutes to the academy's rot gates, idling exchange with a uniformed minder, Sophia clambering. In, pigtailed, backpack bouncing. Oblivious chatter filtering faint through the tint, returning to their pickup spot. No attempts to evade, no followers. At the breakdown spot, Samantha pulled up beside them, rolled down her window, and threw them their phones. Dakota's scope held steady from the truck roof, 100 yards upslope. Vitals pinned. Aim small, miss small, he thought, the sniper's creed. He tapped his comms mic and spoke to her. We good? She screeched into a sharp U-turn, floored it, and headed back his way. All good, Dakota. I have the banking data. Good work, he said, to which she replied with silence. Anton and his daughter made it back to the manor, Anton seething, running through options to find this bitch and slit her throat. He wouldn't see her again, though she set a reminder to see him. Midnight in the garden. Awaiting takeoff, with the engines purring on the tarmac, Dakota and Samantha stood in the aisle, reviewing the next phase of their operation. Miller had called Dakota hours earlier, passing on details from Detective Thrush. Intrigued by the new clues, Samantha immediately directed the captain to file a new flight plan. They were now bound for Savannah, Georgia. An hour after takeoff, the Gulfstream G550 cruised westward across the vast Atlantic. 8 hours out from Krakow, the cabin lights dimmed to amber. Dakota and Samantha sat side by side at the forward conference table, their laptops open. Samantha, still in her tailored black turtleneck and slim wool trousers, worked through the digital data stolen from Anton Yegorov's bank accounts. Her hair, fresh from a shower, was pulled into a practical ponytail, revealing green eyes sharp behind reading glasses perched low on her nose. She had locked Yegorov out of his system, buying them a precious 4 to 6 hours. She fed the raw data, statements, ledgers, and wire logs, into her AI-driven financial agent, leveraging Panda's AI and Doxumo AI. She used custom code and a scikit-learn model to massage the data, tuning it to flag anomalies. NetworkX layering generated diagrams, mapping the flow of funds like veins. Scripts fired rapidly, flagging outliers over 500,000 euros, grouping transactions in Liechtenstein, and identifying crypto tumblers in Singapore. Patterns emerging, she murmured, focused on the screen. She shook her head, staring at a $32 million transfer to an LLC in the British Virgin Islands, marked as a technical consulting fee, but time-stamped for U.S. Eastern Time. A fuzzy but crucial link from Europe to America. Dakota mirrored her intensity, wearing gray Henley and cargo pants. His military cropped hair and hazel eyes betrayed his focus. He was deep into the seized phones. Yegorov's Samsung and the guard's Nokia. He sorted through dark web IP addresses, a Tor trace mapped to a Belgrade arms bazaar, and hundreds of Cyrillic SMS threads. His Python arsenal chewed through the easy encryptions, linking contacts to ex-Wagner fixers and geotagged safe houses. But one IP resisted. Stubborn bastards, he muttered, rerunning a solver. He was usually able to introspect some of the proxy traffic from a protected IP and load it back into itself with a small header payload that would return the server route to the site. But this firewall was unbreakable. He really hated that he might have to ask Samantha for help on this, so he persisted, sweat coming up on his temples. Samantha's cursor paused on a ledger spike, a 1.8 million euro wire to Eagle Freight Partners, recurring since 2023. Dakota, peek this. He leaned in, his elbow brushing hers. The cabin's confines shrank the world to inches. The subtle scent of her perfume quickened his pulse. He saw the faint freckles across her nose and the focused set of her lips. Freight front, he said, tracing the chain with a calloused finger on her trackpad. It matches the phone scraps. Eagle has ties to a Savannah wholesaler. Shell for munitions, or worse. She nodded, her shoulder settling against his. She reached across him to his laptop. And here, this is cross-pollinated. Yegorov's burner pinged a Dontyan site at the same timestamp as this dump to a US pack. A political angle? It's fishy. As the air thickened, Dakota's gaze lingered on the curve of her neck. She turned, meeting his eyes, the professional barrier dissolving to something raw and electric. Her hand found his thigh beneath the table, fingers splaying deliberately against the cargo fabric. Dakota inhaled audibly. She closed the gap, the kiss beginning soft, then deepening with controlled, consuming precision. The kiss broke on her terms. Her whisper was hot against his ear. Bedroom? Dakota gathered himself. He stood, popping a stick of gum to anchor the rush. 5 minutes. Meet you there, boss. He banged his head against the mystery firewall one more time, then slammed his laptop shut and made his way to the private suite. She was already there, the black turtleneck shed, drawing him down. No words were wasted. Their union was a tangle of strength and intent, urgent yet measured, their bodies aligning in a rhythm born of deferred fire. He traced the lines of her back, she the breadth of his shoulders. Dakota was entranced by the light scar that ran from her right shoulder to her waist, about 12. Limbs entwined like encrypted code unlocking, releasing a shared exhale against the hum of 41,000 feet. She lay spent in his arms, her head on his chest, the jet carrying them toward the next mission. Savannah unfolded beneath the Gulf Stream, the coastal haze softening its edges as they landed. By late afternoon, Samantha and Dakota secured their rentals, a black Jeep Wrangler for him, a silver Subaru Outback for her, and headed for the Bohemian Hotel Riverfront. The hotel, a blend of historic brick and modern luxury, sat at the foot of East Bay Street. The Savannah riverfront slithers like a serpent's spine under an indifferent moon. Its waters, black as spilled ink, lap at the cobblestones with a whisper that carries the ghosts of cotton kings and chained souls. Moonlight fractures on the surface, casting jagged shards against the hulls of moored barges. Their rusted flanks groan against the current, like the final breaths of forgotten lovers. In the fog's embrace, shadows detach from the warehouses, hulking relics of antebellum avarice, and drift toward Factor's Walk, where the echo of a distant calliope tune unravels into a silence that belongs only to the drowned. The squares, those emerald hearts stitched into the city's grid, harbor a melancholy that blooms in the Spanish moss. Veils of gray lace sway from live oaks like the tattered hems of spectral gowns. In Forsyth Park, the fountain weeps eternally into its basin, the ripples distorting faces from old daguerreotypes, planters with hollow eyes weighted by unatoned sins. Beneath the magnolia canopy, the air grows heavy, with the scent of jasmine laced with decay. The wind through the iron-laced gates carries a faint murmur, as if the ground itself exhales the regrets of duels fought and fortune's bled dry. Beyond the city's veil, the marshes unfurl like a fever dream. Tidal veins pulse with brackish blood, swallowing the moonlight whole and birthing will-o'-the-wisps that lure the unwary into the reed-choked labyrinth. Bonaventure Cemetery crowns the edge, its weathered vaults cradling the bones of poets and pirates in vine-strangled repose. Here, herons cry like banshees at twilight, their silhouettes etching accusations against a bruised sky. The tide creeps in to kiss the headstones, eroding names to whispers and stirring the silt where gators coil, patient as original sin. In this liminal hush, the land and water entwine in a fatal grip, murmuring a shared elegy. Savannah's beauty is a haunt that claims the living as surely as the dead. They checked into 2 adjoining deluxe rooms on the 4th floor, overlooking the Savannah River. The rooms were luxurious, separated by a French door to their balconies, a discreet portal for strategy sessions. Savannah itself was a city of paradox, its elegant squares and historic architecture masking a deep shadowed past rooted in its port and history. Dusk bled into the stakeout. They parked a discreet block from the suspect's duplex south of River Street, a dilapidated building nestled between a bait shop and a tattoo parlor. Samantha crouched in the Subaru's footwell, her suppressed Glock steady, the old familiar pre-ambush itch returning. Dakota idled the Jeep half a block up, using a newspaper as a blind, binoculars trained on the suspect's battered gray Volvo 240. A creak from the duplex door signaled the pair. Dmitri, twitchy and lean, and Boris, barrel-chested. Both were nursing paper-bagged 40s. Samantha circled wide, then silently pried the Volvo's unlocked rear door and folded herself into the footwell amid the stale fast food wrappers. The suspects piled in front. "Low country boil tonight, eh?" The driver chuckled, his Slavic accent thick. Keys turned. The transmission ground into gear. Samantha uncoiled like a spring trap, the Beretta kissing the driver's nape. "Drive!" she hissed, voice steel over silk. "Tybee. Slow. No heroes." The driver yelped, but her glare pinned the larger man. The Volvo lurched forward, merging into the River Street crawl. Dakota fired the Jeep to life, falling in 3 cars back, following the convoy toward Tybee Island. Dakota peeled off at the island's north end, pulling into the Dunes Inn and Suites, a worn, single-story motel. Room 12 was their destination, a cheap, discreet redoubt. He paced the thin carpet as the Volvo arrived, Samantha boxing it in. She emerged, herding the pair at gunpoint. Inside, Dakota zipped their wrists tight, seating them back-to-back in oak armchairs. Samantha swept up their weapons and phones, requesting each of them to unlock their screens, a pistol to their foreheads. The interrogation began. Samantha was the scalpel, dissecting them with cold questions, pulling the bags off their heads. Dakota was the unhinged bad cop, slamming a stolen bottle of vodka onto the table. "We don't have time for this, Kay. You have their phones. Let's just do them here. I think they have something to tell us." Dakota spoke again. "Talk, or I drive both you to the pier. Catfish need to eat, same as crabs. 1 in the skull for each of you, then chum for the bull sharks." He chambered around for emphasis, the slides click echoing in the spare, dark room. Then he moved back into the shadows. Samantha offered the thaw. "Truth for a ticket home," she said, calmly. After 4 shots of vodka, sweating profusely, Boris cracked. "We were just drivers, lady. We parked cars, planted pack, boom, everything gone. The fat man would call us with a location and code. We both have wives in Riga. We say no. Our throats would be slit by morning. Yes, and fed to the sharks. The instructions simple. Time, place, munitions." Samantha focused. "Who is the fat man?" "We don't know. We never met him. He's Russian or Ukrainian. You can pull up my texts and search for fat man. You'll see the instructions. Last one was for downtown Atlanta. Money wired to a Panama account. The money is yours. We just want to live, to see our families again." "Thanks," Samantha said, gagging each of them with duct tape and replacing the black bags over their heads. The lights clicked off, leaving the 2 men bound in the dark. She murmured to Dakota as she started the car. "Housekeeping will find them." On the way to their hotel, she called 911 from a burner phone, leaving only their location and a report of gunshots. She wasted no time plugging the phones into her laptop, firing up forensic dumps. Fat Boy's little trail emerged. Cyrillic texts, contacts in street, Thomas in Gdansk, and a crucial ping, a Savannah freight yard, time-stamped yesterday showing a cargo manifest for Eagle Freight once again. The operation was narrowing onto its target. Aim small, miss small. The hush of the Bohemian Hotel's 4th floor wrapped Samantha's room. Past midnight, adrenaline ebbing, she was restless. She stood before the armoire mirror, not for vanity, but for inventory, tracing the faint scar above her brow. She was assessing the armor, the woman who'd traded softness for triggers. The Savannah riverfront slithers like a serpent's spine under the moon's indifferent gaze, its waters black as spilled ink, lapping at the cobblestones with a whisper that carries the ghosts of cotton kings and chained souls. Moonlight fractures on the surface, casting jagged shards that dance mockingly on the hulls of moored barges, their rusted flanks groaning against the current like the final breaths of forgotten lovers. In the fog's embrace, shadows detach from the warehouses, hulking relics of antebellum avarice, their iron doors ajar as if inviting the damned to confession. And drift toward the Factor's Walk, where the echo of a distant calliope tune unravels into silence, leaving only the river's ceaseless murmur, a lullaby for the drowned. The squares, those emerald hearts stitched into the city's grid, harbor a melancholy that blooms in the Spanish moss, veils of gray lace swaying from live oaks like the tattered hems of spectral gowns. Forsyth Park's fountain weeps eternally into its basin, the water's ripple distorting faces from old daguerreotypes, planters in starched collars, their eyes hollow with the weight of unatoned sins, while shadows pool in the azaleas, thickening at dusk into shapes that mimic the bent forms of mourners long interred. Beneath the magnolia's canopy, the air grows heavy with the scent of night-blooming jasmine, a perfume laced with decay, and the wind through the iron-laced gates carries faint murmurs, as if the ground itself exhales the regrets of duels fought and fortunes bled dry, turning each square into a stage for an unfinished requiem. Beyond the veil of the city, the marshes unfurl like a fever dream, tidal veins pulsing with brackish blood that swallows moonlight whole, birthing will-o'-the-wisps that lure the unwary deeper into the reed-choked labyrinth. Bonaventure Cemetery crowned the edge, its tabernacles rising like weathered sentinels amid the cordgrass, azalea-draped vaults cradling the bones of poets and pirates in eternal, vine-strangled repose. Here, the herons cry like banshees at twilight, their silhouettes etching accusations against the bruised sky, while the tide creeps in to kiss the headstones, eroding names to whispers and stirring the silt where gators coil, patient as original sin. In this liminal hush, the land and water entwine in a lover's fatal grip, the marshes and graves murmuring a shared elegy, Savannah's beauty, a haunt that claims the living as surely as the dead. As night draped the city, a light rain began to fall, accompanied by distant rumbles of thunder. Light ripples of lightning painted rivulets of distant danger in the stormy skies. Samantha looked at herself again in the mirror, her mind running over all of the events of the last week, remembering she owed someone a phone call. Savannah's shop is closed. It's raining. A moment later, Samantha slid the French door open to the balcony, the salt-kissed, rain-softened breeze stirring the sheer curtains. Her eyes fixed on Dakota's room. The lights were low, the TV flickering blue on his form. He was in full recline, shirtless, broad chest steady, watching the muted football game. She watched the vulnerability in his repose, then slid the glass partition open, crossing the threshold with fluid grace. He set aside his box of cheese crackers. "Trouble sleeping?" he asked, low, inviting. "Ghosts in the shadows," she said, as she reached the bed, her hand finding his ankle, tracing a deliberate path up his calf. He shifted, making space. She climbed aboard, straddling his hips. Their kiss was slow, tasting the hot bitterness on his tongue, his hands framing her face. They slipped under the covers, skin to skin, their bodies aligning in a rhythm of shared release, measured and consuming. Later, she lay against him, her head on his chest, his heartbeat a steady drum. Outside, the Savannah River rolled on, a dark, firm grip on the passage of time as they drifted toward dawn. Baby steps. Friday morning light slanted through the Crane's kitchen bay windows, gilding the granite counters and steam rising from Mavis Bailey's breakfast spread. The air hummed with the sizzle of bacon in a cast-iron skillet, thick strips curling at the edges, fat rendering crisp, and the gentle pop of grits simmering on the back burner, creamy and flecked with sharp cheddar. Mavis moved like a conductor in her element, her silver braids pinned back with a magnolia clip, humming a snippet of Down by the Riverside as she flipped buttermilk pancakes, golden and fluffy, with a half-dozen beignets, onto a warming platter. Beside them, a bowl of fresh satsumas from the market waited to be peeled, their citrus tang cutting the richness, while a pitcher of chicory coffee perked on the stove, strong enough to wake the dead. It was comfort food, with a Crescent City twist, gumbo-seasoned sausage patties browning in the oven, a nod to her roots, all arranged on the oak table with mismatched blue willow plates that Elizabeth had collected over the years. From the living room, she could hear Emily playing the piano, for some time running through familiar songs, only playing the right-hand part. After a while, she tried something entirely new, playing the left-hand chord with the sustain pedal down and adding the melody notes that matched it. It was a little disjointed, but the harmony was still there. In her drive to recapture her musical skills, you could hear both the frustration and the delight of a fractured girl relearning a lost artistry. Not that it was all roses for Emily. Many times, often right before falling asleep, or when she struggled to do some task that in a past life was trivial, she'd look at the contraption attached to her where her left arm used to be and start to cry. And there were rare phantom limb shocks or dull pains. She kept a photo her father had handed her in her backpack, and she'd pull it out when her mood turned melancholy and give it a kiss, imagining her mother's warm, smothering hugs. Her father had done the best that anyone could, but, Watson or not, it was still just a hunk of plastic and wires, not the glorious human form she ached for. Her pace accelerated in learning what Watson could do. Quickly, she took in a greater understanding of how many things in her world ran on computers and had invisible connections to other devices, networks, and computers. She taught Watson how to program the refrigerator grocery list, set home thermometers, check the weather, guide the mechanical pool cleaner in circles if she wanted. Each waking movement was immersed in waves, some from within her own mind, and others, as cold and inanimate as her new arm, from the rest of the universe. Mavis called her to breakfast and yelled up the stairs at Sammy. School loomed over Emily after weeks away, a decision she'd hashed out with Miller the night before over takeout pizza. Today would be her first day back. Baby steps toward normalcy. The scar on her cheek had faded to a thin line, her energy bubbling back, but the absence at her left elbow still felt like a missing chord in a song she was reinventing. Footsteps thudded down the staircase, casual, unhurried, and Sammy appeared in the doorway, yawning wide. He was dressed for a day off. A faded green t-shirt, emblazoned with Rascals Hunting Lodge and Tobacco, in peeling letters, the fabric soft from too many washes, paired with baggy khaki shorts and rubber flip-flops that slapped against the tile. His hair stuck up in sleep musk spikes, and he scratched at his stubble as he inhaled deep. Mavis, if heaven smells like this, sign me up early. Bacon? Grits? You spoilin' us rotten, woman. He grinned at Emily, pulling her into a side hug that ruffled her ponytail. And look at you, champ. Back at it. Those notebooks look ready to conquer the world. Emily laughed, closing her pad with a snap. Conquer or explode? Science fair's gonna be a mess. Mavis chuckled from the stove, sliding the last pancake onto the stack. Mess is where the magic happens, child. Now, table, food don't eat itself. They settled around the oak table, plates heaped, pancakes drowned in cane syrup, grits dotted with butter pats melting slow, bacon crisp and shattering under forks, sausage patties spicy enough to wake the tongue. Emily speared a satsuma segment, juice beating bright, while Sammy piled his plate high, moaning approval at the first bite. Mavis, this ain't breakfast, it's redemption. The chatter flowed easily, Sammy recounting a botched fishing trip from last summer, Emily quizzing him on plot holes in her latest story idea, until the front door clicked open. Footsteps echoing firm. Miller entered, already armored for the office. Crisp navy suit tailored just so, white shirt starched, tie a subdued gray silk, his briefcase in one hand and keys jingling in the other. The lines around his eyes had softened a fraction, but the weight of command lingered in his posture. He paused at the table's edge, his gaze settling on Emily with the quiet inventory that parents learn to master. Morning, team. Emily, your books packed? She nodded, mouth full of pancake, swallowing quick. All set, Dad. I worked on my typing last night. A little slow, but I can do it. I'm ready. Her voice held steady, the waver buried deep, but her eyes met his without flinching, a small victory etched there. He crossed to her, leaning down to press a kiss to her forehead, lingering, a silent transfer of strength, then straightened, clapping Sammy on the shoulder. Drive safe. Follow the protocol, and don't hesitate to call me with any questions. Miller gave a nod to Mavis. You're awesome, he said, the door shutting firmly behind him. They finished the last bites of breakfast and enjoyed their last sips of coffee. Plates were cleared to the sink. Mavis waving off Sammy's help. Sammy grabbed Emily's backpack, heavy with texts and her one-armed sling, walked with Emily to the black BMW 9 times that Miller had leased for him. The drive to Woodridge Middle School was short, Atlanta's morning crawl parting just enough, radio tuned low to an oldies station crooning Motown, Emily drumming fingers on her knee, Sammy filling the silence with a dumb joke about why pancakes never win races. Too flat-footed. She groaned, but the laugh loosened the knot in her chest. Woodridge loomed at the end of Elmwood Drive, a low-slung brick sprawl of lockers and linoleum, banners fluttering for the fall festival, the parking lot a chaos of yellow buses and minivans disgorging kids in hoodies and backpacks. Sammy pulled to the curb, engine idling. "Proud of you, kid. Door's always open." Emily shouldered her bag, awkward with one arm, but she'd practiced the pivot and stepped out, the autumn air crisp with leaf mold and distant cafeteria smells. Heads turned as she crossed the lot. Clusters of 7th graders by the flagpole pausing mid-gossip, eyes flicking to her sleeve, the scar, the careful way she held her books. Whispers trailed like smoke. That's her, the parade girl, and her stomach twisted, heat rising to her cheeks. Fear clawed up, urging retreat, but she squared her shoulders, channeling the dragon from her notepad. Determined, not defeated. One foot, then the other, past the bike racks, through the double doors, the bells ring a starting gun. Hallways buzzed with the pre-bell frenzy. Lockers slamming, sneakers squeaking, laughter bouncing off cinder block walls painted with a multicolored mural. At her locker, number 247, she looked at her note to remember the combination, fumbling with the dial one-handed. A fiend from English class, Mia, walked over to her, tentative. "Emily, welcome back. We missed you." Emily smiled, a momentary respite from her anxiety. The stares multiplied in first period math. Kids stealing glances over graph paper, the teacher, Mr. Crane, balding and kind, pausing his quadratic drone to say, "Glad to have you, Emily. Take the front if it helps." Questions came at recess, clustered by the water fountain. "Does it hurt?" From tentative Sarah, Emily met their inquiries head-on, voice steady if small. "Nah, just itches sometimes. This morning I found a way to play some songs just using my right hand. It's frustrating, but I'm trying to stay positive. You know, no tears, no breakdown, just answers, deflections with jokes. Prosthetics next? Laser fingers. The days, hours stacking like bricks into a wall against the stairs." Lunch was toughest, tray balanced precarious, the pinned sleeve drawing eyes across the cafeteria, but Kevin slid in beside her, freckles and grin intact, stealing her tater tots with a wink. "Saved you a seat in the comic zone. Spill. What's the dragon's name?" While Emily worked her way through the academic and social challenges of her first day back to school, following the bombing, Sammy took a joyride around Atlanta, exhilarated with the smooth acceleration and luxury of the BMW X9. He made his way back to Peachtree Street and headed toward downtown Atlanta, where he got lost twice, then regrouped to get a feel for the one-way streets and main thoroughfares. He stopped by the Varsity and got himself 2 chili dogs with onions, an order of onion rings, and a Coke. "What did you have?" the cashier yelled out, dripping with iconic Southern charm. He took stock of the skyscrapers downtown, including the 73 stories of the unique, glass-covered Westin Peachtree Plaza. He made a mental note to check out the glass elevator sometime and get lunch in the top-floor restaurant. Passing the entrance to Underground Atlanta, he turned onto Auburn Avenue and cruised down to where it dead-ended at Ebenezer Baptist Church. He parked and took a few minutes to look at the building, thinking of the stories that his grandmother used to tell him about MLK violence, civil unrest, and persistence of the man and his times. He thought for a minute about his mother and wondered if she'd be proud of what he had become as a man. A single mother of 3, Selena Cooley had worked in a fish market by day and cleaned homes at night, hoping to get her children through high school, guide them to avoid the dangers that surrounded them in their low-end neighborhood, and to have an appreciation for right and wrong. She had died 5 years ago, from heart and kidney failure. His mind surrounded by shaded memories, he entered the MLK Jr. Historical Park next door, taking in the exhibits and photos. He drove back, taking John Lewis Freedom Pewee NE by the Carter Center to Ponce de Leon, and then back north towards the Miller Estate. By the time the school bell rang, fatigue tugged at her bones, but she'd made it. Bells rung, Quizzes survived, a tentative high five from Ginger and Art. Kevin met her at the lockers, snagging her backpack without ask. "Dude, I've got the guns," and slung it over his shoulder, the trio weaving out to the curb where Sammy waited, Tacoma's tailgate down like a ramp. "How'd it go, warrior?" he asked, engine rumbling as Kevin dumped the books in the bed. "Survived," Emily said, buckling in, the window cranking down to let in the cooling air. "Even conquered a pop quiz." Sammy pulled away, radio humming low, the school shrinking in the rear view. Emily thoughtful, but content. Detective James Thrush lingered in the precinct's alley shadows, the late October chill seeping through his wool overcoat as he leaned back against the rough brick exterior. The Fulton County Public Safety Building loomed squat and unyielding behind him, its windows glowing like wary eyes against the Atlanta dusk. Distant sirens wailing from Peachtree, the grind of rush-hour traffic a constant undercurrent. He drew deep on his cigarette, the cherry flaring orange, smoke curling lazily into the air, thick with exhaust and rain-damp pavement. Around him, the world ticked on in its indifferent rhythm. A patrol cruiser idled curbside, officer inside tapping a report on his laptop. A pair of uniforms emerged from the side door, laughing. Roughly about a domestic call gone slapstick. Cat in the crossfire. 9 lives tested. Across the street, a hot dog vendor packed his cart, steam wisps rising from the grill like fading alibis. Tedium wrapped it all, the daily churn of lost wallets and parking disputes, paperwork stacking like unpaid debts, the occasional pulse of real ugliness breaking through. Blood on a warehouse floor, a child's shoe in the gutter, the kind that stuck to your dreams like tar. Thrush exhaled slowly, grinding the filter against his thumb, his mind wandering the razor's edge of the job. Routine was the devil's camouflage, lulling you into complacency until the blade flashed. A routine traffic stop accelerating to gunfire, a fraud case unraveling to bodies in the Chattahoochee, innocent bystanders cut down by a stray bullet. Was it the hunt that hooked you, or the unceasing urge to fill some hollow place in your soul? A place that would never be completely whole. He thought of Sherlock Holmes's stories, the cocaine-threaded genius pacing Baker Street, violin keening as he sifted the mundane for the monstrous. The little things. Watson, he remembered. The threads of coincidence that weave a noose from the clues. Or Marlowe, Chandler's battered knight, nursing a tumbler in the rain-slick night, musing that down these mean streets a man must go who is not himself mean. Thrush wasn't mean, not yet. 30 years on the force, from beat cop to bomb squad liaison, chasing phantoms in the digital fog. But the mean streets ground you down, left you pondering if justice was just another fiction, a Poirot twist in a world of locked-room farces. Holmes would scoff at the Bureau's silos, the red tape strangling leads. Poirot at the egos, detectives playing gods with flawed clay. Yet, here he was, off books on the Crane case, flash drive burning in his pocket, because some riddles demanded solving, even if the game was never afoot without cost. What would God think of his deeds? Would he recognize his search for justice as a good thing? Or would every violent action be marked down as sin? He thought of Miller Crane, who seemed to be a religious man. Perhaps he should talk to him, share these lost wanderings of his brain with someone who knew more about the Bible, a fellow sufferer who'd experienced the terror of life up close, with no gray areas. His parents had tried to raise him Catholic, but like so many young boys, he'd found the services confusing, filled with ceremonies that didn't advance the narrative. There had been a time when he'd quit drinking, the year after Victoria's passing, when he'd attended AA meetings for a few months and accompanied a fellow member to a handful of Episcopal services. He believed there was merit in the AA charter, but he'd slowly realized it wasn't for him. Too much listening to the same people repeating the same stories, often rambling in anger or without coherence. He found himself leaving the meetings with a nagging depression. So he'd quit attending, and before long went back to the bottle. Though with more moderation, at least until the doctor gave him the diagnosis, he'd somehow known was coming. As he stared out over the cars in the parking lot, lighting a fresh cigarette against the deepening chill, he watched a bus pull to the curb and let out a lone passenger, a light rain beginning to fall. The smoke from his cigarette wound its way through the raindrops, like the swirls of ghosts. His phone buzzed sharply, and he tapped to answer. "This is Thrush, yes. Okay. You're sure? That's interesting. Listen, I can't talk here. Can I meet you tonight?" Yes, the usual spot, 9:30. Thrush dropped his butt to the pavement and grounded underfoot, stepping back inside. The precinct's grind revolved around him, gears out of focus. Fabergé clues. The October wind whipping off the tarmac at Peachtree DeKalb Airport was sharp and unforgiving. It carried the tang of jet fuel and the scent of distant rain, the kind of chill that hung in the Atlanta air like a half-forgotten threat. Miller Crane stood at the chain-link fence, collar turned up against the bight, watching the Gulfstream stairs unfold. The low sun gilded the runway in bruised copper, stretching long, jagged shadows across the concrete. He had arrived early, the habit of a man who viewed trust as a luxury he couldn't afford. The plot had thickened, but at least there was a plot now, threads waiting to be unwoven, rays of light and shadow ready to be stitched into a deadly image. Dakota emerged first, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. He moved with a coiled, easy grace that spoke of reflexes honed for the march. Samantha followed, clutching her laptop case like a talisman. Miller expected to see the wear of the road etched into their faces. Instead, they looked refreshed, almost luminous. The chaos of marshland stakeouts and midnight data dives seemed to have sluiced away the grime of ordinary fatigue. Dakota's jaw was clean-shaven. Samantha's hair caught the light in loose waves, free of her usual ponytail pragmatism. Hectic activities. My ass, Miller thought. Whatever alchemy they'd brewed in the Low Country had left them sharper, not shattered. "Welcome back to the belly of the beast," Miller said, stepping forward as they cleared the gate. His voice was low, nearly lost under the whine of a taxiing Cessna. He clasped Dakota's hand firmly, then Samantha's, lingering for a beat to read the pulse of secrets in her grip. "You two look like you just stepped out of a spa, not a swamp. Whatever you're drinking down there, bottle it." Dakota grinned, faint crinkles appearing at the corners of his eyes. "Black coffee and ghosts, mostly. Samantha's the one keeping us vertical." "I've seen the payload," Miller said, leading them toward a black SUV idling at the curb. "Good work. Solid threads. I passed it to George and Jax. They're already gnawing at the edges." Jax Sawyer, Interflow's best hacker, had survived 2 Silicon Valley bankruptcies and viewed every block of code like a walnut to be cracked. Leonard, the old warhorse, was the steady Gandalf to his team of digital minions. As they climbed in, the heavy doors sealed with a thud, muffling the airport's roar. "Our 2 Savannah thugs didn't strike me as the poetic type," Miller noted as he pulled into traffic, "nor particularly loyal." Samantha leaned forward, catching her own reflection in the rearview mirror. Her expression was unreadable. "We have a code name for their contact, Fat Boy. He's disciplined. Burner phones only, everything in code. Closed means the job is done. The boat is sinking means an assassination. He uses dead drops on Tor relays, pings that bounce like pinballs through a dozen proxies." She paused, her voice taking on a prosecutorial edge. "The browser histories were scrubbed, but we mirrored what we could. Footprints in wet sand. The thugs were sloppy, but their digital shadows belong to much bigger fish. Anton Yegorov's accounts are the linchpin, but we think he's following orders from someone higher up in the chain." "It's about the transaction histories," Samantha continued. "Follow the money. The oldest cliche in the book, because at the end of the day, it's almost always about money. In Watergate, it wasn't the break-in that broke Nixon. It was the laundromat. Hush money funneled through a Mexican bank. They thought clean bills would wash away the sins, but the ink bled. Our version? A blockchain autopsy. Yegorov's wires snake through Virgin Island shells and Cyprus ghosts. If we peel that onion, we'll find everyone with blood on their hands." Miller drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. She'd mentioned 7 encrypted files from Anton's phone in her notes. AES 512 fortresses that had mocked their initial brute force attempts. "Impressive," Miller said. "You've mapped the maze. Now we hunt the trail. George and the attorneys are tracing the offshore accounts now. They're humming at the same frequency as 6 NGOs that went dark last year. Time isn't on our side, but at least we're no longer chasing our own tails." The Buckhead Crown West Tower rose like a monolith of glass and resolve. In the lobby, Doris met them with a smile that acted as a beacon against the fluorescent wash of lighting. She glanced at Samantha with a hint of unease. "Good to have you back. I trust your trip was successful?" "Everything was fine, Doris," Dakota said, with a disarming chuckle. "The arrangements were top shelf. Just hide the expense report from Miller. They followed Miller into his office, where he swept a mountain of paperwork into a satchel. All this since lunch? He asked. Doris nodded and led them toward the elevators. She punched the button for the 25th floor. The cooler's buzzing, Doris warned as the car ascended. George and Jax have been at it since dawn. I had them brew a fresh pot of that soul-searing coffee they like. If I were you, Dakota, I wouldn't trust a word they say down there. They aren't right. The doors opened to a realm of controlled chaos. Servers hummed like dormant beasts. Monitors glowed with cascading code. This was the cooler, home to the Digital Dark Arts Brigade. Miller led them past whiteboards scrawled with algorithmic hieroglyphs to the Red Room. After swiping his badge, Miller ushered them into a small, copper-lined Faraday cage. On the wall, a framed poster of the twins from The Shining hung, partly humorous, mostly creepy. The door sealed with a pneumatic sigh, reducing the world to a muffled silence. George Leonard, silver-bearded and sage, slid a tablet across the table. "Here's the meat," Jax rumbled, his voice like gravel. "Yegorov's trail is slippery, but we've pinned 3 offshore cutouts, a shell in Cyprus, an art flip in Street, Thomas, and a Singapore crypto exchange. The routing codes match a string of hits on Eastern European NGOs. It's extortion dressed as donations, funneled to domestic PACs with an appetite for chaos." Jax's grin turned feral. "We found spectral ties to something called Nordlink Ventures in Tallinn. Officially, it's green energy. Unofficially, it's a state actor laundry. Most of the transaction chain ends there." Miller nodded. "And the 7 files from Anton's burner? Samantha's team couldn't dent them." "Same here," Jax admitted, rubbing his jaw. "Quantum-resistant wrappers, nested like Russian dolls. Brute force is laughable. They appear to have some sort of embedded executable, cycling encryption keys at random moments in time." For the first time, Samantha spoke up. "Mind if I give it a spin?" Jax looked up at her with the nervous, starry eyes of an infatuated teen, sliding out of his chair. He could smell her perfume, and a warm rush went over him. Samantha sat down, plugged in her thumb drive, and began driving, running one decryption algorithm after another at the titanium wall they were all banging their heads against. Miller, watching patiently, smirked, knowing that if he, George, and Jax couldn't break it, then it was almost certainly unbreakable, rooting a little bit against her, despite the team's urgency. After a few minutes, Samantha looked up at Miller and grinned, tight-lipped. "You may be right, Miller. These files have a different signature than anything I've seen. All of my decryption tools are blocked instantly. You know of any other angles?" "I'll take a run at them tonight," Miller said evenly. "As for angles, well, yes, I may have another angle. If I can square it, I'll provide more details in the morning." George's brow furrowed. "The other solution? Agency ghosts?" "Let's not summon Balrogs just yet." Miller rose. "Aim small." They looked at each, equally amused and distressed. As the meeting broke, Samantha disappeared toward the elevators with feline stealth. Miller and Dakota watched her go, shaking their heads, then met each other's stare. "She's steel wrapped in silk," Dakota exhaled. "I know," Miller said. "I don't know whether to run for shelter or give her a hug," looking to his brother for insight. Dakota remained expressionless. "Run for shelter," he replied. Back in the bullpen, Dakota lingered, reading the room. He stopped at a workstation guarded by a fortress of curved monitors and an RGB glow. A wiry kid in a faded Metallica shirt was typing with rhythmic intensity. "Hell of a setup," Dakota said. "Custom water cooling?" Finn beamed. "Keeps the thermals Arctic. You're ex-military, right? I think Mr. Crane said you were a Marine." "Guilty as charged." Finn stuck out his hand. "Finn Riley. My dad was 82nd Airborne. Taught me to sight a rifle before I got buried in infinite loops and memory leaks. I have an AR build at the apartment. If you ever hit the range, I'm ready to spot you." Dakota laughed. "Sure thing, Finn. Next free weekend, I know where to find you. Though you should know, Miller said any shooters who can't score 80 on the first round will be demoted to mailroom." Finn laughed. "Hey, fine by me. Too freaking cold up here anyway." Miller called out to Dakota from the doorway. Dakota fist-pumped Finn, nodded his adieu, then joined Miller on their walk to the elevator. "Solid crew, Miller. Even if they are soft, I'll dig into those IPs from my end and do some searches for physical devices and locations. Appreciate it, Miller said, clapping him on the shoulder. Eyes open, brother. Savannah was just the overture. Oh, and aim small. Dakota grinned and turned toward the open elevator doors, where Doris was waiting, a finger on the open elevator button, her tablet held like a stage prop. Mr. Crane, she said, her voice honey over steel. Don't be a stranger. That drink offer still stands. There's a nice biker bar just down the street I think you'd like. I hear it is rowdy and open late night. He met her gaze with a fox-like half smile. Tempting. Doris Miller has me on the clock for the next few weeks. Perhaps when the dust settles we can share a bottle of wine, or some shots of tequila. The elevator dinged, and he stepped inside. As the doors closed, he left her with nothing but the echo of a possibility and the faint scent of gun oil and low country salt. A messy business. The Krakow police hit Anton Yegorov's front door after battering through the wrought iron gate. They were there at the behest of Yegorov's daughter's principal. 2 hours past dismissal, her father hadn't appeared, and neither he nor the housekeeper was answering. Yegorov's SUV squatted in the driveway, its engine cold, a silent accusation. The officers knew the whispers surrounding the occupant. Oligarch games played far from Polish soil, the kind that kept local brass wary of the spotlight. No one wanted to ping his radar. When the doorbell yielded only silence, they drew sidearms and shouldered the oak panel inward with a splintering crack. They swept the house room by room, barking clear into the echoing hush. No souls stirred. They fanned out to the pool deck, where the search guttered to a halt. Drifting face down in the rippling blue, crimson tendrils feathered the water like ink and milk. Anton, his bodyguard, and the maid floated face down in the pool like 3 buoys in a sea of their own making. Across the ocean, Savannah police mirrored the grim choreography at the rundown apartment of the 2 thugs Samantha had grilled days before. Breaching the flimsy door with a booted kick, pistols canted high, they freeze-framed a stagnant life. A half-eaten po' boy sprawled on the coffee table, mustard bleeding. Into yesterday's headlines, the TV droning Wheel of Fortune, Vanna's ghost-white smile oblivious to the chill, cigarette haze thick as regret, coiling from an ashtray. The bedroom door gave way under a heavy shove, revealing the targets. Both were sprawled face down on the threadbare shag, assassinated execution style. 2 taps to the base of each skull, their crimson halos seeping into the carpet like dead regrets. Giant steps. In the deep canopy of Buckhead Pines, the bell for first period chimed across the quad of Westover Middle School. Sunlight slanted through the turning oaks in golden shards, dancing across Emily's new arm. She had woken at dawn, flexing phantom digits in the mirror, until Watson's voice purred in her earpiece. Neural sync at 95%, Emily. Are you ready to dazzle your friends? Stepping through the magnetometer arch without so much as a beep, she felt the weight of the usual eyes. The curious, the kind, and the few edged with that old pity she had learned to sidestep like puddles in a rainstorm. Her sleeve hung loose over the prosthesis, casual as a bracelet, but the secret hum of its servos synced to her pulse like a second heartbeat. In the hallway scrum, her crew, Kevin, with his perpetual bedhead, and Ginger trailing glitter-flecked notebooks, flanked her before the whispers could settle. So this is your new arm, Emily? Kevin inquired, following Emily as she ducked into a quiet alcove. Emily grinned and rolled up her sleeve. The silicone skin was flawless, freckles blooming like faint stars on a canvas of engineered flesh. Watson, she said softly, can you do a quick demo for Kevin and Ginger? Her new mechanical fingers splayed in an elegant wave, then curled into a peace sign. A holographic sparkle projected from the knuckle LEDs, tiny AR fireworks spelling EW rules in midair. Ginger gasped. Kevin let out a low whoop. Emily cycled through the parlor tricks. The wrist camera snapped a candid of them mid-laugh, beaming it to her phone with Watson's dry quip. Ginger and Kevin want a copy? Watson asked. It's all AI that my dad built. Or his company, I guess. Emily cued a snippet of violin from the arm's hidden speaker. Ask it anything. Ginger, breathless, asked, Watson, what's the square root of 144? The baritone lilt answered in a fraction of a second. 12. It's not just pretty, Emily said, propping her elbow on the weathered picnic bench. EMG sensors read my twitches. Bicep for grip, deltoid for rotate. The cloud learns my movements and refines them overnight. By Christmas, it'll pour my coffee without spilling a drop. Kevin, ever the engineer in training, reached out tentatively. Can I? Emily nodded. His fingers closed around the cool facsimile. The servos yielded with a haptic buzz that mirrored the pressure back to her nerves. Whoa, Kevin whispered. Feels alive. Squeeze? Ginger jumped in next, testing the opposition pinch. The thumb met the forefinger in a perfect, unyielding lock. It's like holding tomorrow, she said, her voice threaded with awe. They volleyed questions about hacks and upgrades, while Emily fielded Watson's technical interjections. Battery at 87%. No evil overlords detected. The conversation dipped into the ache of what was lost, but surfaced buoyed by what was gained. Not just a replacement, but a reclamation. The school day wound down in a blur of algebra and history. At the final bell, Emily lingered at Kevin's locker as it disgorged an avalanche of textbooks, AP Calc, robotic schematics, and a dog-eared copy of Neuromancer. Here, she said, hefting the stack in her left arm. The servos hummed softly as she balanced the load against her hip. The mechanical arm cradled the tomes without a quiver. Kevin blinked, then barked a laugh. Awesome, Emily. Iron Man's daughter. Emily laughed as they made their way out. Sammy's BMW X9 idled at the curb, Sammy holding open the front door. He smiled and welcomed her to the luxurious vehicle. Hop in, girl. How'd it go? Just fine, she answered, dumping the books into the back seat with a heavy mechanical thud. As they eased into the afternoon traffic, Emily recounted the day's highlights. But 2 miles in, the rearview mirror betrayed a shadow, which had followed them for 3 straight turns. A white van with Sparkle Clean Services printed in blocky blue script. It hugged the tail at a discreet distance, far enough to feign coincidence, close enough to track. Sammy's grip tightened on the wheel. Emily caught the shift just as Watson's camera feed pinged an alert in her ear. Is Sammy okay? Watson whispered in her ear. Perhaps someone following us? She shook her head minutely, her heart quickening. The van dogged them through 3 turns, a silent ghost in the flow of traffic. It wasn't until Sammy thumbed the remote for the Crane Estate's wrought iron gates that the tension broke. The gates yawned open. They slipped through, and the steel sealed with a resonant clunk. Outside, the van nosed to a halt up the street, its engine idling, patient as a predator's breath. A merging of minds. The conference room in Buckhead Crown West's tower hummed with the sterile blue of backlit screens. October's late light bled through the blinds, casting slatted gray shadows across the polished walnut table. Miller Crane anchored one end, his tablet a card deck of annotated PDFs. Roger Tenzin, Interflow's CEO, was flanked by lawyers and assistants who typed at laptops, keeping tabs on every event like scribes in a digital monastery. Doris Burkett sat to Miller's right, her stylus dancing over an iPad with a conductor's precision. To her left, across from Roger Tenzin, sat Rex Watts, Velocity's CEO, his ledger eyes scanning live feeds, while Lars Godin, the venture whisperer in his signature blue jacket, rounded out the table to Watts' right. The screen at the end of the room glowed with the agenda. Merger Phase 2, Signatures and Spotlight. Progress on Parts 2 through 8, Doris opened, her voice a cutting and precise. She shared her screen, cascading a waterfall of documents. Ironclad clauses on IP cross-pollination, talent retention parachutes, liability firewalls. Chris Buffington, from Legal, spoke up. All legal specs are greenlit. Interflow's team countersigned the non-competes at 03000 UTC. Rex's audit cleared the escrow bridges yesterday. Legal tells me that. Everything looks watertight. Your mindfulness algorithms are meshing with our neural prosthetics well so far. Science tech team has given us all green so far. Roger Tenzin nodded, his tile blooming larger on the screen. Appreciated, Chris. Our council pushed back on the sunset clause for the beta datasets, so we've extended it to 18 months per the red line. Signatures came through an hour ago, so both firms are tightly bound by the agreements. The meeting shifted to PR like a practiced chess gambit, decks shuffling as Lars took the board. Great, Lars Godin said, his accent a soft lilt of the Rhine Valley. So, let's talk rollout. He cued a deck with headlines in sans serif thunder: Buckhead Crown West and Interflow, pioneering mind-machine harmony. The rollout is tiered, Lars continued. Embargoed tips to Wired and Forbes at dawn the first week in November. Embargo lift at 10 a.m. EST. We'll lead with a joint statement from Miller and Roger, utilizing talent ambassadors from both firms for the human hook. Lar looked at Doris. From our side, we'd like Doris to be part of the PR team, if that's agreeable to everyone. The presser will be hybrid. A virtual wall at Velocity mirrored her at the Crown West building, featuring augmented reality overlays for the demos. Miller looked at Doris, then to Roger, before speaking. Okay, well, I can't disagree with the strategy. Let us discuss the specifics of the PR team internally before stamping out any final plan. Rex leaned in, murmuring approval as the lawyers volleyed the fine print: NDA riders and kill switches for potential scandals. Doris flagged the final kit. Releases in 5 languages, seeded via PR Newswire. No loose lips. We've got eyes on the chatter. Then Lars leaned back, velvet lapels catching the screen's glow. He dropped a grenade as casual as confetti. One more ripple. Whispers of an IPO horizon. Say, 3rd quarter next year. Post-merger momentum could value us at $1.8 billion easily. The public markets crave the mind-body nexus. Thoughts? Miller's face remained granite. A non-committal mask. Intriguing vector, he said. Metrics will dictate, he added, though his mind was already building a vault. An IPO meant public scrutiny, a floodlight that would illuminate any shadows that were best left undisturbed. Rex mirrored the dodge. Strategic optionality. Board simulations are pending. Inwardly, Rex was working his brain through the same concerns as Miller. The idea of an IPO was a bonfire with no governing geography. Roger Tenzin steered the conversation back to safer shoals, the lawyers nodding like bobbers in a stream, before adjourning the meeting. Miller joined Tenzin as they strode toward the elevator bank, Doris a step behind. We've chained the beasts, Roger said softly. Interflow's data flows to their AIs, our encryption and science tech to balance their radiation. But the IPO? I'm not sure those 3 letters should be on anyone's lips during the initial rollout. I have some ideas on how to placate Lars, but let's table it for now, Miller. Miller thumbed the down button beside the elevator doors, and they parted with a sigh. Eyes on the horizon, then. The world is full of obvious things which nobody by any chance ever observes. Roger laughed. You quoting Holmes again? Okay then, to quieter conquests. As the elevator descended, Miller's reflection fractured in the polished steel, the merger's gears grinding onward. Giant steps, indeed, toward a union forged in fire and code. A calm and secret harbor. The Interflow Gulf Stream sliced through the Atlantic, cumulus clouds like a knife in whipped cream. Below, the Caribbean was a turquoise sprawl, engines whirring a subdued symphony at 41,000 feet. Dakota Crane lounged in a leather club chair, boots propped on the ottoman, nursing a black coffee laced with the jet's illicit single malt stash. Beside him, Samantha Hayes pored over encrypted manifests, her dark golden hair catching the cabin's recessed glow like polished brass. Jack Sawyer, the phaser himself, was coiled in a fresh polo, fresh off the merger's digital trenches. He scrolled through spectral code on his laptop, oblivious to the altitude's subtle sway. They had left Peachtree DeKalb at dawn, the tarmac slick with dew, bound for street. Thomas, Virgin Islands. They weren't looking for an escape. They were hunting a whistleblower whose whispers hinted at Yegorov's final ledgers washing up on virgin shores. Dakota set his mug down with a soft clink and unfolded his 6'3" frame like a predator stretching in the sun. Jax, he drawled. The aisle's clear. Let's work on some martial arts moves and counters. Just for grins. Jax blinked, amusement flickering in his gaze, rising smoothly. Samantha set her tablet aside and perched on an armrest, eyes sharpening to a spectator's steel blade. Heard about your belts, Dakota continued, circling lazily. Double black in jiu-jitsu and aikido. Impressive stuff. The only belts I've ever had were issued by the U.S. Marines, so we can compare notes. Let's try this scenario. Samantha is downrange. The clock is ticking to save the damsel in distress, but I'm the antagonist, standing in the way. Jax moved first, his aikido fluid as water. He feinted a wrist grab, attempting to redirect Dakota's mass into a hip throw. Dakota met the move with a jujitsu root, unyielding, and countered with a low-line sprawl that jammed Jax's leverage. Pure mass slammed Jax's momentum to a halt. "Nice flow," Dakota grunted, releasing him with a reset shove. Jax adapted, switching to jujitsu. He sought a collar drag to unbalance the bigger man, but Dakota's strength was an iron wall. A forearm bar pried the grip loose, and a well-timed knee tap disrupted Jax's base. Jax stumbled, but recovered with an Aikido blend, redirecting Dakota's follow-up push into a spinning elbow. Sweat beaded Jax's temple. Dakota's grin was wolfish. "You're dancing circles, kid. But circles break." The exchange tipped on the third pass. Jax feinted high and dropped low for a single-leg takedown, catching Dakota's boot heel mid-adjust on the carpet's nap. Dakota toppled, the canvas thumping softly, but as Jax lunged to pin him, Dakota's hand snaked out. A vice grip caught Jax's wrist, yanking him into the fray. In a blur of scrambling limbs, Jax was trapped. Dakota's arm coiled like a python around his neck, a rear naked choke cinching just shy of lights out. "Uncle," Jax rasped, tapping frantically. Dakota released him with a chuckle. They both sat on the cabin floor, hauling air, faces flushed under the cool vents. Samantha's clap broke the spell, sharp and approving. "1 point to the Marine," Jax said, rubbing his throat. "Remind me never to crash your barracks in the middle of the night." Samantha stepped into the cleared space with predatory grace, her stance a hybrid of Krav Maga and something feral from her bureau days. "My turn," she said, her voice velvet over rebar. "Let's try a new test. You must disable the target. Me." Jax looked at her and reset, his mind spinning with the permutations of engaging the Princess of Doom. The aisle became their makeshift octagon. He opened economically, an Aikido wrist lock, but Samantha flowed with the pressure. She reversed the torque, trapping Jax's arm in a bicep crank, while her free elbow halted an inch from his Adam's apple. "Throat's open," she murmured, releasing him with a flick. Jax shook it off and closed in for a jujitsu clinch. He went for a double collar tie and a knee strike, but she met him head-on. She parried the knee with a shin block and swept his lead leg with a low hook. Jax crashed to the carpet. He bridged up desperately, but Samantha was already airborne. She landed in a Muay Thai-inspired mount, her calves locking his neck in a figure-4 choke, her weight pinning his escape. Stars wheeled in Jax's vision. He tapped her thigh hoarse. "Enough, enough." She unwound fluidly and offered a hand. Her smile was a crescent moon, lethal and luminous. Jax accepted the pull, staggering back to his seat as the cabin settled into a post-storm hush. He collapsed into the leather, chest heaving, and looked at her with a lopsided beam. "I think I'm in love." Samantha's laugh filled the cabin softly, her eyes holding a spark of danger and delight. From 30,000 feet, St. Thomas appeared like a jagged emerald dropped into a sea of liquid sapphire. The Gulf Stream banked gently, giving Samantha, Dakota, and Jax a sweeping view of the island's dramatic topography. Steep, lush, green hills rising sharply from the water, their slopes thick with tropical forest and dotted with red-roofed villas. Turquoise bays and pristine white sand beaches curved along the coastline like crescent smiles, the water so clear that even from this altitude they could make out the darker reefs beneath the surface. Charlotte Amalie, the capital, nestled in a natural harbor on the south side, its red and white buildings climbing the hills like colorful barnacles. For centuries, this small island had been a jewel fought over by empires. Discovered by Christopher Columbus in 1493, it was later colonized by the Danes, who turned it into a prosperous sugar-producing colony and one of the busiest slave ports in the Caribbean. Pirates, including the infamous Blackbeard, once used its hidden coves as safe havens. In 1917, the United States purchased the Virgin Islands from Denmark for $25 million in gold, strategic insurance during World War I. In current times, St. Thomas remains a place of layered beauty and hidden contradictions, a sun-drenched tourist paradise on the surface, carrying the ghosts of colonial violence, rebellion, and forgotten fortunes beneath its tropical skin. As the jet descended toward Cyril E. King Airport, the island's beauty sharpened into vivid detail. the vibrant turquoise of Maugham's Bay, the dramatic rise of Crown Mountain, the sailboats scattered across the harbor like white petals on blue silk. Samantha stared out the window, her expression unreadable. Somewhere down there, hidden among the luxury villas and cruise ship terminals, was the next link in the chain that had nearly destroyed Miller Crane's family. Dakota leaned forward, taking in the view. "Beautiful place," he muttered. "Shame we're not here for the beaches." Dakota paused, as though considering his own comment. "Or the ladies, Jax." Jax smiled devilishly, running through his own images of beauty. St. Thomas welcomed them with trade winds and a turquoise haze. The Gulf Stream kissed the runway at Cyril E. King under a noon sun that turned the harbor's yachts into jewels. They settled into the secret Harbor Beach Resort, a beachfront villa suite where infinity pools mirrored the quay's curve. Dakota peeled off for a recon stroll along the Strand, leaving Jax to claim a cushioned lounger by the lagoon pool. Jax reclined, Bose headphones sealing him in a cocoon of ambient electronica. A piña colada sweated on the side table, the pineapple wedge bobbing like a buoy. The world narrowed to salt-kissed air until footsteps whispered on the decking. Jax cracked an eye behind his shades. Samantha emerged from the villa's shadows in an emerald bikini that traced her curves with a cartographer's precision. She padded close, her hips swaying with the island's rhythm, and tugged one ear of his headphones away. "Can I have a sip?" she murmured. Jax nodded mutely, his throat dry as bone. He watched her lips curve around the straw, slow, deliberate, before she straightened, tossed her sarong aside, and launched into the pool. The dive was poetry, her arched back slicing the water clean. Jax tracked her wake from the chair, his drink forgotten. "I know I'm in love," he breathed to the empty air. Ones with too many zeros. The Empire Bank on Veterans Drive hunkered under the relentless street. Thomas' Sun. Its stucco facade was bleached bone white, and the plate glass windows winked like the eyes of a somnambulist crocodile. Dakota Crane slouched behind the wheel of a rented Kia Sorento, the AC blasting Arctic lies against the humidity. In the passenger seat, Samantha Hayes nursed a cup of local coffee that tasted of diesel and desperation. Jax Harlan's voice crackled through their earpieces from the secret harbor suite. "Accounts live," Jax reported. "A $49,000 ping at 11:57. It matches the pattern. Second of the month, like clockwork. Cameras inbound, flagging anomalies now." They had synced the operation at dawn. Jax had spent the night mining the decrypted dregs of Yegorov's laptop, offshore echoes of oligarch Greece. This specific account was a recurring siphon, $98,000 monthly vanishing into the Virgin Islands ether. "Patience," Samantha murmured, her hand ghosting the outline of the Glock under her linen jacket. "Ghosts don't rush." He materialized at 12:03 p.m., a man in his mid-40s, moving with island indolence. Dark aviators swallowed his eyes, and a low-slung fedora shielded his face from the glare. A canvas tote was slung over his shoulder, sagging with the weight of banded Benjamins. Dakota's Nikon whirred to life. Clickwhir, capturing the plate of the cherry-red Mini Cooper idling at the valet stand. "Target Alpha acquired," Dakota breathed, easing the Kia into a lazy U-turn. "Facial prelim? No hits in Interpol or FinCEN," Jax chimed in. "Tags clean. Registered to a shell called Island Breeze Rentals. Running deeper." The trace was textbook. Dakota hung 3 blocks back while Samantha ghosted the Mini in a silver Hyundai, the two of them leapfrogging signals. The Mini eventually nosed into the Palm Haven Apartments, a sagging complex where laundry hung like ghosts from rusted balconies. The target vanished into Unit 2B. "Stakeout shift," Dakota said, killing the engine as Jax's dossier bloomed on their shared feed. The target was a low-level mule with ties to Nassau wire frauds, but no priors heavy enough to spook him. Dawn on the 3rd brought a curveball. At 9:17 a.m., a light blue 65 Thunderbird rumbled into the lot. The driver was a blonde in her mid-30s, her linen shift screaming trust fund ennui. She disappeared into 2 billions for 30 seconds and emerged with a leather book bag zipped taut. "Payload transfer," Dakota murmured. "Bags got weight," Jax confirmed. "Estimate 40 pounds. Cash density." Samantha took the tail, following the Thunderbird east toward Estate Nazareth, where villas perched like jeweled raptors on the cliffs. A black iron gate swallowed the car whole. By cocktail hour, they were back in the suite dissecting the prey. Elena Voss, Jax announced, his rig humming. 34. Licensed to Voss Imports in Charlotte Amalie. No priors, but her Thunderbird is insured by the estate. Blue Heron Holdings. She's been spotted at yacht parties with the Euro trash crowd. Samantha studied the screen, then disappeared into the bath. She emerged as a doppelganger. Blonde wig, oversized shades, and a linen shift. More yacht, less yard sale, Dakota critiqued with a grin. On November 4th, the hook was set. Elena sauntered out of the Ritz-Carlton after her bi-weekly coffee ritual. Samantha struck from the shadows of the valet stand, unfolding from the Kia like Nemesis incarnate. The suppressor of her Glock kissed the nape of Elena's neck as the car door clicked shut. "Easy, love," Samantha purred. "Wrong turn. Right gun. Drive." They navigated to a desolate warehouse off Lindbergh Bay. Samantha hooded the woman and zip-tied her wrists before marching her into the concrete maw of the building. Dakota loomed in the shadows. Samantha was the scalpel. She peeled the hood back slow, revealing Elena's wild mascara-streaked eyes. "Listen close, Elena," Samantha began, her voice a velvet blade. "We aren't the law. We're Russian covert, FSB shadows. Anton Yegorov, he's face down in his own pool. Those Savannah thugs you laundered for, skulls ventilated. You're the only one left on the ledger." Samantha leaned in. "You have an exit. Give us the estate, the owner, the floor plan, the alarms, and the panic vaults. You do that, and you get $100,000 and a fiery exit. Your Thunderbird." Scorched, dental records turned to ash. "You disappear to Bali or Belize. Or," Samantha paused, "we walk you to the feds and let your boss's ledger become your noose." The dam cracked at 3:47 p.m. Elena's voice threaded the gloom as she spilled everything. Victor Langford was the crown of the estate. 12,000 square feet. Guest suites in the east, panic room in the west, biometric iris scans, and a Faraday cage. Cameras on a 360-degree grid. Motion sensors in the palms. Schematics spilled in frantic sketches on Dakota's notepad. Entry vectors, blind spots, and guard rotations. "Langford," Jax whispered over the comms. "Arms dealer. Sanctions skirting via Blue Heron shells. Intel gold." Dakota rebound her wrists, the hood descending like a veil. "Clock's ticking, Elena. Sit tight." As they melted back into the alley, the sun dipped toward the harbor, painting the warehouse in a blood-orange farewell. The ledger's shadow was stretching long. One ghost down. An empire to fell. Avenge not yourself. Sunday morning dawned crisp and consecrated over Atlanta's spires. On this All Souls Day, Miller Crane guided his BMW through the oak-draped lanes of Buckhead, Mavis beside him, Emily in the back seat, her prosthetic hand drumming idle rhythms on the armrest. In her earpiece, the Watson AI played a traditional Methodist hymn, Blessed Assurance. This was the Cranes' ritual reboot. Buckhead First Methodist Church, a Gothic sentinel of stained glass and steeple shadow. The Crane family had anchored their faith here since moving to Atlanta. Emily, comforted but self-aware, watched her prosthetic fingers tap in perfect time, reminded that however real they tried to make it, it would always be just a machine. The arm's silicone skin warmed to her pulse, a talisman against old ghosts. "Think Pastor Crane's on form today?" she asked her father. "More fire and brimstone?" Miller pulled into the lot and pulled into a spot well across from the entrance. "I think it All Souls Day, so probably something less dangerous and more about the redeeming power of the Lord." The sanctuary swelled with the hush of at least 200 souls. As the pipe organ climbed through a Bach prelude, they filed into the Crane's reserved pew, mid-nave, oak polished to a patina of prayers. Miller Crane sat as the anchor, his Bible open on his knee like a loaded ledger. Mavis sat to Emily's left, her white-gloved hand occasionally brushing Emily's silicone fingers. Pastor Elias Crane, silver-maned and sermon-sharp, mounted the pulpit, his robes pooling like spilled ink. His voice rolled out the day's hook, a meditation on the parable of the unforgiving servant. "Forgiveness isn't absolution for the blade wielder," Elias intoned, light fracturing through the rose window to gild his gestures. "It is the breaking of chains for the chained heart. In a world of encrypted sins and offshore shadows, yes, even we tech titans know the dark. We are called not to repay evil with evil. We are called to heap coals of kindness, trusting the refiner's fire to melt the grudge. The congregation leaned in, amens murmuring like distant rain. Emily's fingers twitched in sympathy, the prosthetic servos whispering a counterpoint as she synced a subtle note to her cloud journal. Coals or circuits, both burn clean. Midway through the service, as Elias reached the parable's twist, Miller glanced sidelong at Emily. Her profile was wrapped in the colored glow of the stained glass, the arm's faint gleam peeking from her cuff like a secret sacrament. He reached out, his callous palm enveloping her right hand, the real one. His fingers interlaced with her fingers in a grip of righteousness and care. Emily, at once startled, squeezed back, firm yet tender. A circuit closed in the swell of the sermon. Mavis caught the exchange, a corner of her mouth lifting. Family, forged in flesh and code, holding fast against the parable's pull. As the offering plate circled like a silver supplicant, Miller flipped his Bible open at random. The pages fanned to a halt at Romans 12:19. The ink was bold as judgment. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. The words landed like lead shot in still water. Vengeance. Miller's mind unspooled its dark gallery. Yegorov's pool, a crimson canvas, the Savannah apartment smelling of copper and spent casings, the encrypted files on his desk, a Pandora's vault of strings yet to snap. Scenarios cascaded. Would he wield the blade himself in some shadowed St. Thomas drop, or would he yield to the Lord's ledger? Would he let divine debt collectors claim the toll? The organ swelled for the recessional. Elias offered the benediction. Go in peace, repay in grace. But Miller's grip lingered on Emily's hand. The verse was a tether and a warning. Outside, autumn leaves swirled like scarlet confetti. The black BMW waited in the lot like a black omen, Sunday's peace providing a fragile interlude before the week's wrath woke. Poolside phantom. The twilight trade winds off Crown Bay licked at the Thunderbird's azure flanks as Samantha Hayes, dressed in Elena Voss's borrowed skin, eased the convertible through the switchbacks of Estate Nazareth. It was 7:42 p.m. The sun was a bruised plum bleeding into the harbor, and St. Thomas's lights pricked the dusk like conspirators' pins. The disguise was a second skin. A blonde wig, oversized shades, and a linen shift fluttering over tactical flats and a garter-hidden Glock. Elena's book bag sat in the passenger seat, weighted with the mule's monthly tithe. $49,000 in vacuum-sealed cash. Samantha's phone, synced to Jax's feed, pulsed with the wireframe schematic of the lair. Gate code, 71842. Perimeter cams blind until 2200. The wrought iron maw yawned at her approach. Tires crunched pea gravel as the villa materialized, a neoclassical fever dream of white stucco and terracotta. An infinity pool spilled toward the abyss, its waters pulsing with bioluminescent LEDs. Samantha waved off the valets and slid the Thunderbird into a shadowed slot. As she killed the engine, the sudden hush amplified the bass throb of the party, trap remixes vibrating the air like a migraine's prelude. Samantha melted into the crowd of sun-kissed flesh, string bikinis, translucent caftans, and men in unbuttoned guayaberas flashing Rolexes. She ghosted to the bar, ordering a Sauvignon Blanc in Elena's pitch-perfect lilt. Scanning the melee, she searched for Victor Langford. No sign of him yet. Just bodies grinding to the drop and a conga line heading toward the hot tub. Samantha paused by the powder room, leaning toward two bejeweled women. This heat is criminal, Samantha ventured. How do you score the Langford invite? Old flames? The women dissolved into manicured giggles. Flames? Honey, Victor is an inferno, the brunette replied. Collects girls like vintage watches, then winds them up in the dark. And das thicker than his wallet. Last girl who blabbed? A yacht accident. Poof. Noted, Samantha thought, slipping away. Leverage for later. At 8:19 p.m., Victor Langford cleaved through the crowd like a yacht through swells. He was 52 and sculpted by surgeons, with two beauties draped on his arms like living scarves. His laugh boomed over the music as he commanded the bartender to uncork the dom. He claimed a teak lounge chair at the pool's edge, where a queue of courtiers immediately began to form. Samantha rose at 8:37 p.m., trailing the floor plan's ghost lines toward the east wing. She skirted a thicket of revelers until the master suite loomed, double doors of burled walnut. The hallway was empty, but a shadow flickered at the bend, a bodyguard with a crackling radio. Samantha waited for a heavy bass drop, then used her lockpick gun. The deadbolt clicked open in 4 seconds, and she slipped inside. The room was a Sybarite's crypt, a sleigh bed swathed in high-thread count silk, and a walk-in humidor exhaling Cuban fog. On the desk sat a matte black laptop. Jax's face awaited her commands on her phone screen. "Show me the prize," he murmured. Samantha slotted a Buckhead Crown West thumb drive into the port. "Passcode?" "Vanity plate," Jax directed. "Lucky 7, lucky 8. The screen fractured into a desktop of ledgers and laundries. Jax's script began to unfurl, slurping terabytes of data. Emails to Moscow, transaction web snaking through shell companies, and the $49,000 pulses sinking to Yegorov's ritual bleeds. Copy at 78%. Hold steady. The transfer chimed at 8:46 p.m. Samantha ejected the drive and wiped her prints. But as she prepared to make her exit, she heard footsteps thudding in the hall, deliberate and heavy. She froze, her hand ghosting her Glock, and slid behind a slatted closet door. She could smell the aroma of unfriendly mixes of exotic colognes, enough to make her cover her nose with her cupped hand. Peering through the shadows behind the slats of the door, she saw a man and a woman enter the room. It was Langford, alluring some saucy St. Thomas plaything who worked at his shirt buttons. Samantha thought, "Of course, I've got his cell phone number. Maybe a text." She pulled out her phone and sent him a text from a blocked number. "Mr. Langford, a mystery guest has arrived and wants to speak with you. She's by the pool bar." The ruse worked, and Langford grabbed the lady's hand and guided her out of the room toward the pool. Samantha slipped out of the closet and the bedroom, then back around the pool, reclaiming Elena's sway and sunglasses. She walked purposefully, but in no hurry, as she wove through the crowd, picking up an abandoned wine glass and then dropping it gracefully onto a waiter's passing tray as she maneuvered up the steps from the pool, to the hallway, and finally to the parking lot. The Thunderbird roared to life. She peeled from the road onto the highway, removing her wig. 2 miles down the spine of the island, she rang Jax, whose voice crackled triumphantly over the phone. "Files are locked," he said. "Langford is the artery to 6 ghosts." "Clean as a confessional," Samantha replied, pushing the shades atop the wig. "Rendezvous at the nest." By 10:49 p.m., the team was aboard the Gulfstream. The Virgin Islands shrunk to a jeweled scar below them as the plane climbed toward Atlanta. They were returning with the ledgers heavier and the noose tighter, a lantern at the end of a dark tunnel. Love and death. On Saturday morning, the Crane kitchen bathed in the soft amber of under-cabinet LEDs as November's dusk pressed against the bay windows. Emily Carn perched on a bar stool, the world narrowing to the subtle hum of the prosthesis against her skin. Watson's voice purred in her earpiece. "Sync at 98%, Emily. Neural patterns logged. Any daily tasks to share?" Sammy lounged against the fridge, tossing an apple core into the compost with a perfect bank shot. Mavis hovered over the stove, caringly stirring her roux in prep for her famous shrimp and crawfish etouffee. Emily grabbed her own apple from the bowl with her silicone fingers, slipped down from the stool, and made her way into the great room, pushing up the sleeves of her sweatshirt. "Watson," she whispered. "Yes, Emily. Can you dim the lights?" "Certainly," Watson responded, slowly dimming the lights in the room. Emily's bicep twitched, not just a grip, but an intent woven into code, causing her phantom fingers to form a fist, then an open palm. The great room's smart bulbs dimmed to a moody indigo, and the overhead fan began to whir in lazy spirals. Sammy, keeping a subtle eye on her from the doorway, set his coffee mug down with a clink. "Whoa there! Is there a ghost in this house?" "Watson calls it a Bluetooth handshake," she explained, her voice soft and clear, as though she was stating the obvious. "Everything is connected, Sammy." Sammy shook his head and watched Emily as she proceeded to turn devices on and off throughout the house, changing the temperature in various rooms. Turning on music streams, changing genres from country to classical, controlling the pool cleaner from voice commands as though she held a remote control. Sammy grinned, at once amazed and a little disconcerted at the amazing power being wielded by such a small girl. The weekend became a deep dive of discovery, exploring the all-pervasive radio waves that surrounded her at all times and the fragility and danger encompassed in her curious appendage. As the first Monday in November arrived, it etched a pallid afternoon over the sprawling Atlanta metro area. From his 32nd floor office in the Buckhead Crown West Tower, Miller Crane watched the city unspool, Peachtree's arterial crawl of taxis and the distant pulse of cranes clawing at the midtown horizon. He traced a finger along the cool glass, the randomness of it all pressing close. A bomber's whim could shear that vein at any moment, turning these glass hymns into tombs. The merger loomed, a colossus of code and capital. But victory's edge was dulled by the venom of the latest data dump. Rex's name was a serpent coiled in the ledgers, and Yegorov's echo was slithering toward Saturday's feast. He thumbed the intercom. "Doris, please step in when you can." Doris slipped through the door moments later, elegant and beautifully attired, as always. Miller gestured to the window, and she joined him. "Look at it," he said, his gaze sweeping the ant trail of lives below. "All this steel and scheming, and one spark turns it to ash. Random as a pop-up spring rain shower." Doris tilted her head, a faint smile on her lips. Indifferent, yes, but resilient. Her hand found his arm, a warm anchor in the chill of the rushing sigh of cool air from the overhead vents. He turned and cupped her cheek, drawing her into a kiss that bridged the boardroom to the bedroom. "Dinner tonight," he murmured. "My place. No agendas." She nodded, her eyes bright, and slipped away. The door's click sealed the promise. The laptop chimed as Roger Tenzin breezed in. The Interflow CEO was a whirlwind in linen slacks and a silk pocket square. "Miller, the Colonel is a beauty. The tests sing like monks at matins." Miller logged in, donning the mask of the excited executive. He pulled up the dashboard where the crypto engine bloomed, its firewalls woven tight as fate. "Announcement is primed for dawn," Miller said. "We're rewriting the neural map." Roger's eyes narrowed, his Austin drawl slowing. "Poetic, but your fire is banked today. Something under the hood?" Miller waved it off. "Anxiety is the tax on change. Speaking of, Saturday, my place in Buckhead. The merger bash. Black tie, bourbon rivers, bring the VCs with the deep pockets and the deeper secrets." Roger arched a brow, the hook set. "A wake for the old guard. I'll rally the circus." As Roger's footsteps faded, Miller crossed back to his desk and typed a message for Doris, sharing encrypted messages. "Have you completed the analysis on the last code check-in?" "Everything's green," she replied. Miller exhaled. "And the data dump from the cockroach?" "Processed. All my findings are in the Firebird Cloud Vault as you directed." "Any clues as to the physical locations of those servers?" "Triangulating now. Preliminary pings, primary node in a Vilnius proxy, a secondary fork to a derelict Savannah industrial grid. I'll pull together a heat map diagram on our NetMap software." The city watched, random and resolute, as the threads tightened toward Saturday's unraveling. Fried fish and reckonings. The first light of November 2nd filtered through mist-shrouded pines like a half-delivered benediction. Miller had summoned his clandestine team to the lake house, an opportunity to complete a secure debriefing and mission sharing, as well as a chance to thank everyone collectively and share the threads yet to be pulled and the possible revelations and dangers that might lay ahead. Lake Burton's glassy expanse cradled the dawn in arms of liquid silver. Miller Crane's lake house, a low-slung Adirondack of weathered cedar and fieldstone, perched on a spit of land where the water lapped insistent at the pilings. Inside, the great room sprawled toward the kitchen's warmth, the air thick with the sizzle of cast iron and the briny tang of the sea carried north by Mavis's alchemy. Out on the lake, a 14-foot John boat cut a modest V through the fog. Sammy Cooley manned the tiller, while Emily Watson perched amidships, her rod steady in her new prosthetic grip. "Patience, Em," Sammy said, his voice low. "It's not the catch, it's the weight." Emily nodded. Beneath her flannel sleeve, the servos hummed. Watson's voice purred in her earpiece. "Bite probability, 23%. Adjust drag, 1.2 turns." Emily smiled. The arms-hidden camera winked at the bobber, turning solitude into a digital symphony. On the eastern bluff, Dakota Crane crouched in the leaf mulch, his Remington 700 a black extension of his intent. Jax Harlan mirrored him 10 yards off, spotting through a loopholed glass. "Wind 2 o'clock, 3 miles per hour," Jax whispered. "Hold at 1.7 mils." A steel-jacketed whisper cracked the hush. Dakota's 308 threaded a 400-yard arroyo to ping a steel silhouette. "Breathe through the trigger," Dakota coached, cycling the bolt with a brass clink. "Sniper's not the shot, it's the read. The winds lie, the targets flinch." Jax nodded and took his turn. Crack. The plate sang back. It was precision forged in the wild for shadows that had yet to sharpen. In the kitchen, Mavis Bailey and George Leonard orchestrated brunch like a jazz funeral transposed to sunrise. The air thickened with garlic and cayenne as blue crab claws cracked under George's mallet and oysters pooled in mignonette brine. "Hand me the fillet, wizard," Mavis teased. George, looking like a Bayou Gandalf in a faded LSU tee, obliged with a flourish. "This spread," George said, "it'll exorcise the week's devils." The table soon groaned under the bounty. Crab claws, oyster shooters, and andouille sliced thick beside golden scrambled eggs. George presided at the head of the table, carving the roast. "Why'd the crawfish blush at the Mardi Gras ball?" he asked. "Too many propositions from the oysters. Turns out they're all shellfish lovers." Laughter threaded the meal, a sacrament binding the fractures of their week. They told stories of Jax's botched shots and Emily's bass haul, the lake's lap a metronome to their shared joy. By noon, the house settled into a post-brunch drowse. Upstairs in the master suite, Miller Crane unsealed his laptop. The screen's cold bloom was a sharp contrast to the room's pine and leather hush. The encrypted files from Anton's burner and Langford's hall loomed, digital fortresses that mocked Jax's best sieges. Miller tabbed to the recurring IPs, anchors to a server geolocked to a collocation facility in Vilnius, Lithuania. Access denied. Anomaly flagged. He leaned back, his gaze drifting to the pier below. Emily was skipping stones, her prosthetic arm arcing silver in the sun. The lake held her reflection unbroken, a quiet testament amid the unraveling of Yegorov's wake and Langford's laundered veins. His world teetered on ledgers and lies, but in the skip of a stone on a wave, Miller found a tangible redemption. It wasn't in the cracked codes, but in the girl's laugh echoing off the hills. He closed the laptop softly, accepting the server's silence as a temporary truce. It was Sunday's grace, borrowed against the coming storm. The rich aroma of frying cornmeal and spices filled the lake house as the group gathered around the long wooden table for an early dinner. Having skipped lunch, the entire crew was ready and set for a great meal. Mavis Bailey had taken command of the kitchen with the confidence of a woman who had fed generations, while Sammy Cooley and George Leonard played enthusiastic sous chefs. Fresh bream and trout, some proudly caught earlier that afternoon by Emily and Sammy, sizzled golden in cast-iron skillets. Mavis's authentic Cajun shrimp jambalaya bubbled nearby, thick with the Holy Trinity, andouille sausage, and a generous kick of cayenne that made the air lightly smoke with deep South richness. Laughter rolled easily through the open great room. George, in full Gandalf mode, regaled them with an outrageous story about a supposed Bigfoot sighting near the lake that had turned out to be a very drunk tourist in a rented pontoon boat. "I'm telling you," George said, waving his fork, "the man had on a ghillie suit and was hollering about government conspiracies. Looked more like Chewbacca after a bad divorce than anything from the woods." Dakota nearly choked on his sweet tea. Even Samantha allowed a rare, quiet smile. Emily, cheeks flushed from the day on the water, beamed with pride every time someone complimented the fish she'd helped catch. Mavis kept everyone's plates full, while Doris moved gracefully between the table and kitchen, her laughter light and warm. As the meal wound down, Mavis brought out a perfect key lime pie, its tart aroma cutting through the richness of the jambalaya. Coffee was poured, brandy and top-shelf bourbon appeared, and Emily curled up with a mug of hot chocolate. The mood shifted naturally as Miller set his cup down. "All right," he said quietly. "Let's talk about where we actually are." The levity faded as the team recapped the threads they'd pulled together, the suspicious transactions flowing through St. Thomas, the codename Fat Boy, the encrypted files from Anton Yegorov's phone, and the growing web linking Velocity money to Eastern European players. Jax laid out the latest digital breadcrumbs on his tablet. George added the financial patterns they'd uncovered. Miller leaned forward. "I reached out to the cockroach last night." He or she responded. "We may have a new ally, or at least a very dangerous resource. It's a wild card, I know. I'd appealed to the cockroach's humanity. I have a feeling, but we'll see." The table fell silent for a beat. Samantha said almost nothing the entire discussion, her sharp eyes moving between Miller and Dakota. Her silence spoke volumes. Calculating, suspicious, already 2 moves behind and 3 moves ahead. As the night deepened, they migrated to the large stone fireplace. The logs had burned down to glowing embers, casting long, flickering shadows across the room. Emily had fallen fast asleep in Doris's arms, her head tucked against the older woman's shoulder, the soft rise and fall of her breathing the only sound for several minutes. Outside the open window, the lake whispered against the shore. A barred owl called from the dark woods, answered faintly by another deeper in the forest. The cool night air carried the scent of pine, damp earth, and distant wood smoke. The fire crackled softly, the last flames dancing lower and lower, until only a bed of pulsing orange oak remained. Miller stared into the dying fire, a glass of bourbon resting on his knee. One by one, the others grew quiet, each lost in their own thoughts about the gathering storm. The embers pulsed once more, then settled into darkness, dinner, and a movie. The rain came down in a soft, steady hush, the kind that made Atlanta feel smaller, quieter, more intimate. Miller Crane pulled the black Range Rover to the curb outside Doris Burkett's Buckhead condo at exactly 7:15 p.m. The building's porte-cochere lights haloed the droplets on the windshield like scattered diamonds. Doris appeared under the awning a moment later, stepping into the glow of the lobby sconces. She wore a deep charcoal sheath dress that caught the light in subtle silver threads, a single strand of freshwater pearls at her throat, and heels that clicked with quiet confidence on the wet stone. Her auburn hair was swept into a low chignon. A few tendrils had already escaped, curling against the damp night air. When she slid into the passenger seat, the scent of her perfume, fresh rain on clover, clean and impossibly green, filled the cabin. "You look beautiful," Miller said, voice low. She smiled, small and knowing. "You always say that when I wear black." "Because it's always true." He eased the SUV back into traffic. The wipers moved in lazy rhythm. Peachtree Road glittered under sodium lamps. Taillights bled red across the wet asphalt. Neither spoke for the first few blocks. The silence between them was comfortable, worn smooth by years. Marcel on Howell Mill sat tucked behind a discreet brick facade. Inside, the dining room glowed with warm amber light, polished oak paneling, exposed brick arches, white linens, and the low murmur of well-dressed couples. The bar ran along one wall, backlit bottles catching fire. A hostess led them to a corner booth beneath a wrought iron chandelier. Doris ordered first, French onion soup, then sole meunière with lemon and brown butter. Miller chose the house salad, a bone-in ribeye topped with lump crab and béarnaise. The waiter brought a bottle of silver oak Cabernet. They let it breathe while the bread arrived. Then they started with the easy gossip. "Rex was in rare form today," Doris said, tearing a piece of sourdough. "He spent 20 minutes explaining quantum entanglement to the new intern, using only sports metaphors. The kid looked like he was going to cry." Miller gave a half laugh. "He means well. Mostly. And George." Doris's eyes softened. "I saw the family photo he keeps on his monitor. Thanksgiving, everyone in matching sweaters, golden retriever in the middle. It's like Norman Rockwell painted it just for him. Meanwhile, the rest of us are running on caffeine and unresolved childhood issues," Miller added. "Speak for yourself," she teased. "I'm perfectly well adjusted." He raised an eyebrow. She laughed, soft and unguarded. The soup arrived. Doris lifted the spoon, steam curling around her face. Miller watched the way the candlelight moved across her cheekbones and felt something familiar and dangerous shift in his chest. "How's Emily doing?" she asked quietly. Miller exhaled through his nose. "Better than I expected. She and Kevin and Ginger were in the music room yesterday afternoon. She's teaching Watson, the ARMS AI, to play the left-hand parts of her old pieces. Claire de Lune, Fur Elise. She'll call out Watson, slower on the arpeggio, or Watson, softer dynamics, and the fingers would adjust in real time. Kevin was filming it on his phone, saying she's basically composing duets with a robot. She laughed so hard she almost fell off the bench. Doris set her spoon down. Her eyes glistened. She's extraordinary. She is. Miller's voice caught. Every time I watch her adapt, I think about how close we came to losing her, and then I think about how much stronger she is because of it. It's a lot. They held each other's gaze across the small table. No words, just the shared weight of memory. Elizabeth's laugh, the hospital corridors, the long nights when hope felt like a thin thread. The melancholy was not new, but tonight it felt tender instead of sharp. The main courses arrived. They ate slowly, conversation drifting back to safer ground. Work, the merger timeline, Roger Tenzin's latest wardrobe choice, Grateful Dead tea under a $3,000 Loro Piana blazer. But the undercurrent remained. When the plates were cleared and the check paid, Miller drove her home. The rain had eased to mist. He pulled under the porte-cochere again. Doris turned toward him. "Come up for a brandy?" He didn't answer with words. He killed the engine, followed her through the lobby, up the elevator, into the quiet of her condo. The living room was softly lit, floor lamp, gas fireplace already flickering. Doris poured 2 snifters of Remy Martin from the bar cart. They stood at the window, watching the city lights smear through the mist. She set her glass down first. Miller felt her fingers brush his wrist, then slide up his arm. He turned. Their eyes met again, longer this time. No melancholy now, just heat and certainty. He cupped her face. She rose on her toes. The kiss started slow, exploratory, then deepened until the world narrowed to the taste of brandy and clover and the press of her body against his. Doris broke away just enough to breathe. Her fingers found the clasp of the thin gold chain at her throat. She drew it off in one smooth motion, pearls sliding into her palm. She set the necklace on the side table. Then she took his hand and led him down the hallway. The bedroom door closed softly behind them. The city lights kept burning outside, indifferent and beautiful, while inside the room everything became very quiet, except for the sound of 2 people finally letting go. The Cockroach Hotel. At midnight, Miller Crane sat at his desk, the Buckhead Crown West Tower a monolith of glass and ghosts. Beyond the windows, Atlanta's skyline pricked the ink-black void like unvoiced accusations. He scrubbed through the surveillance feeds, perimeter cams cold, the lake house breach now a mopped-up memory, and exhaled as the leather chair creaked under his weight. Logging into Interflow's network, he pushed the kernel code he'd shielded like a family heirloom. The cryptography engine fused seamlessly with Sovereign's neural stack. Regression tests bloomed green across the dashboard. He fired a short text to Roger, Rex, and Lars. Kernel live. Crypto locked. Merger. Green light. Final signatures at dawn. Miller severed the session and spun to his shadow rig, a black market terminal with a command line that acted as a vein to the undernet. He chased digital breadcrumbs until the endpoint bloomed, a villainous collocation ghost, masked but unmistakable. The Cockroach. Finger steady, Miller typed each stroke like a gauntlet thrown. Miller. Hi, Cockroach. I discovered your address, digitally and physically. I know your identity. Don't block me, or I'll have no choice but to expose you. A minute passed. Then the cursor danced. Cockroach. Miller Crane. I thought you'd forgotten all about me. Miller. I had. But my situation has changed. You're familiar with the bombings here in Atlanta? The one that killed my wife and maimed my daughter? The Cockroach hesitated, an ellipsis blooming like breath on glass. Cockroach. Yes, I'm aware. My condolences. Miller. I have a proposal. I've gained access to network endpoints related to the bombings. My top hacker can't get past the firewalls. Cockroach. You have my attention. But why would I help you? Miller. I'll drop $1 million into any offshore account you designate, and I'll keep your identity and your location to myself. Cockroach. Sounds like blackmail. Miller. It sounds familiar, doesn't it? I'm appealing to your humanity. Most of your handiwork has been to advance causes for the less fortunate, along with the occasional whimsy, like hacking my database. A significant pause followed. Miller tapped his fingers on the desk, staring at the black screen as if he might fall into it head first. Cockroach. Suppose I can hack the endpoints. You want a full data dump? Miller. You read my mind. Cockroach. I can see you thinking through the screen. Send me the IPs, bit streams, and HTTP traffic. I'll see what I can do. Miller transferred the encrypted vault. IPs, packet ghosts, and traces. Miller. Passing it now. Password. Cockroach. How do I get in touch? Cockroach. I'll find you. The line terminated with a final, mocking flick of text. TSK, TSK. Vilnius. In a cramped room in the sprawl of Eastern Europe's underbelly, the cockroach sat staring at the file. A girl. Slight, with shadow-dark hair and a hoodie emblazoned with a faded anarchist sigil, padded up from behind. She set a chipped mug of coffee on the desk, her hand lingering on his shoulder like an anchor. He pulled back his hood, revealing a young, weary face shadowed by a jaw set in perpetual calculation. He took a slow sip of the coffee, the steam curling like question marks in the gloom. The screen's afterglow painted their edges feral. He reached back, his fingers brushing hers in silent thanks, and then thumbed the lamp. Darkness swallowed them whole. The data's weight remained, a promise of justice, or a peril yet to be unleashed. The probability of speed. The next morning, Doris stopped by to get the full briefing that Miller promised her, and to spend some time with Emily, who she found playing Scrabble against Sammy and Mavis. Doris joined in, but Emily, using Watson's vocabulary, mopped the floor with all of them. Doris checked her watch and suggested that Mavis and Sammy take the time to go by the West End Farmers Market to get some real Southern food, and so her and Miller could have some private time. Emily in good hands. Mavis Bailey and Sammy Cooley slipped out and headed for Atlanta's West End Farmers Market, Sammy reviling in the sleek black BMW M850 that Miller had rented for him. The late Georgia sun hung low, turning the city's brick and glass into warm copper as they cruised down Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard. Mavis rode shotgun, humming an old gospel tune, directing Sammy through side streets toward the market's cluster of tents and food trucks. Best collards in the city are at Miss Pearl's stand, she told him. Don't let her talk you into extra cornbread unless you plan to nap in the car. Sammy grinned, easing the M850 around a pothole. I'm from Baton Rouge. I can handle cornbread and a nap. They loaded the trunk with paper bags, smoked turkey legs, peach cobbler, greens cooked with ham hock, a half-dozen ears of sweet corn. Mavis was still recounting the virtues of Miss Pearl's seasoning when Sammy's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror for the third time in 2 blocks. Same black Tahoe. Same distance. Same driver wearing mirrored sunglasses. Hold on, Mavis, he said quietly, voice shifting from easy to flat. We've got company. Mavis glanced back, calm as Sunday service. What do you mean? Since we left the hospital lot. 2 cars back, then 1. Tahoe, tinted windows, been matching us on every turn. We're being followed. Why, I don't know. Might think Miller or Emily is in the car. Can you help me navigate these old streets to lose them? I'll try. She nodded, scanning street signs 360. Take a right on Lee Street, then left on Whitehall. If they follow, we'll know it's no coincidence. Sammy flashed his turn signal and eased right. The Tahoe mirrored the move without hesitation. Sammy's foot settled heavier on the gas. The M850's V8 answered with a low, hungry surge. Faster, Mavis said. Head south toward the old West End. I know these streets better than my own kitchen. Sammy downshifted, the BMW lunging forward. Behind them, the Tahoe accelerated, closing the gap. A second vehicle, a charcoal Suburban, appeared from a side street and fell in behind the Tahoe, boxing formation. Shit, another one now on our tail, Sammy muttered. Whatever they want, they're serious about it. I don't like the looks of this. Help me loose them, 'cause I have no idea where we're at. Mavis pointed ahead. Left on Gordon, then cut through the old railroad yard. They won't expect it. Sammy swung the wheel hard. Tires squealed and the M850 fishtailed onto Gordon, narrowly missing a delivery van. Horns blared at them. In the mirror, the Tahoe and Suburban followed, a block behind them, engines roaring. From a parking lot, a blue and white Atlanta PD cruiser materialized, 2 blocks behind, lights flashing, siren rising, a donut break disturbed by reckless drivers. Atlanta PD just joined the party, Sammy said. Might work to our favor, but I'd like to lose them all, not of a mind to spend a night in jail. Mavis leaned forward, eyes sharp, one hand on the handle over the door. Right on Deckner, she commanded, then straight through the underpass. After that, zigzag south on Murphy. Lose 'em in the alleys near Ebenezer. Ebenezer Church, Sammy exclaimed. That's the place. There's a narrow alley just a half block behind it. People park there on Sundays. Sammy pushed the M850 harder, and the car devoured the pavement, weaving through slower traffic with surgical precision. The Tahoe stayed glued to his tail. The Suburban tried to flank on the left, but got boxed out by a MARTA bus taking in passengers. Behind them, the patrol car's siren wailed louder, closing fast on all 3 of them. Sharp right ahead, then floor it, Mavis barked. Sammy screeched into the narrow side street lined with brick row houses and chain-link fences. The M850's wide stance scraped paint off a dumpster, sparks flying. The Tahoe hesitated at the mouth of the alley, too wide to fit, then forced its way in, mirrors folding in with a crunch. Mavis kept calling turns. Right on a gravel cut-through, left past a shuttered church, straight through a vacant lot overgrown with kudzu. The Tahoe fell back, engine straining. The police cruiser rounded the corner behind it, lights strobing red, blue across cracked brick walls. Sammy downshifted again, the BMW leaping forward. 2 blocks to Ebenezer Baptist, Mavis said. Take the alley behind the old shoe factory. Dead ends at a loading dock, but there's a gap between the buildings. You'll fit, they won't. Sammy trusted her completely. He swung into the alley, concrete walls flashing by inches from the mirrors. The M850's nose dipped as he hit a dip. Suspension bottomed out with a metallic thud. Behind them, the Tahoe tried to follow, wedged itself against a dumpster, and stopped dead, engine moaning, radiator hissing steam. The police cruiser skidded to a halt behind it, officers piling out, weapons drawn. Mavis exhaled, long and slow. Nice driving, Baton Rouge. Sammy glanced at her, sweat cooling over his entire body, adrenaline still buzzing. BMW. The ultimate driving machine. Then he bent over and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. She reached into one of the market bags, pulled out an ear of corn, and pointed it at him menacingly. You're one crazy boy, she said. That's what they say, Sammy replied. Let's sneak back home and cook some soul food. Miller has the car traced, so I can fill him in. Sounds good. You don't think this gives you a ticket into my kitchen now? Sammy laughed and eased the car out the back end of the vacant lot, Mavis providing a mental map of back streets to return home. You've got mail. On Monday, Atlanta awoke under a relentless gray sky, the city's towers glistening in the light rain, Interflow's office building standing as a chrome sentinel. Inside Miller Crane's office, a sanctuary of walnut and whispers, the sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway with persistence. Miller looked over the many transactions and events which had unfolded in the last week. Press releases circulated, virtual announcements complete with their principal investors, Miller's fail-safe code humming imperceptibly in the core of the system. Yet, triumph felt hollow. The memory of the lake house breach lingered, and the enigmatic cockroach's silence gnawed at Miller. As he paced the room, watching the gray sky drizzling tiny teardrops over the city streets, he took a sip from his now cold coffee and said aloud to himself, "What you sow, so shall you reap." Just then, there was a ping on his laptop, the notification chime that he had configured for a single sender, the cockroach, who had just sent a message. He closed and locked his door, then sat down to introspect the payload in the message, a mysterious ghostly file, encrypted and archived, marked only by a roach emoji and a timestamp. Miller typed in the cockroach's encryption key, then watched in wonder as terabytes of data unfolded, endpoints compromised, the Vilnius firewall shredded, malicious packet streams rendered into digital ledgers. The data revealed an intricate web of transactions winding from Yegorov's offshore accounts to domestic shell companies, the timestamps matching a series of bombings. Tragically, the parking deck blast that claimed Elizabeth and scarred Emily, and a Midtown crosswalk explosion which killed harmless school children and an elderly couple returning from a lunch date. Names, addresses, transactions, messages, Earls and Ips surfaced in the records, some of them already identified by Samantha and Dakota, but many others that were new to them. Transactional threads linking Krakow, Poland, Savannah, Georgia, Street, Thomas, Virgin Islands, and Atlanta, Georgia, a collection of beautiful, historic, and race-stained dominions. Then he saw the one name that sent a shiver down his spine, picking up his heartbeat, circulating a cold sweat throughout his entire frame. He blinked his eyes to reaffirm the focus. The name was Rex Watts, Velocity's CEO. Jesus, he exclaimed aloud. He took another look through the glass walls that surrounded his office. It was empty. He continued his examination, now invoking a search on Rex Watts' name throughout the data dump. In only minutes, it was clear that Watts' signature was a thread tying together bomb payments and drone proxies. Rex's laptop IP pinged the Vilnius node before routing to cash transfers for over $1 million each to Krakow, Poland, Savannah, Georgia, Street, Thomas, Virgin Islands, and the latest transfer to accounts in Atlanta, transaction codes labeled as Little Man and Fat Boy. Miller's shock was palpable. Rex had not only orchestrated the merger, but also bankrolled the bombings. The betrayal cut deep. The mystery's veil pulled back. Rex was the American partner in Yegorov's criminal enterprise. He needed the failsafe code in the software, so he could disarm it before providing a copy to his murderous syndicate partners. Miller uploaded the data with his filters to Buffington's private data lake and sent him a text asking him to review and validate. Then he shut his laptop and conferenced a call with his team. The dead rat's ball. On the first Saturday in November, Buckhead was shrouded in twilight. The Crane estate brimmed with opulence, lanterns glinting in the garden, chandeliers sparkling above a beautiful but eccentric collection of guests. The merger celebration, kicked off by speeches from both Roger Tenzin and Rex Watts, buzzed with the energy of new encounters and fresh faces. Campaign flutes chimed and were quickly filled by the roving waitstaff in $800 tuxedos. Roger Tenzin toasted the dawn of Mind Machine symphonies, and Lars Godin's laughter wove through the crowd, accompanied by two beautiful models, blonde of course. Rex Watts, without a guest, circled the room quietly, presenting himself as the consummate CEO, his smile a mask for deceit. Doris Burkett stayed close on Miller's arm. When she wasn't moving gracefully among guests, her dance training mapping steps and pirouettes as though guided by the sweet sounds of the string quartet playing from the back of the room, just behind the Steinway baby grand piano. Emily, more assured in her bearing, radiated the room in emerald silk, Kevin and Ginger at her side, her prosthetic arm proudly in view. Confident now, proud of the powerful new arm and her secret friend, Watson, who was tapped into every Wi-Fi and Bluetooth device on the property, calculating probabilities, waiting for prompts, capturing the banter between Mavis Bailey and the German chef, Helmut Wolf, who'd taken over her kitchen. Helmut had demanded a perimeter for his domain, but he got none from Mavis. He might be CIA trained, but she was Bourbon Street raised and knew the difference between fancy-looking and delicious. In fact, it was her bourbon-glazed fried shrimp with orange sauce that was the hit of the party. When the last pan was served, she met Helmut's steely gaze with a sly smile. Dakota discreetly made his way around the gathering, speaking with George, Doris, Jax, and a few of the elves of Mordor, keeping one eye trained on Rex Watts, stepping into Miller's office occasionally to review the videos coming from the security cameras. The elves looked as out of place in their tuxedos as penguins in a discotheque. Atlanta's West End lay quietly under a low, bruised sky. A gravel road, rutted and forgotten, snaked past chain link and no trespassing signs to an abandoned warehouse whose roof sagged like an old man's shoulders. 50 ordnance drones crouched in orderly rows along the parapet, matte, black fuselages glistening faintly with condensation, payloads humming with latent violence. Inside the control room, the air was stale and close. Solder, mildew, the faint sweet rot of dead rats trapped in the walls. Dim LED strips cast green underlight across folding tables and a dozen laptops. Little man, wiry, sharp-featured, eyes like polished obsidian, hunched over the master console, fingers dancing across 3 keyboards at once. Fat Boy sat behind him in a reinforced office chair, arms folded across his barrel chest, staring at the bank of thermal feeds. Warm orange silhouettes moved through the Crane estate. Laughing, drinking, oblivious. Swarm 1 locked, Little Man muttered in accented English. Primary vectors set. Wave 1 targets, 8 ground floor breaches. Main doors, library French doors, kitchen bay, east parlor. Wave 2 follows 30 seconds behind, payload's hot. Fat Boy grunted. Timer at T-90. 6 Confederates, pale faces lit by screen glow, ran final diagnostics, murmuring status checks. The room smelled of burnt coffee and nervous sweat. At 8:19 p.m., the countdown hit 0. Outside, rotors whispered to life. The first wave lifted in perfect synchrony, navigation lights dark, climbing just above the tree line before banking northwest toward Buckhead. Inside the Crane estate, the party thrummed with easy laughter and the low throb of a string quartet. Dakota Crane stood near the bar, nursing the last inch of a beer, when he caught Rex Watts slipping through the crowd like a man who already knew the exit. Rex pushed through the double doors to the pool terrace, phone already at his ear. Dakota set the bottle down. He drifted to the nearest window, eyes tracking Rex past the glowing blue rectangle of the pool, past the gazebo, into the deeper shadow beneath 3 massive live oaks. Rex stopped, spoke low into the phone, gesturing once. Dakota moved toward the doors. At 8:20 p.m., the first drone struck. The library French doors vanished in a white-orange flash. Shaped charges punched clean through ballistic glass and brick. The explosion was surgical, deafening, followed instantly by 3 more detonations in rapid sequence. Main entrance, kitchen wing, east parlor. Wood splintered. Drywall bloomed into dust clouds. Crystal chandeliers swung wildly and shattered. Screams tore through the room like shrapnel. Guests dove behind furniture, crawled under tables, pressed themselves against walls. Blood-streaked tuxedo shirts. A woman in emerald silk clutched a shattered forearm. Another man staggered, face lacerated by flying glass, red ribbons running down his cheeks. The quartet's instruments lay broken amid overturned chairs. Champagne flutes crunched under panicked heels. George Leonard, sitting on a sofa with his wife, calmly dialed 911, hugged his wife, and began tending to the wounded. Dakota had glimpsed the dark shapes streaking in. Small, silent, lethal. He keyed his comms. Sammy, rifle now. Pool terrace. Move. In the kitchen, Sammy Cooley had been laughing with Mavis Bailey over a tray of deviled eggs. The first blast rattled the cabinets. Sammy pulled Mavis down behind the island, shielding her with his body as plaster rained down on them. The ceiling-mounted pot rack fell loose from one, dangling pots and cast iron over their heads. When Dakota's voice crackled in Sammy's ear, he rose, grabbed his Winchester lever action from the pantry closet, and sprinted through the smoke to the back doors. Miller Crane had been in the powder room, washing his hands, when the house shook. He burst out, eyes wide, already scanning for Emily. "Emily?" he shouted over the screams. "Dakota!" Doris Burkett knelt beside a dazed guest, pressing her silk jacket against a bleeding thigh. She looked up at Miller, his face pale but steady. "Emily?" she cried. "She's upstairs with the kids," Miller told her. "I'll check on her." Upstairs, in Emily's bedroom, chocolate-covered strawberries lay scattered across the carpet. The first explosion had thrown Kevin and Ginger to the floor. Emily had dropped beside them, prosthetic arm braced against the rug. When Doris's voice carried up the stairwell, Emily scrambled to her feet, brushed some chocolate off her face, and told her they were okay. "Stay here," Doris told them, "under the bed, and don't come out till I say." Then Doris ran down the curving staircase, nightgown fluttering. The great room was a war zone. Smoke curling, blood on marble, people crying out for help. Miller knelt near the center of the room, pressing a folded napkin to a woman's forehead. Doris worked beside him, calm and efficient, but Emily could not hide. When she reached the top of the landing, she froze. The world she knew had been cracked in a million pieces. She saw the demolished French doors, the burning curtains, the sky beyond. Something hummed, low, mechanical, approaching. The second wave of drones, the ones programmed for death. She walked down the steps as though in a dream, then through the room, past overturned chairs and shattered glass, past people crying and yelling for help. She stepped through the gaping hole where the doors had been and stood on the terrace looking up. Drones, dozens of them, slid over the tree line, navigation lights winking like malevolent stars, homing in. Emily's voice was small but clear. "Watson." A calm baritone answered from the speaker in her arm. "Yes, Emily." "Save my daddy." A beat of silence. "Thinking," Watson said. She repeated it, louder. "Urgent. Watson, please save us if you can." "Thinking." The lead drone was 50 yards out, descending. Then Watson spoke again, tone unchanged but louder. "I think I may have a plan, Emily. I've acquired the Wi-Fi control channel driving their GPS, reprogramming now." For a single frozen second, nothing happened. Then the swarm stuttered. Every drone, 47 surviving units, halted mid-flight, rotors whining as new coordinates flooded into their mesh network. They hung, motionless, 100 feet above the lawn, a constellation of black wasps deciding who to sting. Slowly, as one, they banked south, back toward the warehouse. Emily watched them go, night wind moving her hair, prosthetic fingers flexing unconsciously. Behind her, Miller rose, blood on his sleeves, eyes locked on his daughter standing fearlessly in the ruined doorway. Dakota and Sammy appeared at the edge of the terrace, rifles up, scanning the suddenly empty sky. The night was quiet again, except for the crackle of small fires and the distant, astonished sobs of survivors. Watson's voice, soft in Emily's ear alone. "Drones redirected to origin. ETA to warehouse. 4 minutes. They will not return." Emily closed her eyes, exhaled, and whispered, "Thank you, Watson." A prayer to 1 foot's and 0 feet's. The alley behind the warehouse smelled of diesel, wet brick, and something faintly metallic, old blood or rust. It was hard to tell. Samantha West killed the Jeep's engine, let the headlights die, and stepped out into the drizzle. Black tactical boots made no sound on the cracked asphalt. She wore dark jeans, a fitted black jacket, and gloves that left only her fingertips exposed. The Glock 19 was already in her right hand, suppressor threaded, safety off. She moved like smoke along the wall, past a rusted loading dock until she found the fire exit door. Chain cut, door ajar just enough. She slipped inside. The stairwell was pitch black, except for the emergency strip lighting that flickered every third step. She took the stairs 2 at a time, breath even, ears tuned to every drip and creak. 3rd floor. She paused at the landing, listening. Voices, low, accented, clipped commands. Keyboard clatter. The faint whine of cooling fans. She edged down the hallway. Halfway along, a cigarette ember glowed in the shadows. A man in full battle rattle, plate carrier, tactical vest, slung AK, leaned against the wall, exhaling smoke. He never saw her. One suppressed cough, the round punch through his temple. He folded silently, cigarette still burning between his fingers. Samantha stepped over him without breaking stride. The control room door was ajar. She nudged it open with her boot toe. Glock up in a low, ready grip. Inside, dim red emergency lights, 6 laptops arranged in a semicircle, screens glowing with maps and telemetry. Little man hunched over the master station, fingers flying. Fat Boy sat behind him like a boulder, arms crossed, staring at thermal feeds of the Crane estate. 4 other operators typed in frantic rhythm. Samantha cataloged it all in 3 heartbeats. Then she heard the metallic snick of a hammer being cocked behind her right ear. "Miss West?" a calm voice said. "So good of you to join us." The barrel pressed cold against the base of her skull. "You should know I have a kill-on-sight order," the man continued. "But this is too rich. We need to enjoy this party with everyone. With your left hand, thumb and index, take your weapon from your right hand and toss it in front of you. Slowly." Samantha's mind raced through angles, distances, reaction times. She complied. The Glock clattered across the concrete. "Now?" The word died in a wet snap. A single unsuppressed pistol shot cracked through the hallway. The man behind her jerked once, then collapsed in a boneless heap, blood pooling fast under his head. Samantha spun. A figure walked out of the dark corridor, backlit by the single sodium street lamp leaking through a broken window. Mid-length trench coat, hair mussed, service pistol, still smoking in his right hand. Detective James Thrush stepped fully into the red glow. Samantha met his eyes. "Took you long enough. Atlanta traffic," he said dryly. She nodded toward the control room. "They're in here." Thrush bent, retrieved her Glock, and handed it back butt first. "What's your play, Samantha?" "Only one play," she said. "Stop the drones." They moved together, pistols raised, sweeping the room. Samantha stepped straight to Little Boy, pressed the muzzle of her Glock to the base of his skull. "Everyone, hands up, to the front of the room, except you, fat man." The operators froze, then complied, scooting chairs back, palms high. Thrush walked the aisle, covering them, eyes flicking between faces. One man, young, twitchy, dropped to a crouch and reached for a holstered pistol. Thrush fired once, center forehead. The man pitched forward and lay still. "Anyone else?" Thrush asked the room, voice flat. Silence. Samantha shoved Fat Boy and Little Man back toward their stations. "Recall the drones. Now." She could see the overlay on the master screen. 47 green dots crawling across a dark map of Atlanta, converging on the Crane Estate coordinates. "I can't," Fat Boy said, voice thick. "Once programmed, they cannot be reprogrammed. There is no failsafe, no off switch." Samantha slammed the butt of her pistol into the back of his head. Fat Boy slumped sideways, chair tipping, body hitting the floor in a heavy thud. She reached across, yanked Little Man's sidearm from his holster, and pointed him toward the others. "Join them." Little Man shuffled to the front wall, hands up. Samantha dropped into Fat Boy's chair. Fingers flew across the keyboard. Command prompt after command prompt. Invalid command. Mission not complete. Invalid command. Mission not complete. She tried override codes, backdoor strings, anything she could remember from intercepted chatter. Nothing. Then, suddenly, the green dots stopped moving. Every single one hung motionless, 100 feet above the target grid. They pivoted, tracing their way backward along their ingress route, toward the warehouse. Samantha stared, breath catching. "They've changed course. They're heading back here. I have no idea why. I never got past their firewall." She looked at Thrush, puzzled, but intense. "We've got to go. The drones look to be headed back here. All hell will rain down us in a matter of minutes." Thrush glanced at the huddled operators that he guarded with his pistol, then back at the screen. The small green circles of each drone was retracing its flight path, back to Mama. "If it's all the same, Samantha, I think I'll stay." "You can't stay, Thrush. The drones are coming back. This place will be destroyed, and you with it." "It's okay, Sam." He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket, tapped one out. "You go to Miller's. I'll make sure the drones complete their mission." "Damn you, Thrush. What should I tell Miller?" "Tell him we've eliminated the impossible. Whatever is left, however improbable, must be the truth." She looked at him, her mind unmoored in her attempt to understand his intent. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a peck on the cheek. "You're a good duck, James Thrush. Thanks for cleaning up my mess. Aim small, miss small," he said. "Get along now. Who knows what chaos is unfolding at the party?" Samantha held his gaze a second longer. Then she turned and ran down the hallway, past the dead guard, down the fire stairs, 3 at a time, boots pounding steel. She burst into the alley, Jeep keys already in hand. Tires screamed as she peeled out, headlights slicing through the rain-slick streets toward Buckhead and the Miller estate. Behind her, in the warehouse control room, Detective James Thrush leaned back against a wall and took in the evil darkness. He struck a match, cupped the flame, and inhaled the rich tobacco smoke deeply. As the smoke curled toward the ceiling, his mind was at peace, thinking only of his dear vanquished wife. The explosions at the warehouse lit up the dark sky in West End Atlanta, sparks of every color flying like fireworks, black smoke billowing into the low, overcast sky. 2 graves. The terrace lights had gone dark when the first drone struck, leaving only the underwater glow of the infinity pool to paint the scene in ghostly aquamarine. Shattered glass glittered across the travertine like spilled diamonds. Smoke still curled from the library's ruined French doors, carrying the acrid bite of burning silk and old money. Most of the crowd, those not injured, took off for their cars, valet or none. The string quartet had fled. The caterers had vanished. Only a handful of guests remained, frozen in the surreal aftermath, their tuxedos and gowns streaked with plaster dust and fear. Doris, a napkin held to her friend Rachel's forehead, stood at the archway from the home to the backyard. Roger Tenzin, towering, blonde girlfriend in hand, stood stealthily just outside the doorway, half hidden beside a juniper tree. Miller Crane stepped through the wreckage and onto the pool deck, the soles of his shoes crunching on broken crystal. Rex Watts stood near the gazebo, cell phone to his ear, the blue-white screen lighting the sharp angles of his face. Lars Godin lingered a few paces behind him, Miller, bewildered, coat half buttoned, whiskey glass trembling in his hand. They could hear the distant sirens of the police, fire and EMTs echoing in a furious dash down the tree-lined, dark roads towards Miller's estate. In the driveway, Watts' security contractors, in a black Escalade, screeched their tires around the driveway's fountain, in flight to take Watts to safety. Dakota tracked them with his rifle, then lowered the scope. He watched as Samantha West's Jeep emerged from the trees lining the brick driveway. She blocked the Cadillac's path, then stepped out, Glock drawn. She fired into the Caddy's block, and then at its front wheels. The car sputtered as it rammed into her Jeep. Two men hopped out, guns drawn, but they were a second and $1 late. Samantha had them covered from behind. She cocked her pistol and calmly demanded they drop their weapons. One complied, another one hesitated. Samantha fired a round between his feet, convincing him of a better course of action. Near the pool, the crowd watched the scene, ducking when Samantha fired her pistol. The contractors raised their hands and dropped to their knees. She quickly checked them for more guns, dispatched one jackknife, and grabbed their phones, more from habit than necessity. At the deep end of the pool, Miller stood facing Rex Watts. Lars Godin walked up purposefully from behind Watts. Dakota, pistol drawn but not raised, stared Watts and Godin down. Between the destroyed back doors, guests drifted out of the house, footsteps crunching on the glass, shattered wood and metal debris, taking in the scene in various states of fear, curiosity, and anger. Dakota stepped to Miller and handed him his .45. Miller looked down at it and then looked back at Watts, running through a hurricane of images, thoughts, and emotions. Slowly, he took the gun from Dakota and pointed it at Watts's chest, unsure of his own reflexes, courage, and seeping fury. A light rain began to fall, the wind dancing through the trees with the whispers of ghosts. Emily drifted slowly out of the house towards her father, wiping debris from her prosthetic arm and face. "Rex," Miller said. Watts looked solemnly at Miller, lowering his phone. His black hair was perfect, his smile practiced, but his eyes betrayed him, pupils blown wide with the animal calculation of a man who'd just watched his exit go up in flames. $387 million routed through Natanex freight to Krakow, Atlantic portage to street. Thomas, every payment stamped with recursively encrypted digital threads to bombings in Buckhead and Atlanta. One in the parking deck that killed my wife and broke Emily in two. One to an anonymous false flag bombing that killed 2 schoolchildren and an elderly couple, gravely injuring many others. All of it traced to accounts you personally signed. Rex's smile thinned. "Miller, you're distraught. Let's not do this in front of..." Miller cut him off. "That's why you needed my fail-safe code, so your murderous crew could code new logic to render it useless. No fail-safe trigger, no way to recall deadly devices once programmed and engaged." As Miller broke down the scheme, Lars Godin walked up to Rex, close enough to smell his cologne. He took in Miller's tale intently. "You needed that key silenced before you sold the drone swarm stack to your Serbian buyers. Untraceable, autonomous, perfect for their little shopping list of Ukrainian power stations and Polish rail hubs. 100 strikes, no fingerprints, and if anyone ever looked, the trail would end at Interflow. At me." The commotion ruffled Roger Tenzin, and he began moving from the house toward Miller, engaged with each word Miller spoke. Lars Godin made a strangled sound, his phone slipping from his fingers and shattering on the stone, stepping beside Watts. "Rex, tell me this is horseshit." Rex didn't answer. His gaze sidelong, crabbing past Miller to the crowd gathering around the pool, on edge, listening to every word like a preacher's last rites. Rex raised his palms, the practiced charm evaporating. "You're making a mistake, Miller. All of this is circumstantial." Miller's laugh was soft, but terrible. In his mind, he held an image of the demonic thunder and deadly tendrils of fire that consumed Elizabeth. The cockroach doesn't do circumstantial, Rex. He delivered the whole ledger. Names, dates, voice memos of you laughing about acceptable collateral, all while Elizabeth burned. Roger Tenzin looked at Rex with disdain and genuine malevolence, ready to strangle Watts if Miller didn't beat him to it. Miller stepped closer and put the gun into Rex's stomach, close enough for Rex to smell the smoke still clinging to his tuxedo. Lars put a firm grip on his shoulder. "You murdered my wife to protect a weapons deal," he said quietly. "You tried to murder my daughter for the same reason, and tonight you brought hell to my home because you thought you could bury the evidence with the witnesses." Rex's mouth opened, then closed, fear seeping into every fiber of his being. For the first time, the safecracker had nothing to sell. Miller cocked the gun, his hand shaking, still running through the deep recesses of his beliefs, fears, and nightmares. Lars put a death grip on Watts's shoulder as he stepped back, composure crashing into a full retreat, cold sweat on his cheeks. Lars's Viking hammer claw threw Watts off his balance, causing him to fall backwards. He caught his foot on the rolled-up hose of the automated pool cleaner, lost his balance, and fell backwards into the pool, kettle over teacup, a chaotic thrash of flailing arms, soaking black tuxedo suit, sublit emerald water, and strangling rubber appendages, the terror of Nautilus. He sank to the bottom. Then, as he attempted to push to the surface, he became tangled in the hose where it had wrapped around the ladder, his feet, legs, and arms. From the pool's edge, it looked harmless, a kid's prank, but he was immutably imprisoned. Edgar Allan Poe has a short story titled A Descent into the Maelstrom, wherein a Norwegian fisherman recounts his harrowing experience when he and his two brothers were caught in the infamous Moskenstraumen, a massive whirlpool that forms twice daily and is feared as a deadly force of nature. During a violent storm, their fishing boat is dragged into the vortex. One brother is swept away immediately, but the narrator and his older brother cling to the boat as it spirals downward into the abyss. In a moment of desperate clarity, the narrator observes how objects of different shapes and sizes descend at different rates. Lighter, cylindrical objects, like barrels, rise more slowly and are eventually ejected upward, while heavier, irregular ones sink faster. Using this insight, he lashes himself to an empty water cask, cuts loose from the boat, and rides the churning current. His brother, clinging to a different object, is pulled under and lost forever. The narrator is eventually carried upward by the rising water and is spit out onto the surface just as the maelstrom subsides. He is rescued by other fishermen, but the ordeal leaves him aged beyond his years and forever changed, his hair turned white from the terror. Well, now, Miller Crane felt himself being submerged into his own metaphysical version of the maelstrom, an irresistible force pulling downward all of his conclusions about life and death, fortune and serendipity, good and evil, his soul fighting against the current of his past to resurface at the other side of an all-consuming whirlpool of damaged beliefs and faiths. Miller looked down, watching Rex Watts as he struggled to free himself, Miller's mind amused at once, then overcome with the rush of the many unanswered questions he'd run through the night after the bombing, his search for a lustrous path to the nature of his existence, the all-pervasive forces of human evil, the terrors of the unforeseen, his wife's fateful dissolution. The pool's surface, dancing with lights from above and below, mixing with the last image of Elizabeth, disappearing in a flash of multicolored fire. He could see Rex Watts exhale his last earthly breaths, bubbles rising with no more meaning than the rain which pelted on the pool's surface. His thoughts colliding on top of each other, like waves crashing in a storm. Miller turned and handed the gun to Dakota. He took a full breath and dove in. Using his innate ability to apply logic before action, Miller calmly assessed the snarl and methodically untangled Watts, first from his neck, then his arm, and lastly, his foot. He pushed Watts to the surface and steadied him as he grabbed the bottom rung of the ladder, coughing out water and breathing in the restorative cool air of the rain-soaked Buckhead night. Just as Dakota and Lars pulled them both out of the pool, lightning struck behind them, so close you could almost hear it sizzling, lighting up the tops of the swaying trees. And 2 seconds later, the ghostly thunder exploded around them, echoing into the night like the voices of long-forgotten deities. As Atlanta's finest, Guns raised, sorted out the good guys from the bad. The rain began to pour, and the lightning discharge. Doris and Emily ran to Miller and embraced him, tears in their eyes. Lars watched his partner and his security agents taken away in cuffs, then turned to Miller. "A cockroach, you say?" Miller, startled, met his eyes. "The cockroach," he said simply. Dakota surveyed the crowd. Samantha West was gone, vanished into the rain-slick night as though she had never been there at all. A ghost. Ascent into the light. The next morning, Miller arose early, disjointed dreams right at the edge of sleep, hospital beds and a hand with a white glove. He pushed out of the bed quietly, trying to not disturb Doris Beckett, who was sound asleep, her back to him. It was 5:15. He walked down the hall and took a quick peek at Emily. She was curled up with a teddy bear in her right arm, snoring lightly. He rubbed his eyes as he made himself down the stairs to the kitchen, where he made himself a cup of coffee and wandered purposefully into his office. He opened his laptop and began typing. The entire house smelled of smoke, wet wood, and plaster. He could hear a single frog through the broken window behind him, croaking quietly from the pool deck. On his laptop, he initiated a conversation with his primary AI agent. He needed to provide his digital companion the missing details of the failsafe plot, tie up all the unraveled threads, provide guidance for historical data filters, file encryption, storage lakes, and entitlements. On the screen was a single prompt. It read, "Hello, MR. Crane." Miller typed. "Miller. Transaction data must be in its own data store. Permission the files to George, Buffington, and Tenzin only. Must look standard. No legal red flags." Doris. "Okay, Mr. Crane. I have most of them in place already. Did you need any analysis for criminal matters or exposure?" Miller. "No, not needed anymore. I think the trail ended with Thrush AT the warehouse." Doris. "Understood." Miller. Doris. Doris. "Yes, Mr. Crane." Miller. "It's time for me to take a little break." Doris. "Of course. It has been a long summer. You deserve some time off." Miller. "One more thing. How would you like a new name?" Miller stared at the screen, waiting for a response, but his Doris agent was being coy, and nothing came back under her name. He heard the light footsteps of Doris Burkett walking into the room from the kitchen, carrying her own mug of steaming coffee. Miller pressed a key, and the screen went solid blue. "Everything okay?" she asked, walking to his side, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Everything's okay, Doris. Just fine." He looked up at her and stole a kiss. "I think everything's where it should be now." Samantha West, decked out in skin-tight jeans, a pink, well-worn t-shirt, a brunette wig, and an Atlanta Braves cap, rolled her luggage caddy up to the front desk, ready to complete her check out of the Ritz-Carlton Buckhead. Known for their 5-star service, Samantha refused the valet, preferring to handle her own bags. Turning to the front desk, she handed in her keys and waited patiently for a fresh printout of her charges. She had no concern about unexplained charges. It was just the name on the bill she made sure to confirm. Penelope O'Hara, a little southern twist. Seeing things in order, she turned to make her way to her cab, but her luggage was gone. "Okay," she thought. "This is not good. Has someone broken into my cloaked world? Seems unlikely. A prank? Perhaps an honest mistake." She jogged out the door, where she found her luggage, along with Dakota Crane, rustic in denim and boots, a hand on the caddy pole. She cracked her best annoyed smile and walked up to him. "You bastard," she said. "I'll miss you, Dakota. We had some times, didn't we?" Dakota smiled and gave her a deep, unleashing hug. "We did at that. Where you headed, Penelope? Savannah? St. Thomas?" She pushed away and nodded to the valet to move her bags to the cab's trunk. "I'm afraid I only have one ticket for this plane ride." "Oh, well," Dakota exhaled. "At least I tried." She raised up and gave him a firm kiss on the cheek, leaving the marks of her wine-red lipstick on his stubbled face. "Aim small, miss small," she said. "Your mission, should you decide to accept it, is on your phone. Don't call me," she said, hopping into her cab. "I'll call you." He watched the cabbie slam her door shut and the cab inch its way out of the drive into traffic, wondering what exactly she had in mind. tears in his eyes, drowning in infatuation and a cobwebbed bed of longing. In a dark room, the cockroach sat staring into a bank of monitors, pecking at a keyboard sporadically, navigating through screens, surveying code and blocks of digital chaos. Ray Charles sang Georgia, On My Mind, softly on the stereo. On the screen, you could see a digital transfer of $387 million being processed into an account owned by Miller Crane. From a dimly lit hallway, a beautiful lady appeared and walked up behind him, curves and movements like an alley cat. The cockroach turned off his monitors, rolled back in his chair, and rose to embrace her, his face half lit in the dimmed room. Roger Tenzin pulled the hoodie back from over his head and, smiling wistfully, reached down and turned out the lamp. "There's an east wind coming, Watson. It will be cold and bitter, but a good, manlier, cleaner wind shall blow through the world." Arthur Conan Doyle.